CHAPTER XIV of Lady Rose's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Friday. Lady Rose's Daughter by Mrs. Humphry Ward. Chapter XIV. On the morning following these events, Warkworth went down to the Isle of Wight to see his mother. On the journey he thought much of Julie. They had parted awkwardly the night before. The evening, which had promised so well, had, after all, lacked finish and point. What on earth had that tiresome Miss Lawrence wanted with him? They had talked of Simla and the Moffats. The conversation had gone in spurts, she looking at him every now and then with eyes that seemed to say more than her words. All that she had actually said was perfectly insignificant and trivial. Yet there was something curious in her manner, and when the time came for him to take his departure, she had bade him a frosty little farewell. She had described herself once or twice as a great friend of Lady Blanche Moffatt. Was it possible? But if Lady Blanche, whose habits of sentimental indiscretion were ingrained, had gossiped to this lady, what then? Why should he be frowned on by Miss Lawrence, or anybody else? That malicious talk at Simla had soon exhausted itself. His present appointment was a triumphant answer to it all. His slanderers, including Aileen's ridiculous guardians, could only look foolish if they pursued the matter any further. What trap was there? What mésalliance? A successful soldier was good enough for anybody. Look at the first Lord Clyde, and scores besides. The Duchess, too. Why had she treated him so well at first and so cavalierly after dinner? Her manners were really too uncertain. What was the matter, and why did she dislike him? He pondered over it a good deal, and with much soreness of spirit. Like many men capable of very selfish or very cruel conduct, he was extremely sensitive, and took keen notice of the fact that a person liked or disliked him. If the Duchess disliked him it could not be merely on account of the Simla story, even though the old maid might conceivably have given her a jaundiced account. The Duchess knew nothing of Aileen, and was little influenced, so far as he had observed her, by considerations of abstract justice or propriety, affecting persons whom she had never seen. No, she was Julie's friend, the little wilful lady, and it was for Julie she ruffled her feathers, like an angry dove. So his thoughts had come back to Julie, though indeed it seemed to him that they were never far from her. As he looked absently from the train windows on the flying landscape, Julie's image hovered between him and it, a magic sun, flooding soul and senses with warmth. How unconsciously, how strangely his feelings had changed towards her. That coolness of temper and nerve he had been able to preserve towards her for so long was, indeed, breaking down. He recognized the danger, and wondered where it would lead him. What a fascinating, sympathetic creature! And, by George, what she had done for him! Aileen was a little sylph, a pretty child angel, white-winged and innocent, who lived in a circle of convent thoughts, knowing nothing of the world, and had fallen in love with him as the first man who had ever made love to her. But this intelligent, full-blooded woman, who could understand at a word, or a half-word, who had a knowledge of affairs which many a high-placed man might envy, with whom one never had a dull moment, this courted, distinguished Julie Le Breton. His mind swelled with half-guilty pride at the thought that for 6 months he had absorbed all her energies, that a word from him could make her smile or sigh, that he could force her to look at him with eyes so melting and so troubled as those with which she had given him her hands, her slim, beautiful hands, that night in Grosvenor Square. How freedom became her! Dependency had dropped from her, like a cast-off cloak, and beside her fresh, melancholy charm the airs and graces of a child of fashion and privilege like the little Duchess appeared almost cheap and trivial. Poor Julie! No doubt some social struggle was before her. Lady Henry was strong, after all, in this London world, and the solider and stupider people who get their way in the end were not, she thought, likely to side with Lady Henry's companion in a quarrel, where the facts of the story were unquestionably, at first sight, damaging to Miss Le Breton. Julie would have her hours of bitterness and humiliation, and she would conquer by boldness, if she conquered at all, by originality, by determining to live her own life. That would preserve for her the small circle, if it lost her the large world. And the small circle was what she lived for, what she ought, at any rate, to live for. It was not likely she would marry. Why should she desire it? From any blundering tragedy a woman of so acute a brain would, of course, know how to protect herself. But within the limits of her life, why should she refuse herself happiness, intimacy, love? His heart beat fast, his thoughts were in a whirl, but the train was nearing Portsmouth, and with an effort he recalled his mind to the meeting with his mother, which was then close upon him. He spent nearly a week in the little cottage at Seaview, and Mrs. Warkworth got far more pleasure than usual, poor lady, out of his visit. She was a thin, plain woman, not devoid of either ability or character. But life had gone hardly with her, and since her husband's death, what had been reserve had become melancholy. She had always been afraid of her only son since they had sent him to Charterhouse, and he had become so much finer than his parents. She knew that he must consider her a very ignorant and narrow-minded person. When he was with her she was humiliated in her own eyes, though as soon as he was gone she resumed what was in truth a leading place among her own small circle. She loved him, and was proud of him, yet at the bottom of her heart she had never absolved him from his father's death. But for his extravagance and the misfortunes he had brought upon them, her old general would be alive still, pottering about in the spring sunshine, spudding the daisies from the turf, or smoking his pipe beneath the thickening trees. Silently her heart still yearned and hungered for the husband of her youth. His son did not replace him. Nevertheless, when he came down to her with this halo of glory upon him, and smoked up and down her small garden through the mild spring days, gossiping to her of all the great things that had befallen him, repeating to her word for word his conversation with the prime minister, and his interview with the commander in chief, or making her read all the letters of congratulation he had received, her mother's heart thawed within her as it had not done for long. Her ears told her that he was still vain and a boaster. Her memory held the indelible records of his past selfishness. But as he walked beside her, his fair hair blown back from his handsome brow, and eyes that were so much younger than the rest of the face, his figure as spare and boyish now as when he had worn the colors of the Charterhouse 11, she said to herself, in that inward and unsuspected colloquy she was always holding with her own heart about him, that if his father could have seen him now he would have forgiven him everything. According to her secret evangelical faith, God deals with every soul he has created, through joy or sorrow, through good or evil fortune. He had dealt with herself through anguish and loss. Henry, it seemed, was to be molded through prosperity. His good fortune was already making a better man of him. Certainly he was more affectionate and thoughtful than before. He would have liked to give her money, of which he seemed to have an unusual store, but she bade him keep what he had for his own needs. Her own little bit of money, saved from the wreck of their fortunes, was enough for her. Then he went into Ryde and brought her back a Shetland shawl and a new tablecloth for her little sitting room, which she accepted with a warmer kiss than she had given him for years. He left her on a bright windy morning which flecked the blue Solent with foam and sent the clouds racing to westward. She walked back along the sands, thinking anxiously of the African climate and the desert hardships he was going to face, and she wondered what significance there might be in the fact that he had written twice during his stay with her to a Miss Le Breton, whose name, nevertheless, he had not mentioned in their conversations. Well, he would marry soon, she supposed, and marry well, in circles out of her ken. With the common prejudice of the English middle class, she hoped that if this Miss Le Breton were his choice, she might be only French in name and not in blood. Meanwhile, Warkworth sped up to London in high spirits, enjoying the comforts of a good conscience. He drove first to his club, where a pile of letters awaited him, some letters of congratulation, others concerned with the business of his mission. He enjoyed the first, noticing jealously who had and who had not written to him. Then he applied himself to the second. His mind worked vigorously and well. He wrote his replies in a manner that satisfied him. Then throwing himself into a chair with a cigar, he gave himself up to the close and shrewd planning of the preparations necessary for his 5 weeks' march, or to the consideration of 2 or 3 alternative lines of action which would open before him as soon as he should find himself within the boundaries of Mocambe. Some 5 years before, the government of the day had sent a small expedition to this debatable land, which had failed disastrously, both from the diplomatic and the military points of view. He went backward and forward to the shelves of the fine service library which surrounded him, taking down the books and reports which concerned this expedition. He buried himself in them for an hour, then threw them aside with contempt. What blunders and short sight everywhere! The general public might well talk of the stupidity of English officers, and blunders so easily avoided, too! It was sickening. He felt within himself a fullness of energy and intelligence, a perspicacity of brain which judged mistakes of this kind unpardonable. As he was replacing some of the books he had been using in the shelves, the club began to fill up with men coming in to lunch. A great many congratulated him, and a certain number who of old had hardly professed to know him greeted him with cordiality. He found himself caught in a series of short but flattering conversations, in which he bore himself well, neither over discreet nor too elate. "I declare that fellow's improved," said one man, who might certainly have counted as Warkworth's enemy the week before, to his companion at table. "The government's been beastly remiss so far. Hope he'll pull it off. Ripping chance, anyway. Though what they gave it to him for, goodness knows. There were a dozen fellows at least did as well as he in the Massoud business, and the Staff College man had 1,000 times more claim." Nevertheless, Warkworth felt the general opinion friendly, a little surprised, no doubt, but showing that readiness to believe in the man coming to the front, which belongs much more to the generous than to the calculating side of the English character. Insensibly his mental and moral stature rose. He exchanged a few words on his way out with one of the most distinguished members of the club, a man of European reputation, whom he had seen the week before in the commander in chief's room at the War Office. The great man spoke to him with marked friendliness, and Warkworth walked on air as he went his way. Potentially he felt himself the great man's equal; the gates of life seemed to be opening before him. And with the rise of fortune came a rush of magnanimous resolution. No more shady episodes, no more mean devices, no more gambling, and no more debt. Major Warkworth's sheet was clean, and it should remain so. A man of his prospects must run straight. He felt himself at peace with all the world. By the way, just time to jump into a cab and get to Park Crescent in time for his sister's luncheon. His last interview with his brother-in-law had not been agreeable, but now he felt for the check-book in his pocket. He was in a position to repay at least half the last sum of money which Bella had lent him. He would go and give it to her now, and report news of the mother. And if the two chicks were there, why, he had a free hour, and he would take them to the Zoo; he vowed he would give them something pleasant to remember their uncle by. And a couple of hours later a handsome, soldierly man might have been seen in the lion house at the Zoo, leading a plump little girl by either hand. Rose and Katie Mullins enjoyed a golden time, and started a wholly new adoration for the uncle who had so far taken small notice of them, and was associated in their shrewd, childish minds rather with tempests at home than buns abroad. But this time buns, biscuits, handsome drives, and elephant rides were showered upon them by an uncle who seemed to make no account of money, while his gracious and captivating airs set their little hearts beating in a common devotion. "Now go home, little beggars," said that golden gentleman, as he packed them into a hansom and stood on the step to accept a wet kiss on his mustache from each pink mouth. "Tell your mother all about it, and don't forget your Uncle Harry. There's a shilling for each of you. Don't you spend it on sweets; you're quite fat enough already. Good-bye." "That's the hardest work I've done for many a long day," he said to himself, with a sigh of relief, as the hansom drove away. "I shan't turn nursemaid when other trades fail. But they're nice little kids all the same. Now then, Cox's, and the City." He ran over the list of his engagements for the afternoon. "And by 5 o'clock shall I find my fair lady. At home, and established. Where on earth is Heribert Street?" He solved the question, for a few minutes after 5 he was on Miss Le Breton's doorstep. A quaint little house, and a strange parlor maid. For the door was opened to him by a large-eyed, sickly child, who looked at him with the bewilderment of one trying to follow out instructions still strange to her. "Yes, sir, Miss Le Breton is in the drawing-room," she said, in a sweet, deliberate voice with a foreign accent, and she led the way through the hall. Poor little soul! What a twisted back, and what a limp! She looked about 14, but was probably older. Where had Julie discovered her? Warkworth looked round him at the little hall with its relics of country house sports and amusements. His eye traveled through an open door to the little dining-room, and the Russell pastels of Lady Mary's parents, as children, hanging on the wall. The character of the little dwelling impressed itself at once. Smiling, he acknowledged its congruity with Julie. Here was a lady who fell on her feet. The child, leading him, opened the door to the left. "Please walk in, sir," she said, shyly, and stood aside. As the door opened, Warkworth was conscious of a noise of tongues. So Julie was not alone. He prepared his manner accordingly. He entered upon a merry scene. Jacob Delafield was standing on a chair, hanging a picture, while Dr. Meredith and Julie, on either side, directed or criticized the operation. Meredith carried picture cord and scissors; Julie the hammer and nails. Meredith was expressing the profoundest disbelief in Jacob's practical capacities; Jacob was defending himself hotly; and Julie laughed at both. Towards the other end of the room stood the tea table, between the fire and an open window. Lord Lackington sat beside it, smiling to himself, and stroking a Persian kitten. Through the open window the twinkling buds on the lilacs in the Cureton House garden shone in the still lingering sun. A recent shower had left behind its odors of earth and grass. Even in this London air they spoke of the spring which already in happier lands was drawing veils of peach and cherry blossom over the red Sienese earth or the green terraces of Como. The fire crackled in the grate. The pretty, old-fashioned room was fragrant with hyacinth and narcissus. Julie's books lay on the tables; Julie's hand and taste were already to be felt everywhere. And Lord Lackington with the kitten, beside the fire, gave the last touch of home and domesticity. "So I find you established," said Warkworth, smiling, to the lady with the nails, while Delafield nodded to him from the top of the steps, and Meredith ceased to chatter. "I haven't a hand, I fear," said Julie. "Will you have some tea? Ah, Léonie, tu vas en faire de nouveau, n'est-ce pas pour ces messieurs?" A little woman in black, with a shawl over her shoulders, had just glided into the room. She had a small, wrinkled face, bright eyes, and a much flattened nose. "Tout de suite, monsieur," she said quickly, and disappeared with the teapot. Warkworth guessed, of course, that she was Madame Bornier, the foster sister, the propriety of this ménage. "Can't I help?" he said to Julie, with a look at Delafield. "It's just done," she said coldly, handing a nail to Delafield. "Just a trifle more to the right. Ecco! Perfection!" "Oh, you spoil him!" said Meredith. "And not one word of praise for me." "What have you done?" she said, laughing. "Tangled the cord, that's all." Warkworth turned away. His face, so radiant as he entered, had settled into sharp, sudden lines. What was the meaning of this voice, this manner? He remembered that to his 3 letters he had received no word of reply. But he had interpreted that to mean that she was in the throes of moving and could find no time to write. As he neared the tea table, Lord Lackington looked up. He greeted the newcomer with the absent stateliness he generally put on when his mind was in a state of confusion as to a person's identity. "Well, so they're sending you to D. There'll be a row there before long. Wish you joy of the missionaries." "No, not D," said Warkworth, smiling. "Nothing so amusing. Mocambé's my destination." "Oh, Mocambé!" said Lord Lackington, a little abashed. "That's where Cecil Ray, Lord R's second son, was killed last year. Lion hunting?" "No, it was of fever that he died. By the way, a vile climate." "In the plains, yes," said Warkworth, seating himself. "As to the uplands, I understand they are to be the Switzerland of Africa." Lord Lackington did not appear to listen. "Are you a homoeopath?" he said, suddenly rising to his full and immense stature, and looking down with eagerness on Warkworth. "No. Why?" "Because it's your only chance for those parts. If Cecil Ray had had their medicines with him, he'd be alive now. Look here, when do you start?" The speaker took out his notebook. "In rather less than a month I start for Denga." "All right. I'll send you a medicine case from Epps. If you're ill, take 'em." "You're very good." "Not at all. It's my hobby. One of the last." A broad, boyish smile flashed over the handsome old face. "Look at me. I'm 75, and I can tire out my own grandsons at riding and shooting. That comes of avoiding all allopathic messes like the devil. But all the allopaths are such mean fellows they filch all our ideas." The old man was off. Warkworth submitted to 5 minutes' tirade, stealing a glance sometimes at the group of Julie, Meredith, and Delafield in the farther window, at the happy ease and fun that seemed to prevail in it. He fiercely felt himself shut out and trampled on. Suddenly Lord Lackington pulled up, his instinct for declamation qualified by an equally instinctive dread of boring or being bored. "What did you think of Montresor's statement?" he said abruptly, referring to a batch of army reforms that Montresor the week before had endeavored to recommend to a skeptical House of Commons. "All very well, as far as it goes," said Warkworth with a shrug. "Precisely. We English want an army and a navy. We don't like it when those fellows on the Continent swagger in our faces, and yet we won't pay either for the ships or the men. However, now that they've done away with purchase Gad! I could fight them in the streets for the way in which they've done it. Now that they've turned the army into an examination shop, tempered with jobbery, whatever we do, we shall go to the deuce, so it don't matter." "You were against the abolition?" "I was, sir, with Wellington and Raglan and everybody else of any account. And as for the violence, the disgraceful violence with which it was carried oh, no, no," said Warkworth, laughing. "It was the Lords who behaved abominably, and it'll do a deal of good." Lord Lackington's eyes flashed. "I've had a long life," he said pugnaciously. "I began as a middy in the American War of 1812, that nobody remembers now. Then I left the sea for the army. I knocked about the world. I commanded a brigade in the Crimea." "Who doesn't remember that?" said Warkworth, smiling. The old man acknowledged the homage by a slight inclination of his handsome head. "And you may take my word for it that this new system will not give you men worth a 10th part of those fellows who bought and bribed their way in under the old. The philosophers may like it or lump it, but so it is." Warkworth assented strongly. He was a good deal of a politician, himself a new man, and on the side of new men. Lord Lackington warmed to the fight, and Warkworth, with bitterness in his heart, because of that group opposite, was nothing loath to meet him. But presently he found the talk taking a turn that astonished him. He had entered upon a drawing-room discussion of a subject which had, after all, been settled, if only by what the Tories were pleased to call the coup d'état of the royal warrant, and no longer excited the passions of a few years back. What he had really drawn upon himself was a hand-to-hand wrestle with a man who had no sooner provoked contradiction than he resented it with all his force, and with a determination to crush the contradictor. Warkworth fought well, but with a growing amazement at the tone and manner of his opponent. The old man's eyes darted war flames under his finely arched brows. He regarded the younger with a more and more hostile, even malicious air. His arguments grew personal, offensive. His shafts were many and barbed, till at last Warkworth felt his face burning and his temper giving way. "What are you talking about?" said Julie Le Breton, at last, rising and coming towards them. Lord Lackington broke off suddenly and threw himself into his chair. Warkworth rose from his. "We had better have been handing nails," he said, "but you wouldn't give us any work." Then, as Meredith and Delafield approached, he seized the opportunity of saying, in a low voice, "Am I not to have a word?" She turned with composure, though it seemed to him she was very pale. "Have you just come back from the Isle of Wight?" "This morning." He looked her in the eyes. "You got my letters?" "Yes. But I have had no time for writing. I hope you found your mother well?" "Very well, thank you. You have been hard at work?" "Yes. But the Duchess and Mr. Delafield have made it all easy." And so on, a few more insignificant questions and answers. "I must go," said Delafield, coming up to them, "unless there is any more work for me to do. Good bye, Major. I congratulate you. They've given you a fine piece of work." Warkworth made a little bow, half ironical. Confound the fellow's grave and lordly ways! He did not want his congratulations. He lingered a little, sorely, full of rage, yet not knowing how to go. Lord Lackington's eyes ceased to blaze, and the kitten ventured once more to climb upon his knee. Meredith, too, found a comfortable armchair, and presently tried to beguile the kitten from his neighbor. Julie sat erect between them, very silent, her thin white hands on her lap, her head drooped a little, her eyes carefully restrained from meeting Warkworth's. He, meanwhile, leaned against the mantelpiece, irresolute. Meredith, it was clear, made himself quite happy and at home in the little drawing room. The lame child came in and took a stool beside him. He stroked her head and talked nonsense to her in the intervals of holding forth to Julie on the changes necessary in some proofs of his which he had brought back. Lord Lackington, now quite himself again, went back to dreams, smiling over them, and quite unaware that the kitten had been slyly ravished from him. The little woman in black sat knitting in the background. It was all curiously intimate and domestic, only Warkworth had no part in it. "Good bye, Miss Le Breton," he said at last, hardly knowing his own voice. "I am dining out." She rose and gave him her hand. But it dropped from his like a thing dead and cold. He went out in a sudden suffocation of rage and pain, and as he walked in a blind haste to Cureton Street, he still saw her standing in the old fashioned scented room, so coldly graceful, with those proud, deep eyes. When he had gone, Julie moved to the window and looked out into the gathering dusk. It seemed to her as if those in the room must hear the beating of her miserable heart. When she rejoined her companions, Dr. Meredith had already risen and was stuffing various letters and papers into his pockets with a view to departure. "Going?" said Lord Lackington. "You shall see the last of me, too, Mademoiselle Julie." And he stood up, but she, flushing, looked at him with a wistful smile. "Won't you stay a few minutes? You promised to advise me about Thérèse's drawings." "By all means." Lord Lackington sat down again. The lame child, it appeared, had some artistic talent, which Miss Le Breton wished to cultivate. Meredith suddenly found his coat and hat, and, with a queer look at Julie, departed in a hurry. "Thérèse, darling," said Julie, "will you go upstairs, please, and fetch me that book from my room that has your little drawings inside it?" The child limped away on her errand. In spite of her lameness, she moved with wonderful lightness and swiftness, and was back again quickly with a calf bound book in her hand. "Léonie," said Julie, in a low voice, to Madame Bornier. The little woman looked up startled, nodded, rolled up her knitting in a moment, and was gone. "Take the book to his lordship, Thérèse," she said; and then, instead of moving with the child, she again walked to the window, and, leaning her head against it, looked out. The hand hanging against her dress trembled violently. "What did you want me to look at, my dear?" said Lord Lackington, taking the book in his hand and putting on his glasses. But the child was puzzled and did not know. She gazed at him silently with her sweet, docile look. "Run away, Thérèse, and find mother," said Julie, from the window. The child sped away and closed the door behind her. Lord Lackington adjusted his glasses and opened the book. 2 or 3 slips of paper with drawings upon them fluttered out, and fell on the table beneath. Suddenly there was a cry. Julie turned round, her lips parted. Lord Lackington walked up to her. "Tell me what this means," he said, peremptorily. "How did you come by it?" It was a volume of George Sand. He pointed, trembling, to the name and date on the fly leaf. "Rose Delaney, 1842." "It is mine," she said softly, dropping her eyes. "But how in God's name did you come by it?" "My mother left it to me, with all her other few books and possessions." There was a pause. Lord Lackington came closer. "Who was your mother?" he said, huskily. The words in answer were hardly audible. Julie stood before him like a culprit, her beautiful head humbly bowed. Lord Lackington dropped the book and stood bewildered. "Rose's child!" he said. "Rose's child?" Then, approaching her, he placed his hand on her arm. "Let me look at you," he commanded. Julie raised her eyes to him, and at the same time dumbly held out to him a miniature she had been keeping hidden in her hand. It was one of the miniatures from the locked triptych. He took it, looked from the picture to the living face, then, turning away with a groan, he covered his face with his hands and fell again into the chair from which he had risen. Julie hurried to him; her own eyes were wet with tears. After a moment's hesitation she knelt down beside him. "I ought to ask your pardon for not having told you before," she murmured. It was some time before Lord Lackington looked up. When at last his hands dropped, the face they uncovered was very white and old. "So you," he said, almost in a whisper, "are the child she wrote to me about before she died?" Julie made a sign of assent. "How old are you?" "29." "She was 32 when I saw her last." There was a silence. Julie lifted one of his hands and kissed it, but he took no notice. "You know that I was going to her, that I should have reached her in time." The words seemed wrung from him. "That I was myself dangerously ill." "I know. I remember it all." "Did she speak of me?" "Not often. She was very reserved, you remember. But not long before she died she seemed half asleep I heard her say, 'Papa! Blanche!' and she smiled." Lord Lackington's face contracted, and the slow tears of old age stood in his eyes. "You are like her in some ways," he said brusquely, as though to cover his emotion, "but not very like her." "She always thought I was like you." A cloud came over Lord Lackington's face. Julie rose from her knees and sat beside him. He lost himself a few moments amid the painful ghosts of memory. Then, turning to her abruptly, he said, "You have wondered, I dare say, why I was so hard, why, for 17 years, I cast her off?" "Yes, often. You could have come to see us without anybody knowing. Mother loved you very much." Her voice was low and sad. Lord Lackington rose, fidgeted restlessly with some of the small ornaments on the mantel piece, and at last turned to her. "She brought dishonor," he said, in the same stifled voice, "and the women of our family have always been stainless. But that I could have forgiven. After a time I should have resumed relations private relations with her. But it was your father who stood in the way. I was then I am now you saw me with that young fellow just now quarrelsome and hot tempered. It is my nature." He drew himself up obstinately. "I can't help it. I take great pains to inform myself; then I cling to my opinions tenaciously, and in argument my temper gets the better of me. Your father, too, was hot tempered. He came, with my consent, once to see me, after your mother had left her husband, to try and bring about some arrangement between us. It was the Chartist time. He was a radical, a socialist of the most extreme views. In the course of our conversation something was said that excited him. He went off at score. I became enraged, and met him with equal violence. We had a furious argument, which ended in each insulting the other past forgiveness. We parted enemies for life. I never could bring myself to see him afterwards, nor to run the risk of seeing him. Your mother took his side, and espoused his opinions while he lived. After his death I suppose she was too proud and sore to write to me. I wrote to her once. It was not the letter it might have been. She did not reply till she felt herself dying. That is the explanation of what no doubt must seem strange to you." He turned to her almost pleadingly. A deep flush had replaced the pallor of his first emotion, as though in the presence of these primal realities of love, death, and sorrow, which she had recalled to him, his old quarrel, on a political difference, cut but a miserable figure. "No," she said sadly, "not very strange. I understood my father my dear father," she added, with soft, deliberate tenderness. Lord Lackington was silent a little, then he threw her a sudden, penetrating look. "You have been in London 3 years. You ought to have told me before." It was Julie's turn to color. "Lady Henry bound me to secrecy." "Lady Henry did wrong," he said, with emphasis. Then he asked, jealously, with a touch of his natural irascibility, "Who else has been in the secret?" "4 people at most. The Duchess first of all. I couldn't help it," she pleaded. "I was so unhappy with Lady Henry." "You should have come to me. It was my right." "But" she dropped her head. "You had made it a condition that I should not trouble you." He was silenced, and once more he leaned against the mantel piece and hid his face from her, till, by a secret impulse, both moved. She rose and approached him. He laid his hands on her arms. With his persistent instinct for the lovely or romantic he perceived, with sudden pleasure, the grave, poetic beauty of her face and delicate form. Emotion had softened away all that was harsh; a quivering charm hovered over the features. With a strange pride, and a sense of mystery, he recognized his daughter and his race. "For my Rose's child," he said gently, and stooping he kissed her on the brow. She broke out into weeping, leaning against his shoulder, while the old man comforted and soothed her. Chapter 15
of Lady Rose's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T.K. Kervin. Lady Rose's Daughter by Miss Humphrey Ward. Chapter 15. After the long conversation between herself and Lord Lackington, which followed on the momentous confession of her identity, Julie spent a restless and weary evening, which passed into a restless and weary night. Was she oppressed by this stirring of old sorrows, haunted afresh by her parents' fate? Ah, Lord Lackington had no sooner left her than she sank motionless into her chair, and, with the tears excited by the memories of her mother still in her eyes, she gave herself up to a desperate and sombre brooding, of which Warkworth's visit of the afternoon was, in truth, the sole cause, the sole subject. Why had she received him so? She had gone too far, much too far, but somehow she had not been able to bear it. That buoyant, confident air, that certainty of his welcome. No, she would show him that she was not his chattel, to be taken or left on his own terms. The careless good humor of his blue eyes was too much after those days she had passed through. He, apparently, to judge from his letters to her from the Isle of Wight, had been conscious of no crisis whatever. Yet he must have seen from the little Duchess's manner, as she bade farewell to him that night at Crowborough House, that something was wrong. He must have realized that Miss Lawrence was an intimate friend of the Moffats, and that, or was he really so foolish as to suppose that his quasi-engagement to this little heiress, and the encouragement given him, in defiance of the girl's guardians, by her silly and indiscreet mother, were still hidden and secret matters? That he could still conceal them from the world, and deny them to Julie? Her whole nature was sore yet from her wrestle with the Duchess on that miserable evening. "Julie, I can't help it. I know it's impertinent, but, Julie, darling, do listen. What business has that man to make love to you as he does, when all the time, yes, he does make love to you, he does. Freddie had a most ill-natured letter from Lady Henry this morning. Of course he had, and of course she'll write that kind of letter to as many people as she can. And it wouldn't matter a bit but, you see, you have been moving heaven and earth for him, and now his manner to you—" While the sudden flush burned her cheek, Julie wondered whether by chance the Duchess had seen anything of the yielded hands and the kiss. "And that ill luck of his being the first to arrive last night at Lady Henry's. Oh, Julie, he's a wretch, he is. Of course he is in love with you. That's natural enough, but all the time, listen. That nice woman told me the whole story. He's writing regularly to that little girl. She and her mother, in spite of the guardians, regard it as an engagement, signed and sealed, and all his friends believe he's quite determined to marry her because of the money. You may think me an odious little meddler, Julie, if you like, but I vow I could stab him in the heart with all the pleasure in my life. And neither the annoyance, nor the dignity, nor the ridicule of the supposed victim, not Julie's angry eyes, nor all her mocking words from tremulous lips, had availed in the least to silence the tumult of alarmed affection in the Duchess's breast. Her Julie had been flouted and trifled with, and if she was so blind, so infatuated as not to see it, She should at least be driven to realize what other people felt about it. So she had her say, and Julie had been forced, willy-nilly, upon discussion and self-defiance, nay, upon a promise also. Pale and stiffly erect, yet determined all the same to treat it as a laughing matter, she had vouchsafed the Duchess some kind of assurance that she would for the future observe a more cautious behavior towards Warkworth. "He is my friend, and whatever anyone may say, he shall remain so," she had said, with a smiling stubbornness which hid something before which the little Duchess shrank. "But, of course, if I can do anything to please you, Evelyn, you know I like to please you." But she had never meant, she had never promised to forswear his society, to ban him from the new house. In truth, she would rather have left home and friends and prospects at one stroke, rather than have pledged herself to anything of the sort. Evelyn should never bind her to that. Then, during his days of absence, she had passed through wave after wave of feeling, while all the time to the outer eye she was occupied with nothing but the settlement into Lady Mary's strange little house. She washed, dusted, placed chairs and tables, and meanwhile a wild expectancy of his first letter possessed her. Surely there would be some anxiety in it, some fear, some disclosure of himself, and of the struggle in his mind between interest and love. Nothing of the kind. His first letter was the letter of one sure of his correspondent, sure of his reception and of his ground. A happy and intimate certainty shone through its phrases. It was the letter, almost, of a lover whose doubts are over. The effect of it was to raise a tempest, sharp and obscure, in Julie's mind. The contrast between the pose of the letter and the sly reality behind bred a sudden anguish of jealousy, concerned not so much with Warkworth as with this little unknown creature who, without any effort, any desert, by the mere virtue of money and blood, sat waiting in arrogant expectancy till what she desired should come to her. How was it possible to feel any compunction towards her? Julie felt none. As to the rest of Miss Lawrence's gossip, that Warkworth was supposed to have behaved badly, to have led the pretty child to compromise herself with him at Simla in ways which Simla society regarded as inadmissible and bad form, that the guardians had angrily intervened, and that he was under a promise, habitually broken by the connivance of the girl's mother, not to see or correspond with the heiress till she was 21, in other words, for the next 2 years. What did these things matter to her? Had she ever supposed that Warkworth, in regard to money or his career, was influenced by any other than the ordinary worldly motives? She knew very well that he was neither saint nor ascetic. These details, or accusations, did not, properly speaking, concern her at all. She had divined and accepted his character, in all its average human selfishness and faultlessness, long ago. She loved him passionately, in spite of it, perhaps, if the truth were known, because of it. As for the marrying, or rather the courting for money, that excited in her no repulsion whatever, Julie, in her own way, was a great romantic, but owing to the economic notions of marriage, especially the whole conception of the dot, prevailing in the French or Belgian minds amid whom she had passed her later girlhood, she never dreamed for a moment of blaming Warkworth for placing money foremost in his plans of matrimony. She resembled one of the famous amouresses of the 18th century, who in writing to the man she loved, but could not marry, advises him to take a wife to mend his fortunes, and proposes to him various tempting morsels. Une jeune personne, 16, with neither father nor mother, only a brother. They will give her on her marriage 13,000 francs a year, and the aunt will be quite content to keep her and look after her for some time. And if that won't do, I know a man who would be only too happy to have you for a son-in-law. But his daughter is only 11. She is an only child, however, and she will be very rich. You know, mon ami, I desire your happiness above all things. How to procure it? There lies the chief interest of my life. This notion of things, more or less disguised, was to Julie customary and familiar, and it was no more incompatible in her with the notions and standards of high sentiment, such as she might be supposed to have derived from her parents, than it is in the Latin races generally. No doubt it had been mingled in her, especially since her settlement in Lady Henry's house, with the more English idea of falling in love, the idea which puts personal choice first in marriage, and makes the matter of dowry subordinate to the mysterious election and affinity which the Englishman calls love. Certainly, during the winter, Julie had hoped to lead Warkworth to marry her. As a poor man, of course, he must have money, but her secret feeling had been that her place in society, her influence with important people, had a money value, and that he would perceive this. Well, she had been a mere trusting fool, and he had deceived her. There was his crime, not in seeking money and trusting to money. He had told her falsehoods and misled her. He was doing it still. His letter implied that he loved her? Possibly. It implied to Julie's ears still more plainly that he stood tacitly and resolutely by Aline Moffat and her money, and that all he was prepared to offer to the dear friend of his heart was a more or less ambiguous relation, lasting over 2 years perhaps, till his engagement might be announced. A dumb and bitter anger mounted within her. She recalled the manner in which he had evaded her first questions, and her opinion became very much that of the Duchess. She had, indeed, been mocked, and treated like a child. So she sent no answer to his first letter, and when his second came, she forbade herself to open it. It lay there on her writing table. At night she transferred it to the table beside her bed, and early in the spring dawn her groping fingers drew it trembling towards her, and slipped it under her pillow. By the time the full morning had come, she had opened it, read and reread it, had bathed it, indeed, with her tears. But her anger persisted, and when Warkworth appeared on her threshold, it flamed into sudden expression. She would make him realize her friends, her powerful friends, above all, she would make him realize Delafield. Well, now it was done. She had repealed her lover. She had shown herself particularly soft and gracious to Delafield. Warkworth now would break with her, might, perhaps, be glad of the chance to return safely and without further risks to his heiress. She sat on in the dark, thinking over every word, every look. Presently, Thérèse stole in. Mademoiselle, les super servante auprès. Julie rose wearily, and the child slipped a thin hand into hers. J'entends ce vieux monsieur, she said softly. Je l'entends. Julie started. Her thoughts had wandered far, indeed, from Lord Lackington. As she went upstairs to her little room, her heart reproached her. In their interview, the old man had shown great sweetness of feeling, a delicate and remorseful tenderness, hardly to have been looked for in a being so fantastic and self-willed. The shock of their conversation had deepened the lines in a face upon which age had at least begun to make those marks which are not another beauty, but the end of beauty. When she had opened the door for him in the dusk, Julie had longed, indeed, to go with him and soothe his solitary evening. His unmarried son, William, lived with him intermittently, but his wife was dead. Lady Blanche seldom came to town, and, for the most part, he lived alone in the fine house in St. James Square, of which she had heard her mother talk. He liked her, had liked her from the first. How natural that she should tend and brighten his old age. How natural, and how impossible! He was not the man to brave the difficulties and discomforts inseparable from the sudden appearance of an illegitimate granddaughter in his household. And if he had been, Julie, in her fierce, newborn independence, would have shrunk from such a step. But she had been drawn to him. Her heart had yearned to her kindred. No, neither love nor kindred were for her. As she entered the little, bare room over the doorway, which she had begun to fill with books and papers, and all the signs of the literary trade, she miserably bid herself be content with what was easily and certainly within her grasp. The world was pleased to say that she had a remarkable social talent. Let her give her mind to the fight with Lady Henry, and prove whether, after all, the salon could not be acclimatized on English soil. She had the literary instinct and aptitude, and she must earn money. She looked at her half-written article, and sighed to her books to save her. That evening, Thérèse, who adored her, watched her with a wistful and stealthy affection. Her idol was strangely sad and pale, but she asked no questions. All she could do was to hover about Mademoiselle with soft, flattering services till Mademoiselle went to bed, and then to lie awake herself, quietly waiting till all sounds in the room opposite had died away, and she might comfort her dumb and timid devotion with the hope that Julie slept. Sleep, however, or no sleep, Julie was up early the next day. Before the post arrived, she was already dressed, and on the point of descending to the morning coffee, which, in the old, frugal, Bruges fashion, she, Leonie, and the child took in the kitchen together. Lady Henry's opinion of her as a soft and luxurious person dependent on dainty living was, in truth, absurdly far from the mark. After those years of rich food and many servants in Lady Henry's household, she had resumed the penurious Belgian ways at once, without effort, indeed with alacrity. In the morning she helped Leonie and Thérèse with the housework. Her quick fingers washed and rubbed and dusted. In less than a week she knew every glass and cup in Cousin Mary Leicester's well-filled china cupboard, and she and Thérèse between them kept the 2 sitting rooms spotless. She, who had at once made friends and tools of Lady Henry's servants, disdained, so it appeared, to be served beyond that was absolutely necessary in her own house. A chairwoman, indeed, came in the morning for the roughest work, but by 10 o'clock she was gone, and Julie, Madame Bornier, and the child remained in undisputed possession. Little, flat-nosed, silent Madame Bornier bought and brought in all they ate. She denounced the ways, the viands, the Burgenses' prices of English fournisseurs, but it seemed to Julie all the same that she handled them with a Napoleonic success. She bought as the French poor buy, so far as the West End would let her, and Julie had soon perceived that their expenditure, even in this heart of Mayfair, would be incredibly small, whereby she felt herself more and more mistress of her fate. By her own unaided hands would she provide for herself and her household. Each year there should be a little margin, and she would owe no man anything. After 6 months, if she could not afford to pay the Duke a fair rent for his house, always supposing he allowed her to remain in it, she would go elsewhere. As she reached the hall, clad in an old serge dress, which was a survival for the Bruges days, Thérèse ran up to her with the letters. Julie looked at them, turned, and went back to her room. She had expected the letter which lay on the top, and she must brace herself to read it. It began abruptly. "You will hardly wonder that I should write at once to ask if you have no explanation to give me of your manner this afternoon. Again and again I go over what happened, but no light comes. It was as though you had wiped out all the 6 months of our friendship, as though I had become for you once more the merest acquaintance. It is impossible that I can have been mistaken. You meant to make me, and others, clearly understand what? That I no longer deserved your kindness? That you had broken altogether with the man on whom you had so foolishly bestowed it? My friend, what have I done? How have I sinned? Did that sour lady who asked me questions she had small business to ask tell you tales that have set your heart against me? But what have incidents and events that happen, or may have happened in India, got to do with our friendship, which grew up for definite reason and has come to mean so much? Has it not? To both of us? I am not a model person, heaven knows. Very far from it. There are scores of things in my life to be ashamed of. And please remember that last year I had never seen you. If I had, much might have gone differently. But how can I defend myself? I owe you so much. Ought not that, of itself, to make you realize how great is your power to hurt me, and how small are my powers of resistance? The humiliations you can inflict upon me are infinite, and I have no rights, no weapons against you. I hardly know what I am saying. It is very late, and I am writing this after dinner at the club given me by 2 or 3 of my brother officers. It was a dinner in my honor, to congratulate me on my good fortune. They are good fellows, and it should have been a merry time, but my half-hour in your room had killed all power of enjoyment for me. They found me a wretched companion, and we broke up early. I came home through the empty streets, wishing myself with all my heart away from England, facing the desert. Let me just say this. It is not of good omen that now, when I want all my faculties at their best, I should suddenly find myself invaded by this distress and despondency. You have some responsibility now in my life and career. If you would, you cannot get rid of it. You have not increased the chances of your friend's success in his great task. You see how I restrain myself. I could write as madly as I feel, violently and madly. But of set purpose we pitched our relation in a certain key and measure, and I try, at least, to keep the measure, if the music and the charm must go. But why, in God's name, should they go? Why have you turned against me? You have listened to slanderers. You have secretly tried me by tests that are not in the bargain, and you have judged and condemned me without a hearing, without a word. I can tell you I am pretty sore. I will come and see you no more in company for the present. You gave me a footing with you, which has its own dignity. I'll guard it. Not even from you will I accept anything else. But, unless, indeed, the groove is cut down, and the bird flown forever, let me come when you are alone. Then charge me with what you will. I am an earthy creature, struggling through life as I best can, and, till I saw you, struggling often, no doubt, in very earthy ways. I am not a philosopher, nor an idealist with expectations like Delafield. This rough and tumble world is all I know. It's good enough for me, good enough to love a friend in, as, I vow to God, Julie, I have loved you. There, it's out, and you must put up with it. I couldn't help it. I am too miserable. But I won't write any more. I shall stay in my rooms till 12 o'clock. You owe me promptness. Julie put down the letter. She looked round her little study with a kind of despair. The despair, perhaps, of the prisoner who had thought himself delivered, only to find himself caught in fresh and stronger bonds. As for ambition, as for literature, here, across their voices, broke this voice of the senses, this desire of the moth for the star. And she was powerless to resist it. Ah, why had he not accepted his dismissal, quarrelled with her at once and forever? She understood the letter perfectly, what it offered and what it tacitly refused, an intimate and exciting friendship for 2 years. For 2 years he was ready to fill up such time as he could spare for his clandestine correspondence with her cousin, with this romantic, interesting, but unprofitable affection. And then she fell again upon his letter. Ah, but there was a new note in it, a hard, strained note, which gave her a kind of desperate joy. It seemed to her that for months she had been covetously listening for it in vain. She was beginning to be necessary to him. He had suffered through her. Never before could she say that to herself. Pleasure she had given him, but not pain. And it is pain that is the test and consecration of what? Well, now for her answer. It was short. I am very sorry you thought me rude. I was tired with talking and unpacking, and with literary work, housework too. If the truth were known, I am no longer a fine lady, and must slave for myself. The thought, also, of an interview with Lord Lackington which faced me, which I went through as soon as you, Dr. Meredith, and Mr. Delafield had gone, unnerved me. You were good to write me, and I am grateful indeed. As to your appointment and your career, you owe no one anything. Everything is in your own hands. I rejoice in your good fortune, and I beg that you will let no false ideas with regard to me trouble your mind. This afternoon at 5, if you can forgive me, you will find me. In the early afternoon I shall be in the British Museum, for my work's sake. She posted her letter and went about her daily housework, oppressed the while by a mental and moral nausea. As she washed and tidied and dusted, a true housewife's love growing up in her for the little house and its charming old-world appointments, a sort of mute relation between her and it, as though it accepted her for mistress, and she on her side vowed it a delicate and prudent care. She thought how she could have delighted in this life which had opened upon her had it come to her a year ago. The tasks set her by Meredith were congenial and within her power. Her independence gave her the keenest pleasure, the effort and conquests of the intellect. She had the mind to love them, to desire them, and the way to them was unbarred. What plucked her back? A tear fell upon the old china cup that she was dusting. A sort of maternal element had entered into her affection for Warkworth during the winter. She had upheld him and fought for him, and now, like a mother, she could not tear the unworthy object from her heart, though all the folly of their pseudo-friendship and her secret hopes lie bare before her. Warkworth came at 5. He entered in the dusk, a little pale, with his graceful head thrown back, and that half-startled timid look in his wide blue eyes, that misleading look which made him the boy still when he chose. Julie was standing near the window as he came in. As she turned and saw him there, a flood of tenderness and compunction swept over her. He was going away. What if she never saw him again? She shuddered and came forward rapidly, eagerly. He read the meaning of her movement, her face, and wringing her hands with a violence that hurt her, he drew a long breath of relief. Why, he said, under his breath, have you made me so unhappy? The blood leaped in her veins. These, indeed, were new words in a new tone. Don't let us reproach each other, she said. There is so much to say. Sit down. Today there were no beguiling spring airs. The fire burned merrily in the grate. The windows were closed. A scent of narcissus, the Duchess had filled the tables with flowers, floated in the room, amid its old-fashioned and disgusted bareness, tempered by flowers, and a litter of foreign books. Julie seemed at last to have found her proper frame. In her severe black dress, opening on a delicate vest of white, she had a muse-like grace, and the wreath made by her superb black hair round the fine intelligence of her brow had never been more striking. Her slender hands busied themselves with Cousin Mary Leicester's tea-things, and every moment had in Warkworth's eyes a charm to which he had never yet been sensible in this manner, to this degree. Am I really to say no more of yesterday? He said, looking at her nervously. Her flush, Her gesture appealed to him. "Do you know what I had before me that day when you came in?" she said softly. "No, I cannot guess." "Ah, you said something about Lord Lackington." She hesitated. Then her color deepened. "You don't know my story. You suppose, don't you, that I am a Belgian with English connections, whom Lady Henry met by chance? Isn't that how you explain me?" Warkworth had pushed aside his cup. "I thought—" He paused in embarrassment, but there was a sparkle of astonished expectancy in his eyes. "My mother?" She looked away into the blaze of the fire, and her voice choked a little. "My mother was Lord Lackington's daughter." "Lord Lackington's daughter?" echoed Warkworth, in stupefaction. A rush of ideas and inferences sped through his mind. He thought of Lady Blanche, things heard in India, and while he stared at her in an agitated silence, the truth leapt to light. Not Lady Rose Delaney?" he said, bending forward to her. She nodded. "My father was Marriott Dalrymple. You will have heard of him. I should be Julie Dalrymple, but they could never marry because of Colonel Delaney." Her face was still turned away. All the details of that famous scandal began to come back to him. His companion, her history, her relations to others, to himself, began to appear to him in the most astonishing new lights. So, instead of the mere humble outsider, she belonged all the time to the best English blood. The society in which he had met her was full of her kindred. No doubt the Duchess knew. And Montresor. He was meshed in a net of thoughts perplexing and confounding, of which the total result was perhaps that she appeared to him as she sat there, the slender outline so quiet and still, more attractive and more desirable than ever. The mystery surrounding her in some way glorified her, and he dimly perceived that so it must have been for others. "How did you ever bear the Bruton Street life?" he said presently, in a low voice of wonder. "Lady Henry knew?" "Oh, yes." "And the Duchess?" "Yes, she is a connection of my mother's." Warkworth's mind went back to the Moffats. A flush spread slowly over the face of the young officer. It was indeed an extraordinary imbroglio in which he found himself. "How did Lord Lackington take it?" he asked, after a pause. "He was, of course, much startled, much moved. We had a long talk. Everything is to remain just the same. He wishes to make me an allowance, and, if he persists, I suppose I can't hurt him by refusing. But for the present I have refused. It is more amusing to earn one's own living." She turned to him with a sharp brightness in her black eyes. "Besides, if Lord Lackington gives me money, he will want to give me advice, and I would rather advise myself." Warkworth sat silent a moment. Then he took a great resolve. "I want to speak with you," he said suddenly, putting out his hand to hers, which lay on her knee. She turned to him, startled. "I want to have no secrets from you," he said, drawing his breath quickly. "I told you lies one day because I thought it was my duty to tell lies. Another person was concerned, but now I can't. Julie, you'll let me call you so, won't you? The name is already—" He hesitated. Then the words rushed out. "Part of my life. Julie, it's quite true. There is a kind of understanding between your little cousin Eileen and me. At Simla, she attracted me enormously. I lost my head one day in the woods, when she, whom we were all courting, distinguished me above 2 or 3 other men who were there. I proposed to her upon a sudden impulse, and she accepted me. She is a charming, soft creature. Perhaps I wasn't justified. Perhaps she ought to have had more chance of seeing the world. Anyway, there was a great row. Her guardians insisted that I had behaved badly. They could not know all the details of the matter, and I was not going to tell them. Finally, I promised to withdraw for 2 years." He paused, anxiously studying her face. It had grown very white, and, he thought, very cold. But she quickly rose, and looking down upon him, said, Nothing of that is news to me. Did you think it was?" And moving to the tea table, she began to make provision for a fresh supply of tea. Both words and manner astounded him. He, too, rose and followed her. "How did you first guess?" he said abruptly. "Some gossip reached me." She looked up with a smile. "That's what generally happens, isn't it?" "There are no secrets nowadays," he said sorely. "And then there was Miss Lawrence?" "Yes, there was Miss Lawrence." "Did you think badly of me?" "Why should I? I understand Eileen is very pretty, and will have a large fortune. You understand that," he said, trying to carry it off lightly. "The fact is well known, isn't it?" He sat down, twisting his hat between his hands. Then, with an exclamation, he dashed it on the floor, and, rising, he bent over Julie, his hands in his pockets. "Julie," he said, in a voice that shook her, "don't, for God's sake, give me up. I have behaved abominably, but don't take your friendship from me. I shall soon be gone. Our lives will go different ways. That was settled, alack, before we met. I am honorably bound to that poor child. She cares for me, and I can't get loose. But these last months have been happy, haven't they? There are just 3 weeks left. At present the strongest feeling in my heart is—" He paused for his word, and he saw that she was looking through the window to the trees of the garden, and that, still as she was, her lip quivered. "What shall I say?" he resumed, with emotion. "It seems to me our case stands all by itself, alone in the world. We have 3 weeks. Give them to me. Don't let's play at cross purposes any more. I want to be sincere. I want to hide nothing from you in these days. Let us throw aside convention and trust each other, as friends may, so that when I go, we may say to each other, 'Well, it was worth the pain. These have been days of gold. We shall get no better if we live to be 100. She turned her face to him in a tremulous amazement, and there were tears on her cheek. Never had his aspect been so winning. What he proposed was in truth a mean thing. All the same, he proposed it nobly. It was in vain that something whispered in her ear, "This girl, to whom he describes himself as honorably bound, has a fortune of 500,000. He is determined to have both her money and my heart." Another inward voice, tragically generous, dashed down the thought, and at the moment rightly, for as he stood over her, breathless and imperious, to his own joy, to his own exultation, Warkworth was conscious of a new sincerity flowing in a tempestuous and stormy current through all the veins of being. With this sombre passion which had already marked an epoch in their relation, and contained within itself the elements of new and unforeseen developments, she gazed silently into his face. Then, leaning back in her chair, she once more held out to him both her hands. He gave an exclamation of joy, kissed the hands tenderly, and sat down beside her. "Now then, all your cares, all your thoughts, all your griefs are to be mine, till fate call us. And I have 1,000 things to tell you, to bless you for, to consult you about. There is not a thought in my mind that you shall not know, bad, good, and indifferent, if you care to turn out the rag-bag. Shall I begin with the morning, my experiences at the club, my little nieces at the zoo?" He laughed, but suddenly grew serious again. "No, your story first. You owe it me. Let me know all that concerns you, your past, your sorrows, ambitions, everything." He bent to her imperiously. With a faint, broken smile, her hand still in his, she assented. It was difficult to begin, then difficult to control the flood of memory, and it had long been dark when Madame Bornier, coming in to light the lamp and make up the fire, disturbed an intimate and searching conversation, which had revealed the two natures to each other with an agitating fullness. Yet the results of this memorable evening upon Julie Le Breton were ultimately such as few could have foreseen. When Warkworth had left her, she went to her own room and sat for a long while beside the window, gazing at the dark shrubberies of the Cureton House garden, at the few twinkling distant lights. The vague golden hopes she had cherished through these past months of effort and scheming were gone forever. Warkworth would marry Eileen Moffatt and use her money for an ambitious career. After these weeks now lying before them, weeks of dangerous intimacy, dangerous emotion, she and he would become as strangers to each other. He would be absorbed by his profession and his rich marriage. She would be left alone to live her life. A sudden terror of her own weakness overcame her. No, she could not be alone. She must place a barrier between herself and this strange threatening of illimitable ruin that sometimes rose upon her from the dark. "I have no prejudices," she had said to Sir Wilfrid. There were many moments when she felt a fierce pride in the element of lawlessness, of defiance, that seemed to be her inheritance from her parents, but tonight she was afraid of it. Again, if love was to go, power, the satisfaction of ambition, remained. She threw a quick glance into the future beyond these 3 weeks. What could she make of it? She knew well that she was not the woman to resign herself to a mere pining obscurity. Jacob Delafield, was it, after all, so impossible? For a few minutes she set herself deliberately to think out what it would mean to marry him, then suddenly broke down and wept, with inarticulate cries and sobs, with occasional reminiscences of her old convent's prayers, appeals half conscious, instinctive, to a God only half believed. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Lady Rose's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T.K. Kervin. Lady Rose's Daughter by Miss Humphrey Ward. Delafield was walking through the park towards Victoria Gate. A pair of beautiful roans pulled up suddenly beside him, and a little figure with a waving hand bent to him from a carriage. "Jacob, where are you off to? Let me give you a lift." The gentleman addressed took off his hat. "Much obliged to you, but I want some exercise. I say, where did Freddie get that pair?" "I don't know. He doesn't tell me. Jacob, you must get in. I want to speak to you." Rather unwillingly, Delafield obeyed, and away they sped. "J'ai entendu des choses à vous dire," she said, speaking low and in French, so as to protect herself from the servants in front. "Jacob, I'm very unhappy about Julie." Delafield frowned uncomfortably. "Why? Hadn't you better leave her alone?" Of course. I know you think me a chatterbox. I don't care. You must let me tell you some fresh news about her. It isn't gossip, and you and I are her best friends. Freddie's so disagreeable about her. Jacob, you've got to help and advise a little. Now, do listen. It's your duty, your downright catechism duty." And she poured into his reluctant ear the tale which Miss Emily Lawrence, nearly a fortnight before, had confided to her. "Of course," she wound up, "you'll say it's only what we knew or guessed long ago, but you see, Jacob, we didn't know. It might have been just gossip, and then besides," she frowned and dropped her voice till it was only just audible, "this horrid man hadn't made our Julie so conspicuous, and Lady Henry hadn't turned out such a toad. And altogether, Jacob, I'm dreadfully worried." "Don't be," said Jacob dryly. "And what a creature!" cried the Duchess, unheeding. "They say that poor Moffatt child will soon have fretted herself ill, if the guardians don't give way about the 2 years." "What 2 years?" "The 2 years that she must wait till she is 21. "Oh, Jacob, you know that!" exclaimed the Duchess. impatient with him. I've told you scores of times. I'm not in the least interested in Miss Moffat's affairs. But you ought to be, for they concern Julie, cried the Duchess. Can't you imagine what kind of things people are saying? Lady Henry has spread it about that it was all to see him. She bribed the Breton street servants to let her give the Wednesday party as usual. That she had been flirting with him abominably for months, and using Lady Henry's name in the most impertinent ways. And now, suddenly, everybody seems to know something about this Indian engagement. You may imagine it doesn't look very well for our poor Julie. The other night at Chatton House, I was furious. I made Julie go. I wanted her to show herself and keep up her friends. Well, it was horrid. One or two old frights, who used to be only too thankful to Julie for reminding Lady Henry to invite them, put their noses in the air and behaved odiously. And even some of the nicer ones seemed changed. I could see Julie felt it. Nothing of all that will do her any real harm, said Jacob, rather contemptuously. Well, no, I know, of course, that her real friends will never forsake her. Never, never. But Jacob, the Duchess hesitated, her charming little face furrowed with thought. If only so much of it weren't true. She herself, please, Evelyn, said Delafield with decision. Don't tell me anything she may have said to you. The Duchess flushed. I shouldn't have betrayed any confidence, she said proudly, and I must consult with someone who cares about her. Dr. Meredith lunched with me today, and he said a few words to me afterwards. He's quite anxious, too, and unhappy. Captain Warkworth's always there, always. Even I have been hardly able to see her the last few days. Last Sunday, they took the little lame child and went into the country for the whole day. Well, what is there to object to in that? Cried Jacob. I didn't say there was anything to object to, said the Duchess, looking at him with eyes half angry, half perplexed. Only it's so unlike her. She had promised to be at home that afternoon for several old friends, and they found her flown without a word. And think how sweet Julie is always about such things. What delicious notes she writes. How she hates to put anybody out or disappoint them. And now, not a word of excuse to anybody. And she looks so ill, so white, so fixed, like a person in a dream which she can't shake off. I'm just miserable about her, and I hate that man engaged to her own cousin all the time, cried the little Duchess, under her breath, as she passionately tore some violets at her waist to pieces and flung them out of the carriage. Then she turned to Jacob. But, of course, if you don't care twopence about all this, Jacob, it's no good talking to you. Her taunt fell quite unnoticed. Jacob turned to her with smiling composure. You have forgotten, my dear Evelyn, all this time, that Warkworth goes away to mid-Africa in little more than 2 weeks. I wish it was 2 minutes, said the Duchess, fuming. Delafield made no reply for a while. He seemed to be studying the effect of a pale shaft of sunlight which had just come stealing down through layers of thin grey cloud to dance upon the Serpentine. Presently, as they left the Serpentine behind them, he turned to his companion with more apparent sympathy. We can't do anything, Evelyn, and we've no right whatever to talk of alarm or anxiety, to talk of it, mind. It's disloyal. Forgive me, he added hastily. I know you don't gossip, but it fills me with rage that other people should be doing it. The brusquerie of his manner disconcerted the little lady beside him. She recovered herself, however, and said with a touch of sarcasm, tempered by a rather trembling lip, Your rage won't prevent their gossiping, Mr. Jacob. I thought perhaps your friendship might have done something to stop it, To influence Julie, she added uncertainly. My friendship, as you call it, is of no use whatever, he said obstinately. Warkworth will go away, and if you and others do their best to protect Miss Le Breton, talk will soon die out. Behave as if you had never heard the man's name before. Stare the people down. Why, good heavens, you have 1,000 arts. But of course, if the little flame is to be blown into a blaze by a score of so-called friends, he shrugged his shoulders. The Duchess did not take his rebukes kindly, not having, in truth, deserved them. You are rude and unkind, Jacob, she said, almost with the tears in her eyes, and you don't understand. It is because I myself am so anxious. For that reason, play the part with all your might, he said unyieldingly. Really, even you and I oughtn't to talk of it any more. But there is one thing I want very much to know about Miss Le Breton. He bent towards her, smiling, though in truth he was disgusted with himself, vexed with her, and out of tune with all the world. The Duchess made a little face. All very well, but after such a lecture as you have indulged in, I think I prefer not to say any more about Julie. Do. I'm ashamed of myself, except that I don't retract one word, not one. Be kind all the same, and tell me, if you know, has she spoken to Lord Lackington? The Duchess still frowned, but a few more apologetic expressions on his part restored a temper that had always a natural tendency to peace. Indeed, Jacob's boutades never went long unpardoned. An only child herself, he, her first cousin, had played the part of brother in her life, since the days when she first tottered in long frocks, and he had never played it in any menacing fashion. His words were often blunt. She smarted and forgave, much more quickly than she forgave her husband, but then, with him, she was in love. So she presently vouchsafed to give Jacob the news that Lord Lackington at last knew the secret, that he had behaved well, had shown much feeling, in fact, so that poor Julie— But Jacob again cut short the sentimentalisms, the little touching phrases in which the woman delighted. What is he going to do for her? He said impatiently. Will he make any provision for her? Is there any way by which she can live in his house, take care of him? The Duchess shook her head. At 75, one can't begin to explain a thing as big as that. Julie perfectly understands, and doesn't wish it. But as to money, persisted Jacob. Julie says nothing about money. How odd you are, Jacob. I thought that the last thing needful in your eyes. Jacob did not reply. If he had, he would probably have said that what was harmful or useless for men might be needful for women, for the weakness of women. But he kept silence, while the vague intensity of the eyes, the pursed and twisted mouth, showed that his mind was full of thoughts. Suddenly, he perceived that the carriage was nearing Victoria Gate. He called to the coachman to stop, and jumped out. Goodbye, Evelyn. Don't bear me malice. You're a good friend, he said in her ear. A real good friend. But don't let people talk to you, not even elderly ladies with the best intentions. I tell you it will be a fight, and one of the best weapons is— He touched his lips significantly, smiled at her, and was gone. The Duchess passed out of the park. Delafield turned as though in the direction of the Marble Arch. But as soon as the carriage was out of sight, he paused and quickly retraced his steps towards Kensington Gardens. Here, in this third week of March, some of the thorns and lilacs were already in leaf. The grass was springing, and the chatter of many sparrows filled the air. Faint patches of sun flecked the ground between the trees, and blue hazes, already redeemed from the dreariness of winter, filled the dim plains of distance, and mingled with the low, silvery clouds. He found a quiet spot, remote for nursery maids and children, and there he wandered to and fro indefinitely, his hands behind his back. All the anxieties for which he had scolded his cousin possessed him, only sharpened tenfold. He was in torture, and he was helpless. However, when at last he emerged from his solitude and took a hansom to the Chudleigh estate office in Springs Gardens, he resolutely shook off the thoughts which had been weighing upon him. He took his usual interest in his work, and did it with his usual capacity. Towards 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Delafield found himself in Cureton Street. As he turned down Heribert Street, he saw a cab in front of him. It stopped at Miss Le Breton's door, and Warkworth jumped out. The door was quickly opened to him, and he went in without having turned his eyes toward the man at the far corner of the street. Delafield paused irresolute. Finally, he walked back to his club in Piccadilly, where he dawdled over the newspapers till nearly 7. Then he once more betook himself to Heribert Street. "Is Miss Le Breton home?" Thérèse looked at him with a sudden flickering of her clear eyes. "I think so, sir," she said with soft hesitation, and slowly led him across the hall. The drawing-room door opened. Major Warkworth emerged. "Ah, how do you do?" he said shortly, staring in a kind of bewilderment as he saw Delafield. Then he hurriedly looked for his hat, ran down the stairs, and was gone. "Announce me, please," said Delafield peremptorily to the little girl. "Tell Miss Le Breton that I am here." And he drew back from the open door of the drawing-room. Thérèse slipped in and reappeared. "Please to walk in, sir," she said in her shy, low voice, and Delafield entered. From the hall he caught one involuntary glimpse of Julie, standing stiff and straight in the middle of the room, her hands clasped to her breast, a figure in pain. When he went in, she was in her usual seat by the fire, with her embroidery frame in front of her. "May I come in? It's rather late." "Oh, by all means. Do you bring me any news of Evelyn? I haven't seen her for 3 days." He seated himself beside her. It was hard, indeed, for him to hide all signs of the tumult within, but he held a firm grip upon himself. "I saw Evelyn this afternoon. She complained that you had had no time for her lately." Julie bent over her work. He saw that her fingers were so unsteady that she could hardly make them obey her. "There has been a great deal to do, even in this little house. Evelyn forgets. She has an army of servants. We have only our hands and our time." She looked up, smiling. He made no reply, and the smile died from her face, suddenly, as though someone had blown out light. She returned to her work, or pretended to, but her aspect had left him inwardly shaken. The eyes, disproportionately large and brilliant, were of an emphasis almost ghastly. The unusually clear complexion was flecked and cloudy, the mouth dry-lipped. She looked much older than she had done a fortnight before, and the fact was the more noticeable because in her dress she had now wholly discarded the touch of stateliness, almost old-maidishness, which had once seemed appropriate to the position of Lady Henry's companion. She was wearing a little gown of her youth, a blue cotton, which 2 years before had been put aside as too slight and juvenile. Never had the form within it seemed so girlish, so appealing, but the face was heart-rending. After a pause, he moved a little closer to her. "Do you know that you are looking quite ill?" "Then, my looks are misleading. I am very well." "I'm afraid I don't put much faith in that remark. When do you mean to take holiday?" "Oh, very soon. Leonie, my little housekeeper, talks of going to Bruges to wind up all her affairs there and bring back some furniture that she has warehoused. I may go with her. I, too, have some property stored there. I should go and see some old friends. The Sewers, for instance, with whom I went to school. In the old days I was a torment to them, and they were tyrants to me, but they are quite nice to me now. They give me pâtisserie and stroke my hands, and spoil me. And she rattled on about the friends she might revisit, in a hollow, perfunctory way, which set him on edge. I don't see that anything of that kind will do you any good. You want rest of mind and body. I expect those last scenes with Lady Henry cost you more than you knew. There are wounds one does not notice at the time, which afterwards bled inwardly. She laughed. No, no, I am not bleeding for Lady Henry. By the way, what news of her? Sir Wilfrid told me today that he had had a letter. She is at Torquay, and she thinks there are too many curates at Torquay. She is not at all in a good temper. Julie looked up. You know that she is trying to punish me. A great many people seem to have been written to. That will blow over. I don't know. How confident I was at one time that, if there was a breach, it would be Lady Henry that would suffer. It makes me hot to remember some things I said, to Sir Wilfrid in particular. I see now that I shall not be troubled with society in this little house. It is too early for you to guess anything of that kind. Not at all. London is pretty full. The affair has made a noise. Those who meant to stand by me would have called, don't you think? The quivering bitterness of her face was most pitiful in Jacob's eyes. Oh, people take their time, he said, trying to speak lightly. She shook her head. It's ridiculous that I should care. One's self-love, I suppose, that bleeds. Evelyn has made me send out cards for a little housewarming. She said I must. She made me go to that smart party at Chatham House the other night. It was a great mistake. People turn their backs on me, and this, too, will be a mistake and a failure. You were kind enough to send me a card. Yes, and you must come. She looked at him with a sudden nervous appeal, which made another tug on his self-control. Of course I shall come. Do you remember your own saying that awful evening that I had devoted friends? Well, we shall soon see. That depends only on yourself, he replied with gentle deliberation. She started, threw him a doubtful look. If you mean that I must take a great deal of trouble, I am afraid I can't. I am too tired. And she sank back in her chair. The sigh that accompanied the words seemed to him involuntary, unconscious. I didn't mean that altogether, he said after a moment. She moved restlessly. Then, really, I don't know what you meant. I suppose all friendship depends on oneself. She drew her embroidery frame toward her again, and he was left to wonder at his own audacity. Do you know, she said, presently, her eyes apparently busy with her silks, that I have told Lord Lackington? Yes, Evelyn gave me that news. How has the old man behaved? Oh, very well, most kindly. He has already formed a habit, almost, of dropping in upon me at all hours. I have had to appoint him times and seasons, or there would be no work done. He sits there and raves about young Miss Delaray. You know, he is painting her portrait for the famous series, and draws her profile on the backs of my letters. He recites his speeches to me. He asks my advice as to his fights with his tenants or his miners. In short, I'm adopted. I'm almost the real thing. She smiled, and then again, as she turned over her silks, he heard her sigh, a long breath of weariness. It was strange and terrible in his ear, the contrast between this unconscious sound, drawn as it were from the oppressed heart of pain, and her languidly smiling words. Has he spoken to you of the Moffats? He asked her, presently, not looking at her. A sharp crimson color rushed over her face. Not much. He and Lady Blanche are not great friends, and I have made him promise to keep my secret from her till I give him leave to tell it. It will have to be known to her sometime, will it not? Perhaps, she said impatiently. Perhaps when I can make up my mind. Then she pushed aside her frame, and would talk no more about Lord Lackington. She gave him, somehow, the impression of a person suffocating, struggling for breath and air, and yet her hand was icy, and she presently went to the fire, complaining of the east wind, and, as he put on the coal, he saw her shiver. "Shall I force her to tell me anything?" he thought to himself. Did she divine the obscure struggle in his mind? At any rate, she seemed anxious to cut short their tete-a-tete. She asked him to come and look at some engravings which the Duchess had sent round the embellishment of the dining-room. Then she summoned Madame Bornier, and asked him a number of questions on Léonie's behalf, with reference to some little investment of the ex-governess's savings, which had been dropping in value. Meanwhile, as she kept him talking, she leaned herself against the lintel of the door, forgetting every now and then that anyone else was there, and letting the true self appear like some drowned thing floating into sight. Delafield disposed of Madame Bornier's affairs, hardly knowing what he said, but showing in truth his usual conscience and kindness. Then, when Léonie was contented, Julie saw the little cripple crossing the hall, and called to her, "Ah, ma chérie, how is the poor little foot?" And turning to Delafield, she explained volubly that Thérèse had given herself a slight twist on the stairs that morning, pressing the child to her side the while with a tender gesture. The child nestled against her. "Shall Maman keep back supper?" Thérèse half whispered, looking at Delafield. "No, no, I must go," cried Delafield, rousing himself and looking for his hat. "I would ask you to stay," said Julie, smiling, "just to show off Léonie's cooking, but there wouldn't be enough for a great big man, and you're probably dining with dukes." Delafield disclaimed any such intention, and they went back to the drawing-room to look for his hat and stick. Julie still had her arm round Thérèse, and would not let the child go. She clearly avoided being left alone with him, and yet it seemed, even to his modesty, that she was loath to see him depart. She talked first of her little ménage, as though proud of their daily economies and contrivances, then of her literary work and its prospects, then of her debt to Meredith. Never before had she thus admitted him to her domestic and private life. It was as though she leaned upon his sympathy, his advice, his mere neighborhood. And her pale, changed face had never seemed to him so beautiful, never, in fact, truly beautiful till now. The dying down of the brilliance and energy of the strongly marked character which had made her the life of the Bruton Street salon, into the mildness, this despondency, this hidden weariness, had left her infinitely more lovely in his eyes. But how to restrain himself much longer from taking the sad, gracious woman in his arms and coercing her into sanity and happiness? At last he tore himself away. "You won't forget Wednesday," she said to him, as she followed him into the hall. "No. Is there anything else that you wish that I could do?" "No, nothing. But if there is, I will ask." Then, looking up, she shrank from something in his face, something accusing, passionate, profound. He wrung her hand. "Promise that you will ask." She murmured something, and he turned away. She came back alone in the drawing-room. "Oh, what a good man," she said, sighing. "What a good man." And then, all in a moment, she was thankful that he was gone, that she was alone with and mistress of her pain. The passion and misery which his visit had interrupted swept back upon her in a rushing swirl, blinding and choking every sense. Ah, what a scene, to which his coming had put an end, scene of bitterness, of reclamation, not restrained even by this impending anguish of parting. It came as a close to a week during which she and Warkworth had been playing the game which they had chosen to play, according to its appointed rules, the delicacies and restraints of friendship masking, and at the same time inflaming a most unhappy, poisonous, and growing love. And finally, There had risen upon them a storm wave of feeling, tyrannous, tempestuous, bursting in reproach and agitation, leaving behind it bare and menacing the old, ugly facts, unaltered and unalterable. Warkworth was little less miserable than herself. That she knew he had loved her, as it were, to his own anger and surprise, and he suffered in deserting her, more than he had ever suffered yet through any human affection. But his purpose through it all remained stubbornly fixed. That also she knew. For nearly a year Eileen Moffat's fortune and Eileen Moffat's family connections had entered into all his calculations of the future. Only a few more years in the army, then retirement with ample means, a charming wife, and a seat in Parliament, to jeopardize a plan so manifestly desirable, so easy to carry out, so far-reaching in its favourable effects upon his life, for the sake of those hard and doubtful alternatives in which a marriage with Julie would involve him, never seriously entered his mind. When he suffered, he merely said to himself, steadily, that time would heal the smart for both of them. Only one thing would be absolutely fatal for all of us, that I should break with Eileen. Julie read these obscure processes in Warkworth's mind with perfect clearness. She was powerless to change them, but that afternoon she had, at any rate, beaten her wings against the bars, and the exhaustion and anguish of her revolt, her reproaches, were still upon her. The spring night had fallen, the room was hot, and she threw a window open. Some thorns in the garden beneath had thickened into leaf. They rose in a dark mass beneath the window. Overhead, beyond the haze of the great city, a few stars twinkled, and the dim roar of London life beat from all sides upon this quiet corner which still held Lady Mary's old house. Julie's eyes strained into the darkness. Her head swam with weakness and weariness. Suddenly she gave a cry. She pressed her hands to her heart. Upon the darkness outside there rose a face, so sharply drawn, so lifelike, that it printed itself forever upon the quivering tissues of the brain. It was Warkworth's face, not as she had seen it last, but in some strange extremity of physical ill, drawn, haggard in a cold sweat, the eyes glazed, the hair matted, the parched lips open as though they cried for help. She stood gazing. Then the eyes turned, and the agony in them looked out upon her. Her whole sense was absorbed by the phantom, her being hung upon it. Then, as it faded on the quiet trees, she tottered to a chair and hid her face. Common sense told her that she was the victim of her own tired nerves and tortured fancy. But the memory of Cousin Mary Leicester's second sight, of her visions in this very room, crept upon her and gripped her heart. A ghostly horror seized her of the room, the house, and her own tempestuous nature. She groped her way out, in blind and hurrying panic, glad of the lamp in the hall, glad of the sounds in the house, glad, above all, of Teresa's thin hands as they once more stole lovingly round her own. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Lady Rose's Daughter by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tiffany Halla Colonna. Lady Rose's Daughter by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. Chapter 17. The Duchess and Julie were in the large room of Burlington House. They had paused before a magnificent Turner of the Middle Period, hitherto unseen by the public, and the Duchess was reading from the catalogue in Julie's ear. She had found Julie alone in Heribert Street, surrounded by books and proofs, endeavouring, as she reported, to finish a piece of work for Dr. Meredith. Distressed by her friend's pale cheeks, the Duchess had insisted on dragging her from the prison house and changing the current of her thoughts. Julie, laughing, hesitating, indignant, had at last yielded, probably in order to avoid another tete-a-tete, and another scene with the little impetuous lady, and now the Duchess had her safe, and was endeavouring to amuse her. But it was not easy. Julie, generally so instructed and sympathetic, so well skilled in the difficult art of seeing pictures with a friend, might to-day never have turned a phrase upon a constable or a Romney before. She tried, indeed, to turn them as usual, but the Duchess, sharply critical and attentive where her beloved Julie was concerned, perceived the difference acutely. Alack, what languor, what fatigue! Evelyn became more and more conscious of an inward consternation.
But, thank goodness, he goes to-morrow, the villain, and when that's over, it will be all right.
Julie, meanwhile, knew that she was observed, divined, and pitied. Her pride revolted, but it could wring from her nothing better than a passive resistance. She could prevent Evelyn from expressing her thoughts. She could not so command her own bodily frame that the Duchess should not think. Days of moral and mental struggle, nights of waking, combined with the serious and sustained effort of a new profession, had left their mark. There are, moreover, certain wounds to self-love and self-respect which poison the whole being.
"Julie, you must have a holiday,"
cried the Duchess presently, as they sat down to rest. Julie replied that she, Madame Bornier, and the child were going to Bruges for a week.
"Oh, but that won't be comfortable enough. I'm sure I could arrange something. Think of all our tiresome houses, eating their heads off."
Julie firmly refused. She was going to renew old friendships at Bruges. She would be made much of, and the prospect was as pleasant as anyone need wish.
"Well, of course, if you have made up your mind. When do you go?"
"In 3 or 4 days, just before the Easter rush. And you?"
"Oh, we go to Scotland to fish. We must, of course, be killing something. How long, darling, will you be away?"
"About 10 days." Julie pressed the Duchess's little hand in acknowledgment of the caressing word and look.
"By the way, didn't Lord Lackington invite you? Ah, there he is."
And suddenly Lord Lackington, examining with fury a picture of his own, which some rascally critic had that morning pronounced to be Venetian school, and not the divine Giorgione himself, lifted an angry countenance to find the Duchess and Julie beside him. The start which passed through him betrayed itself. He could not yet see Julie with composure, but when he had pressed her hand and inquired after her health, he went back to his grievance, being indeed rejoiced to have secured a pair of listeners.
"Really, the insolence of these fellows in the press! I shall let the Academy know what I think of it. Not a rag of mine shall they ever see here again. Ears and little fingers, indeed. Idiots and owls."
Julie smiled, but it had to be explained to the Duchess that a wise man, half Italian, half German, had lately arisen who proposed to judge the authenticity of a picture by its ears, assisted by any peculiarities of treatment in the little fingers.
"What nonsense!" said the Duchess with a yawn. "If I were an artist, I should always draw them different ways." "Well, not exactly,"
said Lord Lackington, who, as an artist himself, was unfortunately debarred from statements of this simplicity.
"But the ludicrous ways in which these fools overdo their little discoveries."
And he walked on, fuming, till the open and unmeasured admiration of the two ladies for his great Rembrandt, the gem of his collection, now occupying the place of honour in the large room of the Academy, restored him to himself.
"Ah, even the biggest ass among them holds his tongue about that," he said exultantly. "But hello, what does that call itself?"
He looked at a picture in front of him, then at the catalogue, then at the Duchess.
"That picture is ours," said the Duchess. "Isn't it a dear? It is a Leonardo da Vinci." "Leonardo fiddlesticks!" cried Lord Lackington. "Leonardo, indeed! What absurdity! Really, Duchess, you should tell Crowborough to be more careful about his things. We mustn't give handles to these fellows."
"What do you mean?" said the Duchess, offended.
"If it isn't a Leonardo, pray, what is it?" "Why, a bad school copy, of course," said Lord Lackington hotly. Look at the eyes." He took out a pencil and pointed. "Look at the neck. Look at the fingers."
The Duchess pouted.
"Oh," she said, "then there is something in fingers."
Lord Lackington's face suddenly relaxed. He broke out into a shout of laughter, bon enfant that he was, and the Duchess laughed too. But under cover of their merriment, she, mindful of quite other things, drew him a little farther away from Julie.
"I thought you had asked her to Nonpareil for Easter,"
she said, in his ear, with a motion of her pretty head towards Julie in the distance.
"Yes, but, my dear lady, Blanche won't come home. She and Eileen put it off, and put it off. Now she says they mean to spend May in Switzerland, may perhaps be away the whole summer. I had counted on them for Easter. I am dependent on Blanche for hostess. It is really too bad of her. Everything has broken down, and William and I," he named his youngest son, "are going to the Uredales for a fortnight."
Lord Uredale, his eldest son, a sportsman and farmer, troubled by none of his father's originalities, reigned over the second family place, in Herefordshire, beside the Wye.
"Has Eileen any love affairs yet?"
said the Duchess abruptly, raising her face to his. Lord Lackington looked surprised.
"Not that I know of. However, I dare say they wouldn't tell me. I'm a sieve, I know. Have you heard of any? Tell me."
He stooped to her with roguish eagerness.
"I like to steal a march on Blanche."
So he knew nothing, while half their world was talking. It was very characteristic, however. Except for his own hobbies, artistic, medical, or military, Lord Lackington had walked through life as a Johnny head in the air, from his youth till now. His children had not trusted him with their secrets, and he had never discovered them for himself.
"Is there any likeness between Julie and Eileen?"
whispered the Duchess. Lord Lackington started. Both turned their eyes towards Julie, as she stood some 10 yards away from them, in front of a refined and mysterious profile of the Cinquecento, some lady, perhaps, of the d'Este or Sforzo families, attributed to Ambrogio da Predis. In her soft black dress, delicately folded and draped to hide her excessive thinness, her small toque fitting closely over her wealth of hair, her only ornaments, a long and slender chain set with uncut jewels, which Lord Lackington had brought her the day before, and a bunch of violets which the Duchess had just slipped into her belt. She was as rare and delicate as the picture. But she turned her face towards them, and Lord Lackington made a sudden exclamation.
"No, good heavens, no. Eileen was a dancing sprite when I saw her last, and this poor girl. Duchess, why does she look like that? So sad, so bloodless."
He turned upon her impetuously, his face frowning and disturbed. The Duchess sighed.
"You and I have just got to do all we can for her,"
she said, relieved to see that Julie had wandered farther away, as though it pleased her to be left to herself.
"But I would do anything, everything," cried Lord Lackington. "Of course, none of us can undo the past, but I offered yesterday to make full provision for her. She has refused. She has the most quixotic notions, poor child." "No, let her earn her own living yet a while. It will do her good. But shall I tell you secrets?"
The Duchess looked at him, knitting her small brows.
"Tell me what I ought to know, no more,"
he said gravely, with a dignity contrasting oddly with his schoolboy curiosity in the matter of little Eileen's lover. The Duchess hesitated. Just in front of her was a picture of the Venetian school representing St. George, Princess Saba, and the dragon. The princess, a long and slender victim with bowed head and fettered hands, reminded her of Julie. The dragon, perfidious, encroaching wretch. He was easy enough of interpretation. But from the blue distance, thank heaven, spurs the champion. O ye heavenly powers, give him wings and strength. St. George to the rescue.
"Well,"
she said slowly,
"I can tell you of someone who is very devoted to Julie, someone worthy of her. Come with me."
And she took him away into the next room, still talking in his ear. When they returned, Lord Lackington was radiant. With a new eagerness he looked for Julie's distant figure amid the groups scattered about the central room. The Duchess had sworn him to secrecy, indeed, and he meant to be discretion itself. But Jacob Delafield! Yes, that indeed would be a solution. His pride was acutely pleased. His affection, of which he already began to feel no small store for this charming woman of his own blood, this poor granddaughter de la main gauche, was strengthened and stimulated. She was sad now and out of spirits, poor thing, because, no doubt, of this horrid business with Lady Henry, to whom, by the way, he had written his mind. But time would see to that, time, gently and discreetly assisted by himself and the Duchess. It was impossible that she should finally hold out against such a good fellow, impossible and most unreasonable. No, Rose's daughter would be brought back safely to her mother's world and class, and poor Rose's tragedy would at last work itself out for good. How strange, romantic, and providential. In such a mood did he now devote himself to Julie. He chattered about the pictures, he gossiped about their owners, he excused himself for the absence of "that gad-about Blanche." He made her promise him a Whitsuntide visit instead, and whispered in her ear, "You shall have her room." He paid her the most handsome and gallant attentions, natural to the man of fashion par excellence, mingled with something intimate, brusque, capricious, which marked her his own, and of the family. 75, with that step, that carriage of the shoulders, that vivacity, ridiculous! And Julie could not but respond. Something stole into her heart that had never yet lodged there. She must love the old man. She did. When he left her for the Duchess, her eyes followed him, her dark-rimmed, wistful eyes.
"I must be off,"
said Lord Lackington presently, buttoning up his coat.
"This, ladies, has been dalliance. I now go to my duties. Read me in the Times tomorrow. I shall make a rattling speech. You see, I shall rub it in."
"Montresor," said the Duchess. Lord Lackington nodded. That afternoon he proposed to strew the floor of the House of Lords with the débris of Montresor's farcical reforms. Suddenly he pulled himself up.
"Duchess, look round you at those two in the doorway. Isn't it? By George, it is! Chudley and his boy."
Yes, yes, it is," said the Duchess in some excitement. "Don't recognize them. Don't speak to him. Jacob implored me not." And she hurried her companions along till they were well out of the track of the newcomers. Then, on the threshold of another room, she paused, and, touching Julie on the arm, said in a whisper, "Now look back. That's Jacob's Duke, and his poor, poor boy." Julie threw a hurried glance towards the two figures, but that glance impressed forever upon her memory a most tragic sight. A man of middle height, sallow and careworn, with jet-black hair and beard, supported by a sickly lad, apparently about 17, who clung to his arm and coughed at intervals. The father moved as though in a dream. He looked at the pictures with unseeing, lustreless eyes, except when the boy asked him a question. Then he would smile, stoop his head and answer, only to resume again immediately his melancholy passivity. The boy, meanwhile, his lips gently parted over his white teeth, his blue eyes wide open and intent upon the pictures, his emaciated cheeks deeply flushed, wore an aspect of patient suffering, of docile dependence, peculiarly touching. It was evident the father and son thought of none but each other. From time to time the man would make the boy rest on one of the seats in the middle of the room, and the boy would look up and chatter to his companion standing before him. Then again they would resume their walk, the boy leaning on his father. Clearly the poor lad was marked for death. Clearly also he was the desire of his father's heart.
"The possessor and the heir. of perhaps the finest houses and the most magnificent estates in England," said Lord Lackington, with a shrug of pity. "And Chudleigh would gladly give them all to keep that boy alive."
Julie turned away. Strange thoughts had been passing and repassing through her brain. Then, with angry loathing, she flung her thoughts from her. What did the Chudleigh inheritance matter to her? That night she said good-bye to the man she loved. These 3 miserable, burning weeks were done. Her heart, her life, would go with Warkworth to Africa and the desert. If at the beginning of this period of passion, so short in prospect and, to look back upon, an eternity, she had ever supposed that power or wealth could make her amends for the loss of her lover, she was in no mood to calculate such compensations today. Parting was too near, the anguish in her veins too sharp. "Jacob takes them to Paris tomorrow," said the Duchess to Lord Lackington. "The Duke has heard of some new doctor." An hour or 2 later, Sir Wilfrid Bury, in the smoking-room of his club, took out a letter which he had that morning received from Lady Henry Delafield, and gave it a second reading.
"So I hear that Mademoiselle's social prospects are not, after all, so triumphant as both she and I imagined. I gave the world credit for more fools than it seems to actually possess, and she, well, I own I am a little puzzled. Has she taken leave of her senses? I am told that she is constantly seen with this man, that in spite of all denials there can be no doubt of his engagement to the Moffat girl, and that en somme she has done herself no good by the whole affair. But, after all, poor soul, she is disinterested. She stands to gain nothing, as I understand, and she risks a good deal. From this comfortable distance I really find something touching in her behaviour. She gives her first Wednesday, I understand, tomorrow. Mademoiselle Le Breton at home. I confess I am curious. By all means go, and send me a full report. Mr. Montresor and his wife will certainly be there. He and I have been corresponding, of course. He wishes to persuade me that he feels himself in some way responsible for Mademoiselle's position, and for my dismissal of her, that I ought to allow him in consequence full freedom of action. I cannot see matters in the same light, but, as I tell him, the change will be all to his advantage. He exchanges a fractious old woman, always ready to tell him unpleasant truths, for one who has made flattery her métier. If he wants quantity, she will give it him. Quality he can dispense with, as I have seen for some time past. Lord Lackington has written me an impertinent letter. It seems she has revealed herself, and il s'apprend à moi, because I kept the secret from him, and because I have now dared to dismiss his granddaughter. I am in the midst of a reply which amuses me. He is to cast off his belongings as he pleases, but when a lady of the Chantry blood, no matter how she came by it, condescends to enter a paid employment, legitimate or illegitimate, she must be treated en reine, or Lord L. will know the reason why. "Here is £100 a year, and let me hear no more of you," he says to her at 16. 13 years later I take her in, respect his wishes, and keep the secret. She misbehaves herself, and I dismiss her. Where is the grievance? He himself made her electrice, and now complains that she is expected to do her duty in that line of life. He himself banished her from the family, and now grumbles that I did not at once foist her upon him. He would like to escape the odium of his former action by blaming me. But I am not meek, and I shall make him regret his letter. As for Jacob Delafield, don't trouble yourself to write me any further news of him. He has insulted me lately in a way I shall not soon forgive. Nothing to do, however, with the lady who says she refused him. Whether her report be veracious or no matters nothing to me, any more than his chances of succeeding to the captain's place. He is one of the ingenious fools who despise the old ways of ruining themselves, and in the end achieve it as well as the commoner sort. He owes me a good deal, and at one time it pleased me to imagine that he was capable both of affection and gratitude. That is the worst of being a woman. We pass from one illusion to another. Love is only the beginning. There are a dozen to come after. You will scold me for a bitter tongue. Well, my dear Wilfrid, I am not gay here. There are too many women, too many church services, and I see too much of my doctor. I pine for London, and I don't see why I should have been driven out of it by an intrigante. Write to me, my dear Wilfrid. I am not quite so bad as I paint myself. Say to yourself she has arthritis, she is 65, and her new companion reads aloud with a twang. Then you will only wonder at my moderation.
Sir Wilfrid returned the letter to his pocket. That day, at luncheon with Lady Hubert, he had had the curiosity to question Susan Delafield, Jacob's fair-haired sister, as to the reasons for her brother's quarrel with Lady Henry. It appeared that being now in receipt of what seemed to himself, at any rate, a large salary as his cousin's agent, he had thought it his duty to save up and repay the sums which Lady Henry had formerly spent upon his education. His letter enclosing the money had reached the lady during the first week of her stay at Torquay. It was, no doubt, couched in terms less cordial or more formal than would have been the case before Miss Le Breton's expulsion. "Not that he defends her altogether," said Susan Delafield, who was herself inclined to side with Lady Henry. "But as Lady Henry has refused to see him since, it was not much good being friendly, was it?" Anyway, the letter and its enclosure had completed a breach already begun. Lady Henry had taken furious offence. The cheque had been insultingly returned, and had now gone to swell the finances of a London hospital. Sir Wilfrid was just reflecting that Jacob's honesty had better have waited for a more propitious season, when, looking up, he saw the War Minister beside him, in the act of searching for a newspaper.
"Released?" said Bury with a smile.
"Yes, thank heaven. Lackington is, I believe, still pounding at me in the House of Lords, but that amuses him and doesn't hurt me."
"You'll carry your resolutions?"
"Oh dear, yes, with no trouble at all,"
said the minister, almost with sulkiness, as he threw himself into a chair and looked with distaste at the newspaper he had taken up. Sir Wilfrid surveyed him.
"We meet tonight?"
he said presently.
"You mean in Heribert Street? I suppose so,"
said Montresor, without cordiality.
"I've just got a letter from her ladyship."
"Well, I hope it is more agreeable than those she writes to me, a more unreasonable old woman."
The tired minister took up Punch, looked at a page, and flung it down again. Then he said,
"Are you going?"
"I don't know. Lady Henry gives me leave, which makes me feel myself a kind of spy."
"Oh, never mind. Come along. Mademoiselle Julie will want all our support. I don't hear her as kindly spoken of just now as I should wish."
"No, Lady Henry has more personal hold than we thought."
"And Mademoiselle Julie less tact. Why in the name of goodness does she go and get herself talked about with the particular man who is engaged to her little cousin? You know, by the way, that the story of her parentage is leaking out fast. Most people seem to know something about it."
"Well, that was bound to come. Will it do her good or harm?"
"Harm, for the present. A few people are straight-laced, and a good many feel they have been taken in. But anyway, this flirtation is a mistake."
"Nobody really knows whether the man is engaged to the Moffat girl or no. The guardians have forbidden it."
"At any rate, everybody is kind enough to say so. It's a blunder on Mademoiselle Julie's part. As to the man himself, of course, there is nothing to say. He is a very clever fellow."
Montresor looked at his companion with a sudden stiffness, as though defying contradiction.
"He will do his piece of work that we have given him to do extremely well."
"The Mokembe mission?"
Montresor nodded.
"He had very considerable claims, and was appointed entirely on his military record. All the tales as to Mademoiselle's influence, with me for instance, that Lady Henry has been putting into circulation are either absurd fiction or have only the very smallest foundation in fact."
Sir Wilfrid smiled amicably and diverted the conversation.
"Warkworth starts at once?" "He goes to Paris tomorrow. I recommended him to see Pattison, the military secretary there, who was in the expedition of 5 years back."
"This hasn't gone as well as it ought,"
said Dr. Meredith in the ear of the Duchess. They were standing inside the door of Julie's little drawing-room, the Duchess in a dazzling frock of white and silver, which placed Clarisse among the divinities of her craft, looked round her with a look of worry.
"What's the matter with the tiresome creatures? Why is everybody going so early? And there are not half the people here who ought to be here."
Meredith shrugged his shoulders.
"I saw you at Chatton House the other night,"
he said in the same tone.
"Well?"
said the Duchess sharply.
"It seemed to me there was something of a demonstration." "Against Julie? Let them try it," said the little lady with evasive defiance. "We shall be too strong for them."
"Lady Henry is putting her back into it. I confess I never thought she would be either so venomous or so successful."
"Julie will come out all right."
"She would, triumphantly, if—"
The Duchess glanced at him uneasily.
"I believe you are overworking her. She looks skin and bone."
Dr. Meredith shook his head.
"On the contrary, I have been holding her back, but it seems she wants to earn a good deal of money."
"That's so absurd," cried the Duchess, "when there are people only pining to give her some of theirs."
"No, no,"
said the journalist brusquely.
"She is quite right there. Oh, it would be all right if she were herself. She would make short work of Lady Henry, but—
Mademoiselle Julie,"
for she glided past them, and he raised his voice,
"sit down and rest yourself. Don't take so much trouble."
She flung them a smile. "Lord Lackington is going," and she hurried on. Lord Lackington was standing in a group which contained Sir Wilfrid Bury and Mr. Montresor.
"Well, good-bye, good-bye,"
he said as she came up to him.
"I must go. I'm nearly asleep." "Tired with abusing me?"
said Montresor nonchalantly, turning round upon him.
"No, only with trying to make head or tail of you,"
said Lackington gaily. Then he stooped over Julie.
"Take care of yourself. Come back rosier and fatter."
"I'm perfectly well. Let me come with you."
"No, don't trouble yourself."
For she had followed him into the hall and found his coat for him. All the arrangements for her little evening had been of the simplest. That had been a point of pride with her. Madame Bornier and Thérèse dispensing tea and coffee in the dining-room, one hired parlour-maid, and she herself active and busy everywhere. Certain French models were in her head, and memories of her mother's bare little salon in Bruges, with its good talk, and its thinnest of thin refreshments, a few cups of weak tea, or glasses of eau sucrée, with a plate of pâtisserie. The hired parlour-maid was whistling for a cab in the service of some other departing guest, so Julie herself put Lord Lackington into his coat, much to his discomfort. "I don't think you ought to have come," she said to him with soft reproach. "Why did you have that fainting fit before dinner?"
"I say, who's been telling tales?"
"Sir Wilfrid Bury met your son, Mr. Chantrey, at dinner."
"Bill can never hold his tongue. Oh, it was nothing. Not with the proper treatment, mind you. Of course, if the allopaths were to get their knives into me. But, thank God, I'm out of that galère. Well, in a fortnight, isn't it? We shall both be in town again. I don't like saying good-bye."
And he took both her hands in his.
"It all seems so strange to me still. So strange,"
he murmured. "Next week I shall see Mamma's grave," said Julie under her breath. "Shall I put some flowers there for you?" The fine blue eyes above her wavered. He bent to her.
"Yes, and write to me. Come back soon. Oh, you'll see. Things will all come right. Perfectly right. in spite of Lady Henry.
Confidence, encouragement, a charming raillery, an enthusiastic tenderness, all these beamed upon her from the old man's tone and gesture. She was puzzled, but with another pressure of the hand he was gone. She stood looking after him, and as the carriage drove away, the sound of wheels hurt her. It was the withdrawal of something protecting, something more her own, when all was said, than anything else which remained to her. As she returned to the drawing-room, Dr. Meredith intercepted her.
"You want me to send you some work to take abroad," he said in a low voice. "I shall do nothing of the kind."
"Why?"
"Because you ought to have a complete holiday."
"Very well. Then I shan't be able to pay my way," she said, with a tired smile.
"Remember the doctor's bills if you fall ill."
"Ill? I am never ill," she said with scorn. Then she looked round the room deliberately, and her gaze returned to her companion. "I am not likely to be fatigued with society, am I?" she added, in a voice that did not attempt to disguise the bitterness within.
"My dear lady, you are hardly installed."
"I have been here a month, the critical month. Now was the moment to stand by me, or throw me over, n'est-ce pas? This is my first party, my housewarming. I gave a fortnight's notice. I asked about 60 people whom I knew well. Some did not answer at all. Of the rest, half declined, rather curtly, in many instances. And of those who accepted, not all are here. And, oh, how it dragged!" Meredith looked at her rather guiltily, not knowing what to say. It was true the evening had dragged. In both their minds there rose the memory of Lady Henry's Wednesdays, the beautiful rooms, the varied and brilliant company, the power and consideration which had attended Lady Henry's companion. "I suppose," said Julie, shrugging her shoulders, "I had been thinking of the French maîtresse de salon, like a fool, of Mademoiselle de l'Espinasse, or Madame Moll, imagining that people would come to me for a cup of tea and an agreeable hour. But in England it seems people must be paid to talk. Talk is a business affair. You give it for a consideration."
"No, no, you'll build it up,"
said Meredith. In his heart of hearts he said to himself that she had not been herself that night. Her wonderful social instincts, her memory, her adroitness, had somehow failed her, and from a hostess strained, conscious, and only artificially gay, the little gathering had taken its note.
"You have the old guard, anyway,"
added the journalist with a smile as he looked round the room. The Duchess, Delafield, Montresor and his wife, General McGill, and 3 or 4 other old habitués of the Bruton Street evenings were scattered about the little drawing-room. General Fergus, too, was there, had arrived early, and was staying late. His frank soldier's face, the accent, cheerful, homely, careless, with which he threw off talk full of marrow, talk only possible, for all its simplicity, to a man whose life had been already closely mingled with the fortunes of his country, had done something to bind Julie's poor little party together. Her eye rested on him with gratitude. Then she replied to Meredith. "Mr. Montresor will scarcely come again."
"What do you mean, ungrateful lady? Montresor, who has already sacrificed Lady Henry and the habits of 30 years to your beaux yeux."
"That is what he will never forgive me," said Julie sadly. "He has satisfied his pride, and I have lost a friend."
"Pessimist! Mrs. Montresor seemed to me most friendly."
Julie laughed. "She, of course, is enchanted. Her husband has never been her own till now. She married him, subject to Lady Henry's rights. But all that she will soon forget, and my existence with it."
"I won't argue. It only makes you more stubborn," said Meredith. "Ah, here they come."
For the door opened to admit the tall figure of Major Warkworth.
"Am I very late?"
he said, with a surprised look as he glanced at the thinly scattered room. Julie greeted him, and he excused himself on the ground of a dinner which had begun just an hour late, owing to the tardiness of a cabinet minister. Meredith observed the young man with some attention, from the dark corner in which Julie had left him. The gossip of the moment had reached him also, but he had not paid much heed to it. It seemed to him that no one knew anything first-hand of the Moffatt affair, and for himself he found it difficult to believe that Julie Le Breton was any man's dupe. She must marry, poor thing. Of course she must marry, since it had been plain to him that she would never listen to his own suit. This great-hearted and clear-brained man had done his best to stifle in himself all small or grasping impulses. But this fellow, with his inferior temper and morale, alack! Why are the clever women such fools? If only she had confided in him, her old and tried friend. He thought he could have put things before her so as to influence without offending her. But he suffered, had always suffered, from the jealous reserve which underlay her charm, her inborn tendency to secretiveness and intrigue. Now, as he watched her few words with Warkworth, it seemed to him that he saw the signs of some hidden relation. How flushed she was suddenly, and her eyes so bright. He was not allowed much time or scope, however, for observation. Warkworth took a turn round the room, chatted a little with this person and that, then, on the plea that he was off to Paris early on the following morning, approached his hostess again to take his leave.
"Ah, yes, you start tomorrow," said Montresor, rising. "Well, good luck to you. Good luck to you."
General Fergus, too, advanced. The whole room, indeed, awoke to the situation, and all the remaining guests grouped themselves round the young soldier. Even the Duchess was thawed a little by this actual moment of departure. After all, the man was going on his country's service.
"No child's play, this mission, I can assure you," General McGill had said to her. "Warkworth will want all the powers he has, of mind or body."
The slim young fellow, so boyishly elegant in his well-cut evening dress, received the ovation offered to him with an evident pleasure which tried to hide itself in the usual English ways. He had been very pale when he came in, but his cheek reddened as Montresor grasped him by the hand, as the two generals bade him a cordial Godspeed, and Sir Wilfrid gave him a jesting message for the British representative in Egypt, and as the ladies present accorded him those flattering and admiring looks that woman keeps for valour. Julie counted for little in these farewells. She stood apart and rather silent. "They have had their good-bye," thought the Duchess, with a thrill she could not help.
3 days in Paris," said Sir Wilfrid. "A fortnight to Denga. And then how long before you start for the interior?" "Oh, 3 weeks for collecting porters and supplies. They're drilling the escort already. We should be off by the middle of May." "A bad month," said General Fergus, shrugging his shoulders. "Unfortunately, affairs won't wait. But I am already stiff with quinine," laughed Warkworth, "or I shall be by the time I get to Denga. Goodbye, goodbye." And in another moment he was gone. Miss Le Breton had given him her hand, and wished him bon voyage, like everybody else. The party broke up. The Duchess kissed her Julie with peculiar tenderness. Delafield pressed her hand, and his deep, kind eyes gave her a lingering look, of which, however, she was quite unconscious. Meredith renewed his half-irritable, half-affectionate counsels of rest and recreation. Mrs. Montresor was conventionally effusive. Montresor alone bade the mistress of the house a somewhat cold and perfunctory farewell. Even Sir Wilfrid was a little touched. He knew not why. He vowed to himself that his report to Lady Henry on the morrow should contain no food for malice, and inwardly he forgave Mademoiselle Julie the old romancings. End of chapter 17. Recording by Tiffany Halla Colonna.
Chapter 18 of Lady Rose's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Lady Rose's Daughter by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. Chapter 18. It was 20 minutes since the last carriage had driven away. Julie was still waiting in the little hall, pacing its squares of black and white marble, slowly backward and forward. There was a low knock on the door. She opened it. Warkworth appeared on the threshold, and the high moon behind him threw a bright ray into the dim hall, where all but one faint light had been extinguished. She pointed to the drawing-room. "I will come directly. Let me just go and ask Léonie to sit up." Warkworth went into the drawing-room. Julie opened the dining-room door. Madame Bornier was engaged in washing and putting away the china and glass which had been used for Julie's modest refreshments. "Léonie, you won't go to bed. Major Warkworth is here." Madame Bornier did not raise her head. "How long will he be?" "Perhaps half an hour. It is already past midnight." "Léonie, he goes to-morrow." "Très bien. Mais sais-tu, ma chère, ce n'est pas convenable, ce que tu fais là." And the older woman, straightening herself, looked at her foster sister full in the face. A kind of watch-dog anxiety, a sulky, protesting affection, breathed from her rugged features. Julie went up to her, not angrily, but rather with a pleading humility. The two women held a rapid colloquy in low tones, Madame Bornier remonstrating, Julie softly getting her way. Then Madame Bornier returned to her work, and Julie went to the drawing-room. Warkworth sprang up as she entered. Both paused and wavered. Then he went up to her, and roughly, irresistibly drew her into his arms. She held back a moment, but finally yielded, and clasping her hands round his neck, she buried her face on his breast. They stood so for some minutes, absolutely silent, save for her hurried breathing, his head bowed upon hers. "Julie, how can we say good-bye?" he whispered at last. She disengaged herself, and, seeing his face, she tried for composure. "Come and sit down." She led him to the window, which he had thrown open as he entered the room, and they sat beside it, hand in hand. A mild April night shone outside. Gusts of moist air floated in upon them. There were dim lights and shadows in the garden, and on the shuttered façade of the great house. "Is it forever?" said Julie, in a low, stifled voice. "Good-bye forever?" She felt his hand tremble, but she did not look at him. She seemed to be reciting words long since spoken in the mind. "You will be away, perhaps a year? Then you will go back to India, and then—" She paused. Warkworth was physically conscious, as it were, of a letter he carried in his coat pocket, a letter from the Lady Blanche Moffatt, which had reached him that morning, a letter of a grande dame, reduced to undignified remonstrance by sheer maternal terror, terror for the health and life of a child as fragile and ethereal as a wild rose in May. Reports had reached her, but no, they could not be true. She bade him be thankful that not a breath of suspicion had yet touched Aileen. As for herself, let him write and reassure her at once. Otherwise— And the latter part of the letter conveyed a veiled menace that Warkworth perfectly understood. No, in that direction no escape. His own past actions closed him in, and henceforth, it was clear, he must walk more warily. But how blame himself for these feelings of which he was now conscious towards Julie Le Breton, the strongest probably that a man not built for passion would ever know? His relation towards her had grown upon him unawares, and now that their own hands were about to cut it at the root, What blame to either of them? Fate had been at work, and he felt himself glorified by a situation so tragically sincere, and by emotions of which a month before he would have secretly held himself incapable. Resolutely, in this last meeting with Julie, he gave these emotions play. He possessed himself of her cold hands as she put her desolate question, and kissed them fervently. "Julie, if you and I had met a year ago, what happened in India would never have happened, you know that." "Do I? But it only hurts me to think it away like that. There it is. It has happened." She turned upon him suddenly. "Have you any picture of her?" He hesitated. "Yes," he said at last. "Have you got it here?" "Why do you ask, dear one? This one evening is ours." And again he tried to draw her to him, but she persisted. "I feel sure you have it. Show it me." "Julie, you and you alone are in my thoughts." "Then do what I ask." She bent to him with a wild, entreating air. Her lips almost touched his cheek. Unwillingly he drew out a letter case from his breast pocket, and took from it a little photograph which he handed to her. She looked at it with eager eyes. A face framed, as it were, out of snow and fire lay in her hand, a thing most delicate, most frail, yet steeped in feeling and significance. A child's face, with its soft curls of brown hair, and the upper lip raised above the white, small teeth, as though in a young wonder. Yet behind its sweetness, what suggestions of a poetic or tragic sensibility! The slender neck carried the little head with girlish dignity. The clear, timid eyes seemed at once to shrink from and trust the spectator. Julie returned the picture, and hid her face with her hands. Warkworth watched her uncomfortably, and at last drew her hands away. "What are you thinking of?" he said almost with violence. "Don't shut me out." "I am not jealous now," she said, looking at him piteously. "I don't hate her. And if she knew all, she couldn't hate me." "No one could hate her. She is an angel, but she is not my Julie," he said vehemently, and he thrust the little picture into his pocket again. "Tell me," she said, after a pause, laying her hand on his knee, "when did you begin to think of me differently? All the winter, when we used to meet, you never loved me then?" "How, placed as I was, could I let myself think of love? I only knew that I wanted to see you, to talk to you, to write to you, that the day when we did not meet was a lost day." "Don't be so proud." He tried to laugh at her. "You didn't think of me in any special way either. You were too much busy making bishops or judges or academicians. Oh, Julie, I was so afraid of you in those early days." "The first night we met," she said passionately, "I found a carnation you had worn in your buttonhole. I put it under my pillow, and felt for it in the dark like a talisman. You had stood between me and Lady Henry twice. You had smiled at me and pressed my hand, not as others did, but as though you understood me, myself, as though at least you wished to understand. Then came the joy of joys, that I could help you, that I could do something for you. How it altered life for me! I never turned the corner of a street that I did not count on the chance of seeing you beyond, suddenly, on my path. I never heard your voice that it did not thrill me from head to foot. I never made a new friend or acquaintance that I did not ask myself first how I could thereby serve you. I never saw you come into the room that my heart did not leap. I never slept but you were in my dreams. I loathed London when you were out of it. It was paradise when you were there." Straining back from him, as he still held her hands, her whole face and form shook with the energy of her confession. Her wonderful hair, loosened from the thin gold bands in which it had been confined during the evening, fell in a glossy confusion about her brow and slender neck. Its black masses, the melting brilliance of the eyes, the tragic freedom of the attitude, gave both to form and face a wild and poignant beauty. Warkworth, beside her, was conscious first of amazement, then of a kind of repulsion, a kind of fear, till all else was lost in a hurry of joy and gratitude. The tears stood on his cheek. "Julie, you shame me. You trample me into the earth." He tried to gather her into his arms, but she resisted. Caresses were not what those eyes demanded, eyes feverishly bright with the memory of her own past dreams. Presently, indeed, she withdrew herself from him. She rose and closed the window. She put the lamp in another place. She brought her rebellious hair into order. "We must not be so mad," she said with a quivering smile, and she again seated herself, but at some distance from him. "You see, for me, the great question is," her voice became low and rapid, "what am I going to do with the future? For you it is all plain. We part to-night. You have your career, your marriage. I withdraw from your life absolutely. But for me—" She paused. It was the manner of one trying to see her way in the dark. "Your social gifts," said Warkworth, in agitation, "your friends, Julie, these will occupy your mind. Then, of course, you must marry. Oh, you'll soon forget me, Julie. I pray you may." "My social gifts," she repeated, disregarding the rest of the speech. "I have told you already they have broken down. Society sides with Lady Henry. I am to be made to know my place. I do know it. The Duchess will fight for you." She laughed. "The Duke won't let her. Nor shall I." "You'll marry," he repeated with emotion. "You'll find someone worthy of you, someone who will give you the great position for which you were born." "I could have it at any moment," she said, looking at him quietly in the eyes. Warkworth drew back, conscious of a disagreeable shock. He had been talking in generalities, giving away the future with that fluent prodigality, that easy prophecy which costs so little. What did she mean? "Delafield?" he cried. And he waited for her reply, which lingered, in a tense and growing eagerness. The notion had crossed his mind once or twice during the winter, only to be dismissed as ridiculous. Then, on the occasion of their first quarrel, when Julie had snubbed him in Delafield's presence, and to Delafield's advantage, he had been conscious of a momentary alarm. But Julie, who on that one and only occasion had paraded her intimacy with Delafield, thenceforward said not a word of him, and Warkworth's jealousy had died for lack of fuel. In relation to Julie, Delafield had been surely the mere shadow and agent of his little cousin, the Duchess, a friendly knight-errant sort of person, with a liking for the distressed. What! The heir presumptive of Chudleigh Abbey, and one of the most famous of English dukedoms, when even he, the struggling, penurious officer, would never have dreamed of such a match. Julie meanwhile heard only jealousy in his exclamation, and it caressed her ear, her heart. She was tempted once more, womanlike, to dwell upon the other lover, and again something compelling and delicate in her feeling towards Delafield forbade. "No, you mustn't make me tell you any more," she said, putting the name aside with a proud gesture. "It would be poor and mean, but it's true. I have only to put out my hand for what you call a great position. I have refused to put it out. Sometimes, of course, it has dazzled me. To-night it seems to me dust and ashes. No, when we two have said good-bye, I shall begin life again, and this time I shall live it in my own way, for my own ends. I'm very tired. Henceforth I'll walk where my own nature would be leading. It vexes me to choose another guide." And as she spoke the words of one of the chainless souls of history, in a voice passionately full and rich, she sprang to her feet, and, drawing her slender form to its full height, she locked her hands behind her, and began to pace the room in a wild, free step. Every nerve in Warkworth's frame was tingling. He was carried out of himself, first by the rebellion of her look and manner, then by this fact, so new, so astounding, which her very evasion had confirmed. During her whole contest with Lady Henry, and now in her present ambiguous position, she had Delafield, and through Delafield the English great world, in the hollow of her hand. This nameless woman, no longer in her first youth, and she had refused. He watched her in a speechless wonder and incredulity. The thought leaped, and this sublime folly, this madness, was for me. It stirred and intoxicated him. Yet she was not thereby raised in his eyes. Nay, the contrary. With the passion which was rapidly mounting in his veins, there mingled, poor Julie, a curious diminution of respect. "Julie," he held out his hand to her peremptorily, "come to me again. You were so wonderful to-night in that white dress, like a wild muse. I shall always see you so. Come." She obeyed, and gave him her hands, standing beside his chair, but her face was still absorbed. "To be free," she said under her breath, "free, like my parents, from all these petty struggles and conventions." Then she felt his kisses on her hands, and her expression changed. "How we cheat ourselves with words," she whispered, trembling, and, withdrawing one hand, she smoothed back the light brown curls from his brow, with that protecting tenderness which had always entered into her love for him. "To-night we are here together, this one last night, and to-morrow at this time you'll be in Paris. Perhaps you'll be looking out at the lights, and the crowds on the boulevard, and the chestnut trees. They'll just be in their first leaf, I know so well, and the little thin leaves will be shining so green under the lamps, and I shall be here, and it will be all over and done with for ever. What will it matter whether I am free or not? I shall be alone. That's all a woman knows." Her voice died away. Warkworth rose. He put his arms around her, and she did not resist. "Julie," he said in her ear, "why should you be alone?" A silence fell between them. I don't understand," she said at last. "Julie, listen. I shall be 3 days in Paris, but my business can be perfectly done in 1. What if you met me there, after to-morrow? What harm would it be? We are not babes, we two. We understand life, and who would have any right to blame or to meddle? Julie, I know a little inn in the valley of the Bièvre, quite near Paris, but all wood and field. No English tourists ever go there. Sometimes an artist or two, but this is not the time of year. Julie, why shouldn't we spend our last 2 days there, together, away from all the world, before we say good-bye? You've been afraid here of prying people, of the Duchess, even of Madame Bornier. How she scowls at me sometimes. Why shouldn't we sweep all that away, and be happy? Nobody could ever know." His voice dropped, became still more hurried and soft. "We might go as brother and sister. That would be quite simple. You are practically French. I speak French well. Who is to have an idea, a suspicion of our identity? The spring there is mild and warm. The Bois de Verrières close by is full of flowers. When my father was alive and I was a child, we went once, to economize, for a year, to a village a mile or two away. But I knew this place quite well. A lovely, green, quiet spot. With your poetical ideas, Julie, you would delight in it. 2 days wandering in the woods together. Then I put you on the train for Brussels, and I go my way. But to all eternity, Julie, those days will have been ours." At the first words, almost, Julie had disengaged herself, pushing him from her with both hands. She listened to him in a dumb amazement. The colour first deserted her face, then returned in a flood. "So you despise me?" she said, catching her breath. "No, I adore you." She fell upon a chair and hid her eyes. He first knelt beside her, arguing and soothing. Then he paced up and down before her, talking very fast and low, defending and developing the scheme, till it stood before them complete and tempting in all its details. Julie did not look up, nor did she speak. At last Warkworth, full of tears, and stifled with his own emotion, threw open the window again, in a craving for air and coolness. A scent of fresh leaves and moistened earth floated up from the shrubbery beneath the window. The scent, the branching trees, the wide, mild spaces of air brought relief. He leaned out, bathing his brow in the night. A tumult of voices seemed to be echoing through his mind, dominated by one which held the rest defiantly in check. Is she a mere girl to be led astray? A moment of happiness, what harm for either of us? Then he returned to Julie. Julie. He touched her shoulder, trembling. Had she banished him for ever? It seemed to him that in these minutes he had passed through an infinity of experience. Was he not the nobler, the more truly man? Let the moralist talk. "Julie," he repeated in an anguish. She raised her head, and he saw that she had been crying. And there was in her face a light, a wildness, a yearning that reassured him. She put her arm round him and pressed her cheek to his. He divined that she too had lived and felt 1,000 hours in one. With a glow of ecstatic joy he began to talk to her again, her head resting on his shoulder, her slender hands crushed in his. And Julie meanwhile was saying to herself, "Either I go to him as he asks, or in a few minutes I must send him away for ever." And then, as she clung to him, so warm and near, her strength failed her. Nothing in the world mattered to her at that moment but this handsome, curly head bowed upon her own, this voice that called her all the names of love, this transformation of the man's earlier prudence, or ambition, or duplicity, into this eager tenderness, this anguish in separation. "Listen, dear," he whispered to her. "All my business can be got through the day before you come. I have 2 men to see. A day will be ample. I dine at the embassy to-morrow night. That is arranged. The day after, I lunch with the military secretary. Then 1,000 regrets, but I must hurry on to meet some friends in Italy. So I turn my back on Paris, and for 2 days I belong to Julie, and she to me. Say yes, Julie, my Julie." He bent over her, his hands framing her face. "Say yes," he urged, and put off for both of us that word, alone. His low voice sank into her heart. He waited till his strained sense caught the murmured words which conveyed to him the madness and the astonishment of victory. Léonie had shut up the house in a grim silence, and had taken her way upstairs to bed. Julie, too, was in her room. She sat on the edge of her bed, her head drooped, her hands clasped before her absently, like Hope still listening for the last sounds of the harp of life. The candle beside her showed her in the big mirror opposite, her grace, the white confusion of her dress. She had expected reaction, but it did not come. She was still borne on a warm tide of will and energy. All that she was about to do seemed to her still perfectly natural and right. Petty scruples, conventional hesitations, the refusal of life's great moments, these are what are wrong. These are what disgrace. Romance beckoned to her, and many a secret tendency towards the lawless paths of conduct, infused into her by the associations and affections of her childhood. The horror naturalis which protects the great majority of women from the wilder ways of passion, was in her weakened or dormant. She was the illegitimate child of a mother who had defied law for love, and of that fact she had been conscious all her life. A sharp contempt indeed arose within her for the interpretation that the common mind would be sure to place upon her action. What matter? I am my own mistress, responsible to no one. I choose for myself. I dare for myself. And when at last she rose, first loosening and then twisting the black masses of her hair, it seemed to her that the form in the glass was that of another woman, treading another earth. She trampled cowardice underfoot. She freed herself from "was uns alle bandit das Gemein." Then, as she stood before the oval mirror in a classical frame, which adorned the mantelpiece of what had once been Lady Mary Leicester's room, her eye was vaguely caught by the little family pictures and texts which hung on either side of it. Lady Mary and her sister as children, their plain faces emerging timidly from their white, high-waisted frocks. Lady Mary's mother, an old woman in a white coif and kerchief, wearing a look austerely kind. On the other side a clergyman, perhaps the brother of the old lady, with a similar type of face, though gentler, a face nourished on the Christian year, and above and below them 2 or 3 cardboard texts, carefully illumined by Lady Mary Leicester herself. Thou, Lord, knowest my down-sitting and my uprising. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Fear not, little flock, it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. Julie observed these fragments, absently at first, then with repulsion. This Anglican pietism, so well fed, so narrowly sheltered, which measured the universe with its foot rule, seemed to her quasi-Catholic eye merely fatuous and hypocritical. It is not by such forces, she thought, that the true world of men and women is governed. As she turned away, she noticed the 2 little Catholic pictures, such as she had been accustomed in her convent days to carry in her book of devotion, carefully propped up beneath the texts. Ah, Thérèse, she said to herself, with a sudden feeling of pain, is the child asleep? She listened. A little cough sounded from the neighbouring room. Julie crossed the landing. Thérèse, tu ne dors pas encore? A voice said softly in the darkness, J'attendais mademoiselle. Julie went to the child's bed, put down her candle, and stooped to kiss her. The child's thin hand caressed her cheek. Ah, it will be good to be in Bruges with mademoiselle." Julie drew herself away. "I shan't be there to-morrow, dear." "Not there! Oh, mademoiselle!" The child's voice was pitiful. "I shall join you there, but I find I must go to Paris first. I have some business there." "But maman said—" "Yes, I have only just made up my mind. I shall tell maman to-morrow morning." "You go alone, mademoiselle?" "Why not, dear goose? Vous êtes fatiguée? I would like to come with you, and carry your cloak and the umbrellas." "You indeed!" said Julie. "It would end, wouldn't it, in my carrying you, besides the cloaks and umbrellas?" Then she knelt down beside the child and took her into her arms. "Do you love me, Thérèse?" The child drew a long breath. With her little twisted hand she stroked the beautiful hair so close to her. "Do you, Thérèse?" A kiss fell on Julie's cheek. "Ce soir j'ai beaucoup prié la Sainte Vierge pour vous," she said in a timid and hurried whisper. Julie made no immediate reply. She rose from her knees, her hand still clasped in that of the crippled girl. "Did you put those pictures on my mantelpiece, Thérèse?" "Yes." "Why?" The child hesitated. "It does one good to look at them, n'est-ce pas, when one is sad? Why do you suppose I am sad?" Thérèse was silent a moment. Then she flung her little skeleton arms round Julie, and Julie felt her crying. "Well, I won't be sad any more," said Julie, comforting her. "When we're all in Bruges together, you'll see." And smiling at the child, she tucked her into her white bed, and left her. Then, from this exquisite and innocent affection, she passed back into the tumult of her own thoughts and plans. Through the restless night her parents were often in her mind. She was the child of revolt, and as she thought of the meeting before her, she seemed to be but entering upon a heritage inevitable from the beginning. A sense of enfranchisement, of passionate enlargement, upheld her, as of a life coming to its fruit. Crieu! A flashing vision of a station and its lights, and the Paris train rushed on through cold showers of sleet and driving wind. A return of winter in the heart of spring. On they sped through the half hour which still divided them from the Gare du Nord. Julie, in her thick veil, sat motionless in her corner. She was not conscious of any particular agitation. Her mind was strained not to forget any of Warkworth's directions. She was to drive across immediately to the Gare de Sceaux, in the Place d'Enfort Rocher, where he would meet her. They were to dine at an obscure inn near the station, and go down by the last train to the little town in the wooded valley of the Bièvre, where they were to stay. She had her luggage with her in the carriage. There would be no custom-house delays. Ah, the lights of Paris beginning! She peered into the rain, conscious of a sort of home-coming joy. She loved the French world, and the French sights and sounds. These tall, dingy houses of the banlieue, the dregs of a great architecture, the advertisements, the look of the streets. The train slackened into the Nord station. The blue-frocked porters crowded into the carriages. "C'est tout, madame? Vous n'avez pas la grande baguette?" "No, nothing. Find me a cab at once." There was a great crowd outside. She hurried on as quickly as she could, revolving what was to be said if any acquaintance were to accost her. By great good luck, and by travelling second class both in the train and on the boat, she had avoided meeting anybody she knew. But the Nord station was crowded with English people, and she pushed her way through in a nervous terror. "Miss Le Breton!" She turned abruptly. In the white glare of the electric lights, she did not at first recognize the man who had spoken to her. Then she drew back. Her heart beat wildly. for she had distinguished the face of Jacob Delafield. He came forward to meet her as she passed the barrier at the end of the platform, his aspect full of what seemed to her an extraordinary animation, significance, as though she were expected. "Miss Le Breton, what an astonishing, what a fortunate meeting! I have a message for you from Evelyn." "From Evelyn?" She echoed the words mechanically as she shook hands. "Wait a minute," he said, leading her aside towards the waiting room, while the crowd that was going to the douane passed them by. Then he turned to Julie's porter. "Attendez un instant." The man sulkily shook his head, dropped Julie's bag at their feet, and hurried off in search of a more lucrative job. "I am going back to night," added Delafield, hurriedly. "How strange that I should have met you, for I had very sad news for you. Lord Lackington had an attack this morning, from which he cannot recover. The doctors give him perhaps 48 hours. He had asked for you urgently. The Duchess tells me so in a long telegram I had from her to-day. But she supposed you to be in Bruges. She has wired there. You will go back, will you not?" "Go back?" said Julie, staring at him helplessly. "Go back to-night?" "The evening train starts in little more than an hour. You would be just in time, I think, to see the old man alive." She still looked at him in bewilderment, at the blue eyes under the heavily moulded brows, and the mouth with its imperative and yet eager or tremulous expression. She perceived that he hung upon her answer. She drew her hand piteously across her eyes as though to shut out the crowds, the station, and the urgency of this personality beside her. Despair was in her heart. How to consent, how to refuse. "But my friends," she stammered, "the friends with whom I was going to stay. They will be alarmed." "Could you not telegraph to them? They would understand, surely. The office is close by." She let herself be hurried along, not knowing what to do. Delafield walked beside her. If she had been able to observe him, she must have been struck afresh by the pale intensity, the controlled agitation of his face. "Is it really so serious?" she asked, pausing a moment as though in resistance. "It is the end. Of that there can be no question. You have touched his heart very deeply. He longs to see you, Evelyn says, and his daughter and granddaughter are still abroad. Miss Moffatt, indeed, is ill at Florence with a touch of diphtheria. He is alone with his 2 sons. Will you go?" Even in her confusion, the strangeness of it all was borne in upon her. His insistence, the extraordinary chance of their meeting, his grave, commanding manner. "How could you know I was here?" she said in bewilderment. "I didn't know," he said slowly, "but thank God I have met you. I dread to think of your fatigue, but you will be glad just to see him again, just to give him his last wish, won't you?" he said pleadingly. "Here is the telegraph office. Shall I do it for you?" "No, thank you. I must think how to word it. Please wait." She went in alone. As she took the pencil into her hands, a low groan burst from her lips. The man riding in the next compartment turned round in astonishment. She controlled herself and began to write. There was no escape. She must submit, and all was over. She telegraphed to Warkworth, care of the chef de gare at the Sceaux station, and also to the country inn. "Have met Mr. Delafield by chance at Nord Station. Lord Lackington dying. Must return to night. Where shall I write? Good bye." When it was done, she could hardly totter off to the office. Delafield made her take his arm. "You must have some food. Then I will call and get a sleeping car for you to Calais. There will be no crowd to-night. At Calais I will look after you if you will allow me." "Are you crossing to-night?" she said vaguely. Her lips framed the words with difficulty. "Yes, I came over with my cousins yesterday." She asked nothing more. it did not occur to her to notice that he had no luggage, no bag, no rug, none of the paraphernalia of travel. In her despairing fatigue and misery, she let him guide her as he would. He made her take some soup, then some coffee, all that she would make herself swallow. There was a dismal period of waiting, during which she was hardly conscious of where she was or of what was going on around her. Then she found herself in the sleeping car, in a reserved compartment, alone. Once more the train moved through the night. The miles flew by, the miles that forever parted her from Warkworth. End of chapter 18. Recording by Capricia Page.
Chapter 19 of Lady Rose's Daughter by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Becky Cook. Chapter 19 of Lady Rose's Daughter by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. The train was speeding through the forest country of Chantilly. A pale moon had risen, and beneath its light the straight forest roads, interminably long, stretched into the distance. The vaporous masses of young and budding trees hurried past the eye of the traveller, so also the white hamlets already dark and silent, the stations with their lights and figures, the great wood-piles beside the line. Delafield, in his second-class carriage, sat sleepless and erect. The night was bitterly cold. He wore the light overcoat in which he had left the Hôtel du Rhin that afternoon for a stroll before dinner, and had no other wrap or covering. But he felt nothing, was conscious of nothing, but the rushing current of his own thoughts. The events of the 2 preceding days, the meaning of them, the significance of his own actions and its consequences, it was with these materials that his mind dealt perpetually, combining, interpreting, deducing, now in one way, now in another. His mood contained both excitement and dread, but with a main temper of calmness, courage, invincible determination, these elements did not at all interfere. The day before he had left London with his cousins, the Duke of Chudleigh and the young Lord Elmira, the invalid boy. They were bound to Paris to consult a new doctor, and Jacob had offered to convey them there. In spite of all the apparatus of servants and couriers with which they were surrounded, they always seemed to him, on their journeys, a singularly lonely and hapless pair, and he knew that they leaned upon him and prized his company. On the way to Paris, at the Calais buffet, he had noticed Henry Warkworth, and had given him a passing nod. It had been understood the night before in Heribert Street that they would both be crossing on the morrow. On the following day, the day of Julie's journey, Delafield, who was anxiously awaiting the return of his 2 companions from their interview with the great physician they were consulting, was strolling up the Rue de la Paix. Just before luncheon, when outside the Hôtel Mirabeau, he ran into a man whom he immediately perceived to be Warkworth. Politeness involved the exchange of a few sentences, although secret antagonism between the 2 men had revealed itself from the first day of their meeting in Lady Henry's drawing-room. Each word of their short conversation rang clearly through Delafield's memory. "You are at the Rhin," said Warkworth. "Yes, for a couple more days. Shall we meet at the Embassy tomorrow?" "No. I dined there last night. My business here is done. I start for Rome tonight." "Lucky man. They have put on a new fast train, haven't they?" "Yes. You leave the Gare de Lyon at 7:15, and you are at Rome the second morning in good time." "Magnificent! Why don't we all rush south? Well, good-bye, and good luck." They touched hands perfunctorily and parted. This happened about midday. While Delafield and his cousins were lunching, a telegram from the Duchess of Crowborough was handed to Jacob. He had wired to her early in the morning to ask for the address in Paris of an old friend of his, who was also a cousin of hers. The telegram contained: 36 Avenue Friedland. Lord Lackington heart attack this morning. Dying. Has asked urgently for Julie. Blanche Moffat detained Florence by daughter's illness. All circumstances most sad. Woman Heribert Street gave me Brugge's address. Have wired Julie there. Stop. The message set vibrating Delafield's mind the tender memory which already existed there of his last talk with Julie, of her strange dependence and gentleness, her haunting and pleading personality. He hoped with all his heart she might reach the old man in time, that his 2 sons, Uredale and William, would treat her kindly, and that would be found when the end came that he had made due provision for her as his granddaughter. But he had small leisure to give to thoughts of this kind. The physician's report in the morning had not been encouraging, and his 2 travelling companions demanded all the sympathy and support he could give them. He went out with them in the afternoon to the Hôtel de la Terrasse at Saint Germain. The Duke, a nervous hypochondriac, could not sleep in the noise of Paris, and was accustomed to a certain apartment in this well-known hotel, which was often reserved for him. Jacob left them about 6 o'clock to return to Paris. He was to meet one of the embassy attachés, an old Oxford friend, at the Café Gaillard for dinner. He dressed at the Rhin, put on an overcoat, and set out to walk to the Rue Gaillard about 7:30. As he approached the Mirabeau, he saw a cab with luggage standing at the door. A man came out with the hotel concierge. To his astonishment, Delafield recognized Warkworth. The young officer seemed in a hurry and out of temper. At any rate, he jumped into the cab without taking any notice of the 2 sommeliers and the concierge, who stood round expectant of francs, and when the concierge in his stiffest manner asked where the man was to drive, Warkworth put his head out of the window and said hastily to the cocher, "D'abord à la gare des Sceaux, puis je voudrais, mais dépêchez-vous." The cab rolled away and Delafield walked on. 7:30 striking from all the Paris towers, and Warkworth's intention in the morning was to leave the Gare de Lyon at 7:15, but it seemed he was now bound at 7:30 for the Gare des Sceaux, from which point of departure it was clear that no reasonable man would think of starting for the Eternal City. "D'abord à la gare des Sceaux." Then he was not catching a train, at any rate immediately. He had some other business first, and was perhaps going to the station to deposit his luggage. Suddenly a thought, a suspicion, flashed through Delafield's mind which set his heart thumping in his breast. In after days he was often puzzled to account for its origin, still more for the extraordinary force with which it at once took possession of all his energies. In his more mystical moments of later life he rose to the secret belief that God had spoken to him. At any rate, he had once hailed a cab, and, thinking no more of his dinner engagement, he drove post-haste to the Nord station. In those days the Calais trains arrived at 8. He reached the station a few minutes before it appeared. When at last it drew up, amid the crowd on the platform, it took him only a few seconds to distinguish the dark and elegant head of Julie Le Breton. A pang shot through him that pierced to the very centre of his life. He was conscious of a prayer for help and a clear mind, but on his way to the station he had rapidly thought out a plan on which to act should this mad notion in his brain turn out to have any support in reality. It had so much support that Julie Le Breton was there, in Paris, and not at Bruges, as she had led the Duchess to suppose. And when she turned her startled face upon him, his wild fancy became, for himself, a certainty. "Amiens, 5 minutes d'oreille." Delafield got out and walked up and down the platform. He passed the closed and darkened windows of the sleeping car, and it seemed to his abnormally quickened sense that he was beside her, bending over her, and that he said to her, "Courage! You are saved! Let us thank God!" A boy from the refreshment room came along wheeling a barrow on which were tea and coffee. Delafield eagerly drank a cup of tea and put his hand into his pocket to pay for it. He found there 3 francs and his ticket. After paying for the tea he examined his purse, that contained an English half-crown. So he had with him just enough to get his own second-class ticket, her first-class, and a sleeping car. That was good fortune, seeing that the bulk of his money, with his return ticket, was reposing in his dressing-case at the Hôtel du Rhin. "En voiture, s'il vous plaît." He settled himself once more in his corner, and the train rushed on. This time it was the strange hour at the Gare du Nord which he lived through again, her white face opposite to him in the refreshment room, the bewilderment and misery she had been so little able to conceal, her spasmodic attempts at conversation, a few vague words about Lord Lackington or the Duchess, and then pauses, when her great eyes, haggard and weary, stared into vacancy, and he knew well enough that her thoughts were with Warkworth, and that she was in fierce rebellion against his presence there, and this action into which he had forced her. As for him, he perfectly understood the dilemma in which she stood. Either she must accept the duty of returning to the death-bed of the old man, her mother's father, or she must confess her appointment with Warkworth. Yet suppose he had been mistaken? Well, the telegram from the Duchess covered his whole action. Lord Lackington was dying, and apart from all question of feeling, Julie Le Breton's friends must naturally desire that he should see her, acknowledge her before his two sons, and with their consent provide for her before his death. But he had not been mistaken. He remembered her hurried refusal when he had asked her if she would telegraph for her to her Paris friends, how, in a sudden shame, he had turned away that he might not see the beloved false face as she spoke, might not seem to watch or suspect her. He had just had time to send off a messenger, first to his friend at the Café Gaillard, and then to the Hôtel du Rhin before escorting her to the sleeping car. Ah, how piteous had been that dull bewilderment with which she had turned to him! But my ticket? Here they are. Oh, never mind. We will settle in town. Try to sleep. You must be very tired. And then it seemed to him that her lips trembled, like those of a miserable child. And surely she must hear that mad beating of his pulse. Boulogne was gone in a flash. Here was the Somme, stretched in a pale silver flood beneath the moon, a land of dunes and stunted pines, of wide sea marshes over which came the roar of the Channel. Then again the sea was left behind, and the rich Picard country rolled away to right and left, lights here and there in cottage or villa, the lights, perhaps, of birth or death, companions of hope or despair. Calais! The train moved slowly up to the boat side. Delafield jumped out. The sleeping car was yielding up its passengers. He soon made out the small black hat and veil, the slender form in the dark travelling dress. Was she fainting? For she seemed to him to waver as he approached her, and the porter who had taken her rugs and bag was looking at her in astonishment. In an instant he had drawn her arm within his, and was supporting her as he best could. The car was very hot, and I am so tired. I only want some air. They reached the deck. You will go downstairs? No, some air, she murmured, and he saw that she could hardly keep her feet. But in a few moments they had reached the shelter on the upper deck, usually so well filled with chairs and passengers on a day crossing. Now it was entirely deserted. The boat was not full, the night was cold and stormy, and the stream of passengers had poured down into the shelter of the lower deck. Julie sank into a chair. Delafield hurriedly loosened the shawl she carried with her from its attendant bag and umbrella, and wrapped it around her. "It will be a rough crossing," he said in her ear. "Can you stand it on deck?" "I'm a good sailor. Let me stay here." Her eyes closed. He stooped over her in anguish. One of the boat officials approached him. "Madame Frouet me de descendre, monsieur. La traversée ne sera pas bonne." Delafield explained that the lady must have air and was a good sailor. Then he had pressed into the man's hand his 3 francs, and sent him for brandy and an extra covering of some kind. The man went unwillingly. During the whole bustle of departure Delafield saw nothing but Julie's helpless and motionless form. He heard nothing but the faint words by which, once or twice, she tried to convey to him that she was not unconscious. The brandy came. The man who brought it again objected to Julie's presence on deck. Delafield took no heed. He was absorbed in making Julie swallow some of the brandy. At last they were off. The vessel glided slowly out of the old harbour, and they were immediately in rough water. Delafield was roused by a peremptory voice at his elbow. "This lady ought not to stay here, sir. There is plenty of room in the lady's cabin." Delafield looked up and recognized the captain of the boat, the same man who 36 hours before had shown special civilities to the Duke of Chudleigh and his party. "Ah, you are Captain Whittaker," he said. The shrewd, stout man who had accosted him raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Delafield drew him aside a moment. After a short conversation the captain lifted his cap and departed, with a few words to the subordinate officer who had drawn his attention to the matter. Henceforward they were unmolested, and presently the officer brought a pillow and striped blanket, saying they might be useful to the lady. Julie was soon comfortably placed, lying down on the seat under the wooden shelter. Delicacy seemed to suggest that her companion should leave her to herself. Jacob walked up and down briskly, trying to shake off the cold which benumbed him. Every now and then he paused to look at the lights on the receding French coast, as its grey phantom line sweeping southward under the stormy moon, or disappearing to the north in the clouds of rain. There was a roar of waves and a dashing of spray. The boat, not a large one, was pitching heavily, and the few male passengers who had at first haunted the deck soon disappeared. Delafield hung over the surging water in a strange exaltation, half physical and half moral. The wild salt strength and savour of the sea breathed something akin to that passionate force of will which had impelled him to the enterprise in which he stood. No mere man of the world could have dared it. Most men of the world, as he was well aware, would have condemned or ridiculed it. But for one who saw life and conduct sub specie aeternitas, it had seemed natural enough. The wind blew fierce and cold. He made his way back to Julie's side. To his surprise she had raised herself and was sitting propped up against the corner of the seat, her veil thrown back. "You are better," he said, stooping to her, so as to be heard against the boom of the waves. "This rough weather does not affect you." She made a negative sign. He drew his camp-stool beside her. Suddenly she asked him what time it was. The haggard nobleness of her pale face amid the folds of black veil, the absent passion of the eye, thrilled to his heart. Where were her thoughts? "Nearly 4 o'clock." He drew out his watch. "You see, it is beginning to lighten." And he pointed to the sky, in which that indefinable lifting of the darkness which precedes the dawn was taking place, and to the far distances of the sea, where a sort of livid clarity was beginning to absorb and vanquish that stormy play of alternate dark and moonlight which had prevailed when they left the French shore. He had hardly spoken, when he felt that her eyes were fixed upon him. To look at his watch, he had thrown open his long Newmarket coat, forgetting that in doing so he disclosed the evening dress in which he had robed himself at the Hôtel du Rhin for his friend's dinner at the Café Gaillard. He hastily rebuttoned his coat and turned his face seaward once more. But he heard her voice, and was obliged to come close to her that he might catch the words. "You have given me your wraps," she said with difficulty. "You will suffer." "Not at all. You have your own rug, and one that the captain provided. I keep myself quite warm with moving about." There was a pause. His mind began to fill with alarm. He was not of the men who act a part with ease, but having got through so far, he had calculated on preserving his secret. Flight was best, and he was just turning away when a gesture of hers arrested him. Again he stooped till their faces were near enough to let her voice reach him. "Why are you in evening dress?" "I had intended to dine with a friend. There was not time to change." "Then you did not mean to cross tonight?" He delayed a moment, trying to collect his thoughts. "Not when I dressed for dinner, but some sudden news decided me." Her head fell back wearily against the support behind it. The eyes closed, and he, thinking she would perhaps sleep, was about to rise from his seat, when the pressure of her hand upon his arm detained him. He sat still, and the hand was withdrawn. There was a lessening of the roar in their ears. Under the lee of the English shore the wind was milder, the terror music of the seas less triumphant, and over everything was stealing the first discriminating touch of the coming light. Her face was clear now, and Delafield, at last venturing to look at her, saw that her eyes were open again and trembled at their expression. There was in them a wild suspicion. Secretly, steadily, he nerved himself to meet the blow that he foresaw. "Mr. Delafield, have you told me all the truth?" She sat up as she spoke, deadly pale but rigid. With an impatient hand she threw off the wraps which had covered her. Her face commanded an answer. "Certainly I have told you the truth." "Was it the whole truth? It seems to me that you were not prepared yourself for this journey, that there is some mystery which I do not understand, which I resent." "But what mystery? When I saw you, I of course thought of Evelyn's telegram." "I should like to see the telegram." He hesitated. If he had been more skilled in the little falsehoods of every day, he would simply have said that he had left it at the hotel. But he lost his chance. Nor at the moment did he clearly perceive what harm it would do to show it to her. The telegram was in his pocket, and he handed it to her. There was a dim oil lamp in the shelter. With difficulty she held the fluttering paper up and just divined the words. Then the wind carried it away and blew it overboard. He rose and leaned against the edge of the shelter, looking down upon her. There was in his mind a sense of something solemn approaching, round which this sudden lull of blast and wave seemed to draw a wind-warm space, closing them in. "Why did you come with me?" she persisted, in an agitation she could now scarcely control. "It is evident you had not meant to travel. You have no luggage, and you are in evening dress. And I remember now, you sent 2 letters from the station." "I wished to be your escort." Her gesture was almost one of scorn at the evasion. "Why were you at the station at all? Evelyn had told you I was at Bruges, and you were dining out. I can't understand." She spoke with a frowning intensity, a strange queenliness in which was neither guilt nor confusion. A voice spoke in Delafield's heart. "Tell her," it said. He bent nearer to her. "Miss Le Breton, with what friends were you going to stay in Paris?" She breathed quick. "I am not a schoolgirl, I think, that I should be asked questions of that kind." "But on your answer depends mine." She looked at him in amazement. His gentle kindness had disappeared. She saw instead that Jacob Delafield, whom her instinct had defined from the beginning behind the modest and courteous outer man, the Jacob Delafield of whom she had told the Duchess she was afraid. But her passion swept every other thought out of its way. With dim agony and rage she began to perceive that she had been duped. "Mr. Delafield," she tried for calm, "I don't understand your attitude, but, so far as I do understand it, I find it intolerable. If you have deceived me—" "I have not deceived you. Lord Lackington is dying." "But that is not why you were at the station," she repeated passionately. "Why did you meet the English train?" Her eyes, clear now in the cold light, shone upon him imperiously. Again the inner voice said, "Speak. Get away from conventionalities. Speak soul to soul." He sat down once more beside her. His gaze sought the ground. Then, with sharp suddenness, he looked her in the face. "Miss Le Breton, you were going to Paris to meet Major Warkworth?" She drew back. "And if I was," she said with a wild defiance, "I had to prevent it. That was all." His tone was calm and resolution itself. Who gave you authority over me?" "One may save, even by violence. You were too precious to be allowed to destroy yourself." His look, so sad and strong, the look of a deep compassion, fastened itself upon her. He felt himself indeed possessed by a force not his own, that same force which in its supreme degree made of St. Francis the great tamer of souls. "Who asked you to be our judge? Neither I nor Major Warkworth owe you anything." "No, but I owed you help, as a man, as your friend. The truth was somehow borne in upon me. You were risking your honor. I threw myself in the way." Every word seemed to madden her. What could you know of the circumstances?" cried her choked, laboring voice. "It is unpardonable, an outrage. You know nothing either of him or of me." She clasped her hands to her breast in a piteous, magnificent gesture, as though she were defending her lover and her love. "I know that you have suffered much," he said, dropping his eyes before her, "but you would suffer infinitely more if you had not interfered." Her veil had fallen over her face again. She flung it back in an impatient despair. "Mr. Delafield, I can do without your anxieties." "But not," he spoke slowly, "without your own self-respect." Julie's face trembled. She hid it in her hands. "Go," she said. "Go." He went to the farther end of the ship and stood there motionless, looking towards the land, but seeing nothing. On all sides the darkness was lifting, and in the distance there gleamed already the whiteness that was Dover. His whole being was shaken with that experience which comes so rarely to cumbered and superficial men, the intimate wrestle of one personality with another. It seemed to him he was not worthy of it. After some little time, when only a quarter of an hour lay between the ship and Dover pier, he went back to Julie. She was sitting perfectly still, her hands clasped in front of her, her veil drawn down. "May I say one word to you?" he said gently. She did not speak. "It is this. What I have confessed to you tonight is, of course, buried between us. It is as though it had never been said. I have given you pain. I ask your pardon from the bottom of my heart. And at the same time," his voice trembled, "I thank God that I had the courage to do it." She threw him a glance that showed her a quivering lip and the pallor of intense emotion. "I know you think you were right," she said, in a voice dull and strained. "But henceforth we can only be enemies. You have tyrannized over me in the name of standards that you revere and I reject. I can only beg you to let my life alone for the future." He said nothing. She rose dizzily to her feet. They were rapidly approaching the pier. Her hands clasped in front of her. With the cold aloofness of one who feels it more dignified to submit than to struggle, she allowed him to assist her in landing. He put her into the Victoria train, travelling himself in another carriage. As he walked beside her down the platform of Victoria Station, she said to him, "I shall be obliged if you will tell Evelyn that I have returned." "I go to her at once." She suddenly paused, and he saw that she was looking helplessly at one of the newspaper placards of the night before. First among its items appeared, "Critical state of Lord Lackington." He hardly knew how far she would allow him to have any further communication with her, but her pale exhaustion made it impossible not to offer to serve her. "It would be early to go for news now," he said gently. "It would disturb the house. But in a couple of hours from now," the station clock pointed to 6:15, "if you will allow me, I will leave the morning bulletin at your door." She hesitated. "You must rest, or you will have no strength for nursing," he continued in the same studiously guarded tone. "But if you would prefer another messenger—" "I have none," and she raised her hand to her brow in a mute and conscious confession of an utter weakness and bewilderment. "Then let me go," he said softly. It seemed to him that she was so physically weary as to be incapable either of assent or resistance. He put her into her cab, and gave the driver his directions. She looked at him uncertainly, but he did not offer his hand. From those blue eyes of his there shot out upon her one piercing glance, manly, entreating, sad. He lifted his hat and was gone. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Lady Rose's Daughter by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20 of Lady Rose's Daughter. "Jacob, what brings you back so soon?" The Duchess ran into the room, a trim little figure in her morning dress of blue and white cloth, with her small Spitz sleeping beside her. Delafield advanced. "I came to tell you that I got your telegram yesterday, and that in the evening, by an extraordinary and fortunate chance, I met Miss Le Breton in Paris." "You met Julie in Paris?" echoed the Duchess in astonishment. "She had come to spend a couple of days with some friends there before going on to Bruges. I gave her the news of Lord Lackington's illness, and she at once turned back. She was much fatigued and distressed, and the night was stormy. I put her into the sleeping car, and came back myself to see if I could be any assistance to her. And at Calais I was of some use. The crossing was very rough." "Julie was in Paris?" repeated the Duchess, as though she had heard nothing else of what he had been saying. Her eyes, so blue and large, and her small irregular face, sought those of her cousin and endeavoured to read them. "It seems to have been a rapid change of plan, and it was a great stroke of luck my meeting her." "But how? And where?" "Oh, there is no time for going into that," said Delafield impatiently. "But I knew you would like to know that she was here, after your message yesterday. We arrived a little after 6 this morning. About 9 I went for news to St. James's Square. There is a slight rally." "Did you see Lord Uredale? Did you say anything about Julie?" asked the Duchess eagerly. "I merely asked at the door, and took the bulletin to Miss Le Breton. Will you see Uredale and arrange it? I gather you saw him yesterday." "By all means," said the Duchess, musing. "Oh, it was so curious yesterday. Lord Lackington had just told them. You should have seen those two men." "The sons?" The Duchess nodded. "They don't like it. They were as stiff as pokers. But they will do absolutely the right thing. They see at once that she must be provided for. And when he asked for her they told me to telegraph, if I could find out where she was. Well, of all the extraordinary chances!" She looked at him again oddly, a spot of red on either small cheek. Delafield took no notice. He was pacing up and down, apparently in thought. "Suppose you take her there," he said, pausing abruptly before her. "To St. James's Square? What did you tell her?" "That he was a trifle better, and that you would come to her." "Yes, it would be hard for her to go alone," said the Duchess reflectively. She looked at her watch. "Only a little after 11. Ring, please, Jacob." The carriage was ordered. Meanwhile the little lady inquired eagerly after her Julie. Had she been exhausted by the double journey? Was she alone in Paris? Or was Madame Bornier with her? Jacob had understood that Madame Bornier and the little girl had gone straight to Bruges. The Duchess looked down, and then looked up. Did you come across Major Warkworth?" "Yes. I saw him for a moment in the Rue de la Paix. He was starting for Rome." The Duchess turned away as though ashamed of her question, and gave her orders for the carriage. Then her attention was suddenly drawn to her cousin. "How pale you look, Jacob," she said, approaching him. "Won't you have some wine?" Delafield refused, declaring that all he wanted was an hour or two's sleep. "I go back to Paris tomorrow," he said as he prepared to take his leave. "Will you be here tonight if I look in?" "Alack, we go to Scotland tonight. It was just a piece of luck that you found me this morning. Freddie is fuming to get away." Delafield paused a moment, then he abruptly shook hands and went. "He wants news of what happens at St. James's Square," thought the Duchess suddenly, and she ran after him to the top of the stairs. "Jacob, if you don't mind a horrid mess tonight, Freddie and I shall be dining alone. Of course we must have something to eat. Somewhere about 8, do look in. There'll be a cutlet, on a trunk anyway." Delafield laughed, hesitated, and finally accepted. The Duchess went back to the drawing room, not a little puzzled and excited. "It's very, very odd," she said to herself. "And what is the matter with Jacob?" Half an hour later she drove to the splendid house in St. James's Square where Lord Lackington lay dying. She asked for Lord Uredale, the eldest son, and waited in the library till he came. He was a tall, squarely built man, with fair hair already grey, and somewhat absent and impassive manners. At sight of him the Duchess's eyes filled with tears. She hurried to him, her soft nature dissolved in sympathy. "How is your father?" "A trifle easier, though the doctors say there is no real improvement. But he is quite conscious, knows us all. I have just been reading him the debate." "You told me yesterday he had asked for Miss Le Breton," said the Duchess, raising herself on tiptoe as though to bring her low tones closer to his ear. "She's here, in town, I mean. She came back from Paris last night." Lord Uredale showed no emotion of any kind. Emotion was not in his line. "Then my father would like to see her," he said in a dry, ordinary voice, which jarred upon the sentimental Duchess. "When shall I bring her?" "He is now comfortable and resting, if you are free." The Duchess replied that she would go to Heribert Street at once. As Lord Uredale took her to her carriage, a young man ran down the steps hastily, raised his hat, and disappeared. Lord Uredale explained that he was the husband of the famous young beauty, Mrs. Delaray, whose portrait Lord Lackington had been engaged upon at the time of his seizure. Having been all his life a skilful artist, a man of fashion, and a harmless haunter of lovely women, Lord Lackington, as the Duchess knew, had all but completed a gallery of 100 portraits, representing the beauty of the reign. Mrs. Delaray's would have been the 100th in a series of which Mrs. Norton was the first. "He has been making arrangements with the husband to get it finished," said Lord Uredale. "It has been on his mind." The Duchess shivered a little. "He knows he won't finish it?" "Quite well." "And he still thinks of those things?" "Yes, or politics," said Lord Uredale, smiling faintly. "I have written to Mr. Montresor. There are 2 or 3 points my father wants to discuss with him." "And he is not depressed or troubled about himself?" "Not in the least. He will be grateful if you will bring him Miss Le Breton." "Julie, my darling, are you fit to come with me?" The Duchess held her friend in her arms, soothing and caressing her. How forlorn was the little house under its dust sheets on this rainy spring morning! And Julie, amid the dismantled drawing room, stood spectrally white and still, listening with scarcely a word in reply to the affection or the pity or the news which the Duchess poured out upon her. "Shall we go now? I am quite ready." And she withdrew herself from the loving grasp which held her, and put on her hat and gloves. "You ought to be in bed," said the Duchess. "Those night journeys are too abominable. Even Jacob looks a wreck. But what an extraordinary chance, Julie, that Jacob should have found you. How did you come across each other?" "At the North Station," said Julie, as she pinned her veil before the glass over the mantelpiece. Some instinct silenced the Duchess. She asked no more questions, and they started for St. James's Square. "You won't mind if I don't talk?" said Julie, leaning back and closing her eyes. "I seem still to have the sea in my ears." The Duchess looked at her tenderly, clasping her hand close, and the carriage rolled along. But just before they reached St. James's Square, Julie hastily raised the fingers which held her own and kissed them. "Oh, Julie," said the Duchess, reproachfully, "I don't like you to do that." She flushed and frowned. It was she who ought to pay such acts of homage, not Julie.
"Father, Miss Le Breton is here." "Let her come in, Jack, and the Duchess too."
Lord Uredale went back to the door. Two figures came noiselessly into the room, the Duchess in front, with Julie's hand in hers. Lord Lackington was propped up in bed and breathing fast, but he smiled as they approached him. "This is good-bye, dear Duchess," he said in a whisper as she bent over him. Then, with a spark of his old gaiety in the eyes, "I should be a cur to grumble. Life has been very agreeable. Ah, Julie!" Julie dropped gently on her knees beside him and laid her cheek against his arm. At the mention of her name the old man's face had clouded as though the thought she called up had suddenly rebuked his words to the Duchess. He feebly moved his hands toward hers, and there was silence in the room for a few moments.
"Uredale!"
"Yes, father." "This is Rose's daughter." His eyes lifted themselves to those of his son. "I know, father. If Miss Le Breton will allow us, we will do what we can to be of service to her." Bill Chantrey, the younger brother, gravely nodded assent. They were both men of middle age, the younger over 40. They did not resemble their father, nor was there any trace in either of them of his wayward fascination. They were a pair of well-set-up, well-bred Englishmen, surprised at nothing, and quite incapable of showing any emotion in public, yet just and kindly men. As Julie entered the house, they had both solemnly shaken hands with her, in a manner which showed at once their determination, as far as they were concerned, to avoid anything sentimental or in the nature of the scene, and their readiness to do what could be rightly demanded of them. Julie hardly listened to Lord Uredale's little speech. She had eyes and ears only for her grandfather. As she knelt beside him, her face bowed upon his hand, the ice within her was breaking up. That dumb and straightening anguish in which she had lived since that moment at the Nord station in which she had grasped the meanings and the implications of Delafield's hurried words. Was everything to be swept away from her at once? Her lover, and now this dear old man to whom her heart, crushed and bleeding as it was, yearned with all its strength? Lord Lackington supposed that she was weeping. "Don't grieve, my dear," he murmured. "It must come to an end some time. Ce chemin promenade à travers la réalité." And he smiled at her, agreeably vain to the last of that French accent and that French memory which, so his look implied, they two could appreciate, each in the other. Then he turned to the Duchess. "Duchess, you knew the secret before me, but I forgive you, and thank you. You have been very good to Rose's child, Julie has told me, and I have observed." "Oh, dear Lord Lackington!" Evelyn bent over him. "Trust her to me," she said with a lovely yearning to comfort and cheer him breathing from her little face. He smiled. "To you and—" He did not finish the sentence. After a pause he made a little gesture of farewell which the Duchess understood. She kissed his hand and turned away weeping. "Nurse, where is nurse?" said Lord Lackington. Both the nurse and the doctor, who had withdrawn a little distance from the family group, came forward. "Doctor, give me some strength," said the labouring voice, not without its old wilfulness of accent. He moved his arm towards the young homeopath, who injected strychnine. Then he looked at the nurse. "Brandy, and lift me." All was done as he desired. "Now go, please," he said to his sons. "I wish to be left with Julie." For some moments that seemed interminable to Julie, Lord Lackington lay silent. A feverish flush, a revival of life in the black eyes had followed on the administration of the two stimulants. He seemed to be gathering all his forces. At last he laid his hand on her arm. "You shouldn't be alone," he said abruptly. His expression had grown anxious, even imperious. She felt a vague pang of dread as she tried to assure him that she had kind friends, and that her work would be her resource. Lord Lackington frowned. "That won't do," he said almost vehemently. "You have great talents, but you are weak. You're a woman. You must marry." Julie stared at him, whiter even than when she had entered his room, helpless to avert what she began to foresee. "Jacob Delafield is devoted to you. You should marry him, dear. You should marry him." The room seemed to swim around her, but his face was still plain, the purpled lips and cheeks, the urgency in the eyes, as of one pursued by an overtaking force, the magnificent brow, the crown of white hair. She summoned all her powers and told him hurriedly that he was mistaken, entirely mistaken. Mr. Delafield had indeed proposed to her, but, apart from her own unwillingness, she had reason to know that his feelings towards her were now entirely changed. He neither loved her nor thought well of her. Lord Lackington lay there, obstinate, patient, incredulous. At last he interrupted her. "You make yourself believe these things, but they are not true. Delafield is attached to you. I know it." He nodded to her with his masterful, affectionate look, and before she could find words again, he had resumed. "He could give you a great position. Don't despise it. We English bigwigs have a good time." A ghostly, humorous ray shot out upon her. Then he felt for her hand. "Dear Julie, why won't you?" "If you were to ask him," she cried in despair, "he would tell you as I do." And across her miserable thoughts there flashed two mingled images: Warkworth waiting for her at the Sceaux station, and that look of agonized reproach in Delafield's haggard face as he had parted from her in the dawn of this strange, this incredible day. And here beside her, with the tyranny of the dying, this dear babbler wandered on in broken words with painful breath, pleading, scolding, and counseling. She felt that he was exhausting himself. She begged him to let her recall nurse and doctor. He shook his head, and when he could no longer speak, he clung to her hand, his gaze solemnly, insistently fixed upon her. Her spirit writhed and rebelled, but she was helpless in the presence of this mortal weakness, this affection half earthly, half beautiful on its knees before her. A thought struck her. Why not content him? Whatever pledges she gave would die with him. What did it matter? It was cruelty to deny him the words, the mere empty words he asked of her. I would do anything to please you," she said with a sudden burst of uncontrollable tears, as she laid her head down beside him on the pillow. "If he were to ask me again, of course for your sake I would consider it once more. Dear, dear friend, won't that satisfy you?" Lord Lackington was silent a few moments, then he smiled. "That's a promise." She raised herself and looked at him, conscious of a sick movement of terror. What was there in his mind, still so quick, fertile, ingenious, under the very shadow of death? He waited for her answer, feebly pressing her. "Yes," she said faintly, and once more hid her face beside him. Then for some time the dying man neither stirred nor spoke. At last Julie heard. "I used to be afraid of death. That was in middle life. Every night it was a torment. But now, for many years, I have not been afraid at all. Lord Byron said to me once, he would not change anything in his life, but he would have preferred not to have lived at all. I could not say that. I have enjoyed it all. Being an Englishman and an English peer, pictures, politics, society, everything. Perhaps it wasn't fair. There are so many poor devils." Julie pressed his hand to her lips, but in her thoughts there rose the sudden sharp memory of her mother's death, of that bitter stoicism and abandonment in which the younger life had closed, in comparison with this peace, this complacency. Yet it was a complacency rich in sweetness. His next words were to assure her tenderly that he had made provision for her. "Uredale and Bill will see to it. They're good fellows. Often they thought me a pretty fool, but they've always been kind to me. Always." Then after another interval he lifted himself in bed, with more strength than she had supposed he could exert, looked at her earnestly, and asked her in the same painful whisper whether she believed in another life. "Yes," said Julie, but her shrinking, perfunctory manner evidently distressed him. He resumed, with a furrowed brow, "You ought. It's good for us to believe it. I must hope, at any rate, that I shall see you again. And mamma," she said, smiling on him through her tears. "I wonder what it'll be like," he replied after a pause. His tone and look implied a freakish, a whimsical curiosity, yet full of charm. Then motioning to her come nearer, and speaking into her ear, "Your poor mother, Julie, was never happy. Never. There must be laws, you see, and churches, and religious customs. It's because we're made of such wretched stuff. My wife, when she died, made me promise to continue going to church and praying, and without it I should have been a bad man. Though I've had plenty of skeptical thoughts. Plenty. Your poor parents rebelled against all that. They suffered. But you'll make up. You're a noble woman. You'll make up." He laid his hand on her head. She offered no reply, but through the inner mind there rushed the incidents, passions, revolts of the preceding days. But for the strange chance of Delafield's appearance in her path, a chance no more intelligible to her now, after the pondering of several feverish hours, than it had been at the moment of her first suspicion. Where and what would she be now? A dishonoured woman, perhaps, with a life secret to keep, cut off as her mother had been from the straight living, law abiding world. The touch of the old man's hand upon her hair roused in her a first recoil, a first shattering doubt of the impulse which had carried her to Paris. Since Delafield left her in the early dawn she had been pouring out a broken, passionate heart in a letter to Warkworth. No misgivings while she was writing it as to the all-sufficing legitimacy of love. But here, in this cold neighbourhood of the grave, brought back to gaze in spirit on her mother's tragedy, she shrank, she trembled. Her proud intelligence denied the stain, and bade her hate and despise her rescuer. And meanwhile things also inherited and inborn, the fruit of a remoter ancestry, rising from the dimmest and deepest caverns of personality, silenced the clamour of the naturalist mind. One moment she felt herself seized with terror lest anything should break down the veil between her real self and this unsuspecting tenderness of the dying man. The next she rose in revolt against her own fear. Was she to find herself, after all, a mere weak penitent, meanly grateful to Jacob Delafield? Her heart cried out to Warkworth in protesting anguish. So absorbed in thought was she that she did not notice how long the silence had lasted. "He seems to be sleeping," said a low voice beside her. She looked up to see the doctor with Lord Uredale, gently releasing herself. She kissed Lord Lackington's forehead and rose to her feet. Suddenly the patient opened his eyes, and as he seemed to become aware of the figures beside him, he again lifted himself in bed, and a gleam most animated, most vivacious, passed over his features. "Brown's not asked," he said, with a little chuckle of amusement. "Isn't it a joke?" The two men beside him looked at each other. Lord Uredale approached the bed. "Not asked to what, father?" he said gently. "Why, to the Queen's fancy ball, of course," said Lord Lackington, still smiling. "Such a to-do! All the elderly sticks practising minuets for their lives." A voluble flow of talk followed, hardly intelligible. The words "Melbourne" and "Lady Holland" emerged, fragment apparently of a dispute with the latter, in which Allan intervened, the names of Palmerston and "that dear chap Villiers." Lord Uredale sighed. The young doctor looked at him interrogatively. "He is thinking of his old friends," said the son. "That was the Queen's ball, I imagine, of '42. I have often heard him describe my mother's dress." But while he was speaking the fitful energy died away. The old man ceased to talk. His eyelids fell. But the smile still lingered about his mouth as he settled himself on his pillows. Like one who rests, the spectators were struck by the urbane and distinguished beauty of his aspect. The purple flush had died again into mortal pallor. Illness had masked or refined the weakness of mouth and chin. The beautiful head and countenance, with their characteristic notes of youth, impetuosity, a kind of gay detachment, had never been more beautiful. The young doctor looked stealthily from the recumbent figure to the tall and slender woman standing absorbed and grief-stricken beside his bed. The likeness was as evident to him as it had been in the winter to Sir Wilfrid Bury. As he was escorting her downstairs, Lord Uredale said to his companion, "Foster thinks he may still live 24 hours." "If he asks for me again," said Julie, now shrouded once more behind a thick black veil, "you will send?" He gravely assented. "It is a great pity," he said with a certain stiffness. Did it unconsciously mark the difference between her and his legitimate kindred? "That my sister Lady Blanche and her daughter cannot be with us." "They are in Italy." "At Florence. My niece has had an attack of diphtheria. She could neither travel nor could her mother leave her." Then pausing in the hall, he added in a low voice and with some embarrassment, "My father has told you, I believe, of the addition he has made to his will?" Julie drew back. "I neither asked for it nor desired it," she said, in her coldest and clearest voice. "That I quite understand," said Lord Uredale. "But you can not hurt him by refusing." She hesitated. "No, but afterwards I must be free to follow my own judgment." "We cannot take what does not belong to us," he said with some sharpness. "My brother and I are named as your trustees. Believe me, we will do our best." Meanwhile the younger brother had come out of the library to bid her farewell. She felt that she was under critical observation, though both pairs of grey eyes refrained from any appearance of scrutiny. Her pride came to her aid, and she did not shrink from the short conversation which the two brothers evidently desired. When it was over, and the brothers returned to the hall after putting her into the Duchess's carriage, the younger said to the elder, "She can behave herself, Johnny." They looked at each other with their hands in their pockets. A little nod passed between them, an augur-like acceptance of this new and irregular member of the family. "Yes, she has excellent manners," said Lord Uredale. "And really, after the tales Lady Henry has been spreading, that's something." "Oh, I always thought Lady Henry an old cat," said Bill, tranquilly. "That don't matter." The Chantrey brothers had not been among Lady Henry's habits. In her eyes, they were the dull sons of an agreeable father. They were humorously aware of it, and bore her little malice. "No," said Lord Uredale, raising his eyebrows. "But the affair with Warkworth, if there's any truth in what one hears, that's deuced unpleasant." Bill Chantrey whistled. "It's hard luck on that poor child Aline that it should be her own cousin interfering with her preserves. By the way," he stooped to look at the letters on the hall table, "do you see there's a letter for father from Blanche? And in a letter I got from her by the same post she says that she has told him the whole story. According to her, Eileen's too ill to be thwarted, and she wants the governor to see the guardians. I say, Johnny," he looked at his brother, "we'll not trouble father with it now?" "Certainly not," said Lord Uredale with a sigh. "I saw one of the trustees, Jack Underwood, yesterday. He told me Blanche and the child were more infatuated than ever. Very likely what one hears is a pack of lies. If not, I hope this woman will have the good taste to drop it. Father has charged me to write to Blanche and tell her the whole story of poor Rose, and of this girl's revealing herself. Blanche, it appears, is just as much in the dark as we were. If this gossip has gotten round to her, her feelings will be mixed. Oh, well, I've great faith in money," said Bill Chantrey carelessly, as they began to mount the stairs again. "It sounds disgusting, but if the child wants him, I suppose she must have him. And anyway, the man's off to Africa for 12 months at least. Miss Le Breton will have time to forget him. One can't say that either he or she has behaved with delicacy, unless, indeed, she knew nothing of Eileen, which is quite probable." "But don't ask me to tackle her," said Uredale. "She has the ways of an empress." Bill Chantrey shrugged his shoulders. "And, by George, she looks as if she could fall in love," he said slowly. "Magnificent eyes, Johnny. I propose to make a study of our new niece." "Lord Uredale!" said a voice on the stairs. The young doctor descended rapidly to meet them. "His lordship is asking for some one," he said. "He seems excited, but I cannot catch the name." Lord Uredale ran upstairs. Later in the day a man emerged from Lackington House and walked rapidly towards the Mall. It was Jacob Delafield. He passed across the Mall and into St. James's Park. There he threw himself on the first seat he saw, in an absorption so deep that it excited the wondering notice of more than one passer-by. After about half an hour he roused himself, and walked still in the same brown study to his lodgings in Jermyn Street. There he found a letter which he eagerly opened. "Dear Jacob, Julie came back this morning about 1 o'clock. I waited for her, and at first she seemed quite calm and composed. But suddenly, as I was sitting beside her, talking, she fainted away in her chair, and I was terribly alarmed. We sent for the doctor at once. He shakes his head over her and says there are all the signs of a severe strain of body and mind. No wonder, indeed! Our poor Julie! Oh, how I loathe some people! Well, there she is in bed, Madame Bornier away, and everybody. I simply can't go to Scotland. But Freddie is just mad. Do, Jacob, there's a dear, go and dine with him to-night, and cheer him up. He vows he won't go north without me. Perhaps I'll come to-morrow. I could no more leave Julie to-night than fly. She'll be ill for weeks. What I ought to do is take her abroad. She's very dear and good, but oh, Jacob, as she lies there I feel her heart's broken. And it's not Lord Lackington. Oh, no, though I'm sure she loved him. Do go to Freddie, there's a dear." "No, that I won't," said Delafield, with a laugh that choked him as he threw the letter down. He tried to write an answer, but he could not achieve even the simplest note. Then he began a pacing of his room, which lasted till he dropped into his chair, worn out with the sheer physical exhaustion of the night and day. When his servant came in, he found his master in a heavy sleep, and at Crowborough House the Duke dined and fumed alone. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Lady Rose's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Friday. Lady Rose's Daughter by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. Chapter 21. "Why does anyone stay in England who can make the trip to Paradise?" said the Duchess, as she leaned lazily back in the corner of the boat and trailed her fingers in the waters of Como. It was a balmy April afternoon, and she and Julie were floating through a scene enchanted, incomparable. When spring descends upon the shores of the Lago di Como, she brings with her all the graces, all the beauties, all the fine, delicate, and temperate delights of which earth and sky are capable, and she pours them forth upon a land of perfect loveliness. Around the shores of other lakes, Maggiore, Lugano, Garda, blue mountains rise, and the vineyards spread their green and dazzling terraces to the sun. Only Como can show in unmatched union a main composition, incomparably grand and harmonious, combined with every jeweled, or glowing, or exquisite detail. Nowhere do the mountains lean towards each other in such an ordered splendor as that which bends round the northern shores of Como. Nowhere do buttressed masses rise behind each other, to right and left of a blue waterway, in lines statelier or more noble than those kept by the mountains of the Lecco Lake, as they marshal themselves on either hand. Along the approaches to Lombardy and Venetia, bearing aloft, as though on the purple pillars of some majestic gateway, the great curtain of dazzling cloud which, on a sunny day, hangs over the Brescian plain, a glorious drop scene, interposed between the dwellers on the Como mountains and those marble towns, Brescia, Verona, Padua, which thread the way to Venice. And within this divine framework, between the glistening snows which still, in April, crown and glorify the heights, and those reflections of them which lie encalmed in the deep bosom of the lake, there's not a foot of pasture, not a shelf of vineyard, not a slope of forest, where the spring is not at work, dyeing the turf with gentians, starring it with narcissuses, or drawing across it the first golden network of the chestnut leaves; where the mere emerald of the grass is not in itself a thing to refresh the very springs of being; where the peach blossom and the wild cherry and the olive are not perpetually weaving patterns on the blue, which ravish the very heart out of your breast. And already the roses are beginning to pour over the walls; the wistaria is climbing up the cypresses; a pomp of camellias and azaleas is in all the gardens; while in the grassy bays that run up into the hills, the primrose banks still keep their sweet austerity, and the triumph of spring over the just banished winter is still sharp and new. And in the heart and sense of Julie Le Breton, as she sat beside the Duchess, listening absently to the talk of the old boatman, who, with his oars resting idly in his hands, was chattering to the ladies, a renewing force akin to that of the spring was also at its healing and life-giving work. She had still the delicate, tremulous look of one recovering from a sore wrestle with physical ill, but in her aspect there were suggestions more intimate, more moving than this. Those who have lain down and risen up with pain, those who have been face to face with passion and folly and self-judgment, those who have been forced to seek with eagerness for some answer to those questions which the majority of us never ask: "Whither is my life leading me, and what is it worth to me or to any other living soul?" These are the men and women who now and then touch or startle us with the eyes and the voice of Julie, if, at least, we have the capacity that responds. Sir Wilfrid Bury, for instance, prince of self-governed and reasonable men, was not to be touched by Julie. For him, in spite of her keen intelligence, she was the type passionné, from which he instinctively recoiled; the Duke of Crowborough the same. Such men feel towards such women as Julie Le Breton hostility or satire; for what they ask, above all, of the women of their world is a kind of simplicity, a kind of lightness which makes life easier for men. But for natures like Evelyn Crowborough, or Meredith, or Jacob Delafield, the Julie type has perennial attractions. For these are all children of feeling. Allied in this, however different in intelligence or philosophy, they are attracted by the storm-tossed temperament in itself, by mere sensibility, by that which, in the technical language of Catholicism, suggests or possesses the gift of tears. At any rate, pity and love for her poor Julie, however foolish, however faulty, lay warm in Evelyn Crowborough's breast. They had brought her to Como; they kept her now battling on the one hand with her husband's angry letters, and on the other with the melancholy of her most perplexing, most appealing friend. "I had often heard," wrote the sore-tried Duke, "of the ravages wrought in family life by these absurd and unreasonable female friendships, but I never thought it would be you, Evelyn, who would bring them home to me. I won't repeat the arguments I have used 100 times in vain. But once again I implore and demand that you should find some kind, responsible person to look after Miss Le Breton. I don't care what you pay, and that you yourself should come home to me and the children, and the 1,001 duties you are neglecting. As for the spring month in Scotland, which I generally enjoy so much, that has been already entirely ruined. And now the season is apparently to be ruined also. On the Shropshire property there is an important election coming on, as I am sure you know, and the Premier said to me only yesterday that he hoped you were already up and doing. The Grand Duke of C will be in London within the next fortnight. I particularly want to show him some civility. But what can I do without you? And how on earth am I to explain your absence? Once more, Evelyn, I beg and demand that you should come home." To which the Duchess had rushed off a reply without a post's delay. "Oh, Freddie, you are such a wooden-headed darling! As if I hadn't explained till I'm black in the face. I'm glad, anyway, you didn't say command. That would really have made difficulties. As for the election, I'm sure if I was at home I should think it very good fun. Out here I am extremely doubtful whether we ought to do such things as you and Lord M suggest. A duke shouldn't interfere in elections. Anyway, I'm sure it's good for my character to consider it a little, though I quite admit you may lose the election. The Grand Duke is a horrid wretch, and if he wasn't a Grand Duke you'd be the first to cut him. I had to spend a whole dinner-time last year in teaching him his proper place. It was very humiliating and not at all amusing. You can have a men's dinner for him. That's all he's fit for. And as for the babies, Mrs. Robson sends me a telegram every morning. I can't make out that they have had a finger-ache since I went away, and I'm sure mothers are entirely superfluous. All the same, I think about them a great deal, especially at night. Last night I tried to think about their education. If only I wasn't such a sleepy creature! But, at any rate, I never in my life tried to think about it at home, so that's so much to the good. Indeed, I'll come back to you soon, you poor forsaken old thing. But Julie has no one in the world, and I feel like a Newfoundland dog who has pulled someone out of the water. The water was deep, and the life's only just coming back, and the dog's not much good, but he sits there, for company, till the doctor comes, and that's just what I'm doing. I know you don't approve of the notions I have in my head now, but that's because you don't understand. Why don't you come out and join us? Then you'd like Julie as much as I do. Everything would be quite simple, and I shouldn't be in the least jealous. Dr. Meredith is coming here, probably to-night, and Jacob should arrive to-morrow on his way to Venice, where poor Chudley and his boy are." The breva, or fair-weather wind, from the north was blowing freshly yet softly down the lake. The afternoon sun was burning on Bellagio, on the long terrace of the Melzi Villa, on the white mist of fruit blossom that lay lightly on the green slopes above San Giovanni. Suddenly the Duchess and the boatman left the common topics of every day by which the Duchess was trying to improve her Italian, such as the proposed enlargement of the Bellevue Hotel, the new villas that were springing up, the gardens of the Villa Carlotta, and so forth. Evelyn had carelessly asked the old man whether he had been in any of the fighting of '59, and in an instant, under her eyes, he became another being. Out rolled a torrent of speech, the oars lay idly on the water, and through the man's gnarled and wrinkled face there blazed a high and illumining passion. Novara and its beaten king, in '49. The 10 years of waiting, when a whole people bode its time in a gay, grim silence. The grudging victory of Magenta. The fivefold struggle that wrenched the hills of San Martino from the Austrians. The humiliations and the rage of Villafranca. Of all these had this wasted graybeard made a part. And he talked of them with the Latin eloquence and facility, as no veteran of the North could have talked. He was in a moment the equal of these great affairs in which he had mingled, so that one felt in him the son of a race which had been rolled and polished, a pebble, as it were, from rocks which had made the primeval framework of the world in the main course and stream of history. Then from the campaign of '59 he fell back on the 5 days of Milan in '48, the immortal days, when a populace drove out an army, and what began almost in jest ended in a delirium, a stupefaction of victory. His language was hot, broken, confused, like the street fighting it chronicled. Afterwards, a further sharpening and blanching of the old face, and he had carried them deep into the black years of Italy's patience and Austria's revenge. Throwing out a thin arm, he pointed towards town after town on the lake shores, now in the brilliance of sunset, now in the shadow of the northern slope: Gravedona, Varenna, Argenio, towns which had each of them given their sons to the Austrian bullet and the Austrian lash for the ransom of Italy. He ran through the sacred names: Stazzonelli, Recini, Crescieri, Ronchetti, Ceresa, Privitali. Young men, almost all of them, shot for the possession of a gun or a knife, for helping their comrades in the Austrian army to desert, for insulting conduct towards an Austrian soldier or officer. Of one of these executions, which he had himself witnessed at Varese, the shooting of a young fellow of 26, his own friend and kinsman, he gave an account which blanched the Duchess's cheeks and brought the big tears into her eyes. Then, when he saw the effect he had produced, the old man trembled. "Ah, Eccellenza!" he cried. "But it had to be. The Italians had to show they knew how to die. Then God let them live. Ecco, Eccellenza!" And he drew from his breast pocket, with shaking hands, an old envelope tied round with string. When he had untied it, a piece of paper emerged, brown with age and worn with much reading. It was a rudely printed broadsheet containing an account of the last words and sufferings of the martyrs of Mantua, those conspirators of 1852, from whose graves and dungeons sprang, tenfold renewed, the regenerating and liberating forces which but a few years later drove out the Austrian with the Bourbon together. "See here, Eccellenza," he said, as he tenderly spread out its tattered folds and gave it to the Duchess's hand. "Have the goodness to look where is that black mark. There you will find the last words of Don Enrico Tazzoli, the half-brother of my father. He was a priest, Eccellenza. Ah, it was not then as it is now. The priests were then for Italy. They hanged 3 of them at Mantua alone. As for Don Enrico, first they stripped him of his priesthood, and then they hanged him. And those were his last words, and the last words of Scarsellini also, who suffered with him. Veda, Eccellenza! As for me, I know them from a boy." And while the Duchess read, the old man repeated tags and fragments under his breath, as he once more resumed the oars and drove the boat gently towards Menaggio. "The multitude of victims has not robbed us of courage in the past, nor will it so rob us in the future, till victory dawns. The cause of the people is like the cause of religion, it triumphs only through its martyrs. You, who survive, will conquer, and in your victory we, the dead, shall live. Take no thought for us. The blood of the forerunners is like the seed which the wise husbandman scatters on the fertile ground. Teach our young men how to adore and how to suffer for a great idea. Work incessantly at that, so shall our country come to birth. And grieve not for us. Yes, Italy shall be won. To that all things point. Work! There is no obstacle that cannot be overcome, no opposition that cannot be destroyed. The how and the when only remain to be solved. You, more fortunate than we, will find the clue to the riddle, when all things are accomplished and the times are ripe. Hope, my parents and my brothers, hope always. Waste no time in weeping." The Duchess read aloud the Italian, and Julie stooped over her shoulder to follow the words. "Marvellous," said Julie in a low voice, as she sank back into her place. "A youth of 27, with the rope round his neck, and he comforts himself with Italy. What's Italy to him, or he to Italy? Not even an immediate paradise. Is there anybody capable of it now?" Her face and attitude had lost their languor. As the Duchess returned his treasure to the old man, she looked at Julie with joy. Not since her illness had there been any such sign of warmth and energy. And indeed, as they floated on, past the glow of Bellagio, towards the broad gold and azure of the farther lake, the world-defying passion that breathed from these words of dead and murdered Italians played as a bracing and renewing power on Julie's still feeble being. It was akin to the high snows on those far Alps that closed in the lake, to the pure wind that blew from them, to the gleam, the shadow, and the peace supreme, amid which their little boat pressed on towards the shore. "What matter?" cried the intelligence, but as though through sobs. "What matter the individual struggle and misery? These can be lived down, the heart can be silenced, nerves steadied, strength restored. Will and idea remain, the eternal spectacle of the world, and the eternal thirst of man to see, to know, to feel, to realize himself, if not in one passion, then in another; if not in love, then in patriotism, art, thought. The Duchess and Julie landed presently beneath the villa of which they were passing tenants. The Duchess mounted the double staircase where the banksia already hung in a golden curtain over the marble balustrade. Her face was thoughtful. She had to write her daily letter to the absent and reproachful Duke. Julie parted from her with a caress, and paused a while to watch the small figure till it mounted out of sight. Her friend had become very dear to her. A new humility, a new gratitude filled her heart. Evelyn should not sacrifice herself much longer. When she had insisted on carrying her patient abroad, Julie had neither mind nor will wherewith to resist. But now, the Duke should soon come to his own again. She herself turned inland for that short walk by which each day she tested her returning strength. She climbed the winding road to Criante, the lovely village above Cadenabia. Then, turning to the left, she mounted a path that led to the woods which overhang the famous gardens of the Villa Carlotta. Such a path! To the left hand, and, as it seemed, steeply beneath her feet, all earth and heaven, the wide lake, the purple mountains, the glories of a flaming sky. On the calm spaces of water lay a shimmer of crimson and gold, repeating the noble splendor of the clouds. The midge-like boats crept from shore to shore, and midway between Bellagio and Cadenabia, the steamboat, a white speck, drew a silver furrow. To her right a green hillside, each blade of grass, each flower, each tuft of heath, enskied, transfigured, by the broad light that poured across it from the hidden west. And on the very hilltop a few scattered olives, peaches, and wild cherries scrawled upon the blue, their bare leaning stems, their pearly whites, their golden pinks and feathery grays, all in a glory of sunset that made of them things enchanted, aerial, fantastical, like a dance of Botticelli angels on the height. And presently a sheltered bank in a green hollow, where Julie sat down to rest. But nature, in this tranquil spot, had still new pageants, new sorceries wherewith to play upon the nerves of wonder. Across the hollow a great crag clothed in still leafless chestnut trees reared itself against the lake. The innumerable lines of stem and branch, warm brown or steely gray, were drawn sharp on silver air, while at the very summit of the rock one superb tree with branching limbs, touched with intense black, sprang high above the rest, the proud plume or ensign of the wood. Through the trunks the blaze of distant snow and the purples of craggy mountains; in front the glistening spray of peach or cherry blossom, breaking the still wintry beauty of that majestic grove. And in all the air, dropping from the heaven, spread on the hills, or shimmering on the lake, a diffusion of purest rose and deepest blue, lake and cloud and mountain each melting into the other, as though heaven and earth conspired merely to give value and relief to the year's new birth, to this near sparkle of young leaf and blossom, which shone like points of fire on the deep breast of the distance. On the green ledge which ran round the hollow were children tugging at a goat. Opposite was a contadino's house of gray stone. A water wheel turned beside it, and a stream, brought down from the hills, ran chattering past, a white and dancing thread of water. Everything was very still and soft. The children in the river made their voices heard, and there were nightingales singing in the woods below. Otherwise all was quiet. With a tranquil and stealthy joy the spring was taking possession. Nay, the Angelus! It swung over the lake and rolled from village to village. The tears were in Julie's eyes. Such beauty as this was apt now to crush and break her. All her being was still sore, and this appeal of nature was sometimes more than she could bear. Only a few short weeks since Warkworth had gone out of her life, since Delafield at a stroke had saved her from ruin, since Lord Lackington had passed away. One letter had reached her from Warkworth, a wild and incoherent letter, written at night in a little room of a squalid hotel near the Gare de Sceaux. Her telegram had reached him, and for him, as for her, all was over. But the letter was by no means a mere cry of baffled passion. There was in it a new note of moral anguish, as fresh and startling in her ear, coming from him, as the cry of passion itself. In the language of religion, it was the utterance of a man convicted of sin. "How long is it since that man gave me your telegram? I was pacing up and down the departure platform, working myself into an agony of nervousness and anxiety as the time went by, wondering what on earth had happened to you, when the chef de gare came up. 'Monsieur, attend une dépêche?' There were some stupid formalities. At last I got it. It seemed to me I had already guessed what it contained. So it was Delafield who met you, Delafield who turned you back! I saw him outside the hotel yesterday, and we exchanged a few words. I have always disliked his long, pale face, and his high and mighty ways. At any rate, towards plain fellows, who don't belong to the classes, like me. Yesterday I was more than usually anxious to get rid of him. So he guessed. It can't have been chance. In some way he guessed. And you have been torn from me. My God! If I could only reach him! If I could fling his contempt in his face! And yet I have been walking up and down this room all night. The longing for you has been the sharpest suffering I suppose that I have ever known. For I am not one of the many people who enjoy pain. I have kept as free of it as I could. This time it caught and gripped me. Yet that isn't all. There has been something else. What strange patched creatures we are! Do you know, Julie, that by the time the dawn came I was on my knees, thanking God that we were parted, that you were on your way home, safe, out of my reach? Was I mad, or what? I can't explain it. I only know that one moment I hated Delafield as a mortal enemy, whether he was conscious of what he had done or no, and the next I found myself blessing him. I understand now what people mean when they talk of conversion. It seems to me that in the hours I have just passed through, things have come to light in me that I myself never suspected. I came of an evangelical stock. I was brought up in a religious household. I suppose that one can't, after all, get away from the blood and the life that one inherits. My poor old father I was a bad son, and I know I hastened his death was a sort of Puritan saint, with very stern ideas. I seem to have been talking with him this night, and shrinking under his condemnation. I could see his old face, as he put before me the thoughts I had dared to entertain, the risks I had been ready to take towards the woman I loved, the woman to whom I owed a deep debt of eternal gratitude. Julie, it is strange how this appointment affects me. Last night I saw several people at the embassy, good fellows, who seemed anxious to do all they could for me. Such men never took so much notice of me before. It is plain to me that this task will make or mar me. I may fail. I may die. But if I succeed, England will owe me something, and these men at the top of the tree. Good God! How can I go on writing this to you? It's because I came back to the hotel, and tossed about half the night, brooding over the difference between what these men, these honorable, distinguished fellows, were prepared to think of me, and the blackguard I knew myself to be. What, take everything from a woman's hand, and then turn and try and drag her in the mire, propose to her what one would shoot a man for proposing to one's sister? Thief and cur! Julie, kind, beloved Julie, forget it all. For God's sake, let's cast it all behind us. As long as I live, your name, your memory will live in my heart. We shall not meet, probably, for many years. You'll marry and be happy yet. Just now I know you're suffering. I seem to see you in the train, on the steamer, your pale face that has lighted up life for me, your dear, slender hands that folded so easily into one of mine. You are in pain, my darling. Your nature is wrenched from its natural supports. And you gave me all your fine, clear mind, and all your heart. I ought to be damned to the deepest hell. Then again I say to myself, if only she were here, if only I had her here, with her arms round my neck, surely I might have found the courage and the mere manliness to extricate both herself and me from these entanglements. Eileen might have released and forgiven one. No, no, it's all over. I'll go and do my task. You set it me. You shan't be ashamed of me there. Good-bye, Julie, my love. Good-bye, forever. These were portions of that strange document composed through the intervals of a long night, which showed in Warkworth's mind the survival of a moral code, inherited from generations of scrupulous and God-fearing ancestors, overlaid by selfish living, and now revived under the stress, the purification, partly of deepening passion, partly of a high responsibility. The letter was incoherent, illogical. It showed now the meaner, now the nobler elements of character. But it was human. It came from the warm depths of life, and it had exerted in the end a composing and appeasing force upon the woman to whom it was addressed. He had loved her, if only at the moment of parting. He had loved her. At the last there had been feeling, sincerity, anguish, and to these all things may be forgiven. And indeed what in her eyes there was to forgive, Julie had long forgiven. Was it his fault if, when they first met, he was already pledged, for social and practical reasons which her mind perfectly recognized and understood, to Eileen Moffatt? Was it his fault if the relations between herself and him had ripened into a friendship, which in its turn could only maintain itself by passing into love? No! It was she whose hidden, insistent passion, nourished indeed upon a tragic ignorance, had transformed what originally he had a perfect right to offer and to feel. So she defended him, for in doing so she justified herself. And as to the Paris proposal, he had a right to treat her as a woman capable of deciding for herself how far love should carry her. He had a right to assume that her antecedents, her training, and her circumstances were not those of the ordinary sheltered girl, and that for her love might naturally wear a bolder and wilder aspect than for others. He blamed himself too severely, too passionately. But for this very blame her heart remembered him the more tenderly, for it meant that his mind was torn and in travail for her, that his thoughts clung to her in a passionate remorse, and again she felt herself loved, and forgave with all her heart. All the same, he was gone out of her life, and through the strain and the unconscious progress to other planes and phases of being, wrought by sickness and convalescence, her own passion for him even was now a changed and blunted thing. Was she ashamed of the wild impulse which had carried her to Paris? It is difficult to say. She was often seized with the shuddering consciousness of an abyss escaped, with wonder that she was still in the normal, accepted world, that Evelyn might still be her companion, that Thérèse still adored her more fervently than any saint in the calendar. Perhaps, if the truth were known, she was more abased in her own eyes by the self-abandonment which had preceded the assignation with Warkworth. She had much intellectual arrogance, and before her acquaintance with Warkworth she had been accustomed to say and to feel that love was but one passion among many, and to despise those who gave it too great a place. And here she had flung herself into it, like any dull or foolish girl, for whom a love affair represents the only stirring in the pool of life that she is ever likely to know. Well, she must recapture herself and remake her life. As she sat there in the still Italian evening, she thought of the old boatman, and those social and intellectual passions to which his burst of patriotism had recalled her thoughts. Society, literature, friends, and the ambitions to which these lead, let her go back to them and build her days afresh. Dr. Meredith was coming. In his talk and companionship she would once more dip, and temper the tools of mind and taste. No more vain self-arraignment, no more useless regrets. She looked back with bitterness upon a moment of weakness, when in the first stage of convalescence, in mortal weariness and loneliness, she had slipped one evening into the Farm Street church and unburdened her heart in confession. As she had told the Duchess, the Catholicism instilled into her youth by the Bruges nuns still laid upon her at times its ghostly and compelling hand. Now in her renewed strength she was inclined to look upon it as an element of weakness and disintegration in her nature. She resolved, in future, to free herself more entirely from a useless Aberglaube. But Meredith was not the only visitor expected at the villa in the next few days. She was already schooling herself to face the arrival of Jacob Delafield. It was curious how the mere thought of Delafield produced an agitation, a shock of feeling, which seemed to spread through all the activities of being. The faint, renascent glamour which had begun to attach to literature and social life disappeared. She fell into a kind of brooding, the somber restlessness of one who feels in the dark the recurrent presence of an attacking and pursuing power, and is in a tremulous uncertainty where or how to meet it. The obscure tumult within her represented, in fact, a collision between the pagan and Christian conceptions of life. In self-dependence, in personal pride, in her desire to refer all things to the arbitrament of reason, Julie, whatever her practice, was theoretically a Stoic and a pagan. But Delafield's personality embodied another must, another ought, of a totally different kind, and it was a must which, in a great crisis of her life, she also had been forced to obey. There was the thought which stung and humiliated, and the fact was irreparable, nor did she see how she was ever to escape from the strange, silent, penetrating relation it had established between her and the man who loved her and had saved her against her will. During her convalescence at Crowborough House, Delafield had been often admitted. It would have been impossible to exclude him, unless she had confided the whole story of the Paris journey to the Duchess. And whatever Evelyn might tremblingly guess, from Julie's own mouth she knew nothing. So Delafield had come and gone, bringing Lord Lackington's last words, and the account of his funeral, or acting as intermediary in business matters between Julie and the Chantrey brothers. Julie could not remember that she had ever asked him for these services. They fell to him, as it were, by common consent, and she had been too weak to resist. At first, whenever he entered the room, whenever he approached her, her sense of anger and resentment had been almost unbearable. But little by little his courtesy, tact, and coolness had restored a relation between them, which, if not the old one, had still many of the outward characters of intimacy. Not a word, not the remotest allusion reminded her of what had happened. The man who had stood before her transfigured on the deck of the steamer, stammering out, "I thank God I had the courage to do it." It was often hard for her to believe, as she stole a look at Delafield, chatting or writing in the Duchess's drawing room, that such a scene had ever taken place. The evening stole on. How was it that whenever she allowed the thought of Delafield to obtain a real lodgment in the mind, even the memory of Warkworth was for the time effaced? Silently, irresistibly, a wild heat of opposition would develop within her. These men round whom, as it were, there breathes an air of the heights, in whom one feels the secret guard that religion keeps over thoughts and words and acts, her passionate yet critical nature flung out against them. How are they better than others, after all? What right have they over the wills of others? Nevertheless, as the rose of evening burned on the craggy mountain face beyond Bellagio, retreating upward, step by step, till the last glorious summit had died into the cool and already starlit blues of night, Julie, held, as it were, by a reluctant and half jealous fascination, sat dreaming on the hillside, not now of Warkworth, not of the ambitions of the mind, or society, but simply of the goings and comings, the aspects and sayings of a man in whose eyes she had once read the deepest and sternest things of the soul, a condemnation and an anguish above and beyond himself. Dr. Meredith arrived in due time, a jaded Londoner athirst for idleness and fresh air. The Duchess and Julie carried him hither and thither about the lake in the 4-oar boat which had been hired for the Duchess's pleasure. Here, enthroned between the two ladies, he passed luxurious hours, and his talk of politics, persons, and books brought just that stimulus to Julie's intelligence and spirits for which the Duchess had been secretly longing. A first faint color returned to Julie's cheeks. She began to talk again, to resume certain correspondences, to show herself once more, at any rate intermittently, the affectionate, sympathetic, and beguiling friend. As for Meredith, he knew little, but he suspected a good deal. There were certain features in her illness and convalescence which suggested to him a mental cause, and if there were such a cause, it must, of course, spring from her relations to Warkworth. The name of that young officer was never mentioned. Once or twice Meredith was tempted to introduce it. It rankled in his mind that Julie had never been frank with him, freely as he had poured his affection at her feet. But a moment of languor or of pallor disarmed him. "She is better," he said to the Duchess, one day, abruptly. "Her mind is full of activity. But why at times does she still look so miserable, like a person without hope or future?" The Duchess looked pensive. They were sitting in the corner of one of the villa's terraced walks, amid a scented wilderness of flowers. Above them was a canopy of purple and yellow, rose and wisteria, while through the arches of the pergola which ran along the walk gleamed all of those various blues which make the spell of Como, the blue and white of the clouds, the purple of the mountains, the azure of the lake. "Well, she was in love with him. I suppose it takes a little time," said the Duchess, sighing. "Why was she in love with him?" said Meredith, impatiently. "As to the Moffatt engagement, naturally she was kept in the dark." "At first," said the Duchess, hesitating. "And when she knew, poor dear, it was too late." "Too late for what?" "Well, when one falls in love, one doesn't all at once shake it off because the man deceives you." "One should," said Meredith, with energy. "Men are not worth all that women spend upon them." "Oh, that's true!" cried the Duchess. "So dreadfully true! But what's the good of preaching? We shall go on spending it to the end of time." "Well, at any rate, don't choose the dummies and the frauds." "Ah, there you talk sense," said the Duchess. "And if only we had the French system in England, if only one could say to Julie, 'Now look here, there's your husband. It's all settled, down to plate and linen, and you've got to marry him.' How happy we should all be." Dr. Meredith stared. "You have the man in your eye," he said. The Duchess hesitated. "Suppose you come a little walk with me in the wood," she said at last, gathering up her white skirts. Meredith obeyed her. They were away for half an hour, and when they returned, the journalist's face, flushed and furrowed with thought, was not very easy to read. Nor was his temper in good condition. It required a climb to the very top of Monte Crocione to send him back, more or less appeased, a consenting player in the Duchess's game. For if there are men who are flirts and egotists, who ought to be, yet never are, divined by the sensible woman at a glance, so also there are men too well equipped for this wicked world, too good, too well born, too desirable. It was in this somewhat flinty and carping mood that Meredith prepared himself for the advent of Jacob Delafield. But when Delafield appeared, Meredith's secret antagonisms were soon dissipated. There was certainly no challenging air of prosperity about the young man. At first sight, indeed, he was his old cheerful self, always ready for a walk or a row, on easy terms at once with the Italian servants or boatmen. But soon other facts emerged, stealthily, as it were, from the concealment in which a strong man was trying to keep them. "That young man's youth is over," said Meredith, abruptly, to the Duchess one evening. He pointed to the figure of Delafield, who was pacing, alone with his pipe, up and down one of the lower terraces of the garden. The Duchess showed a teased expression. "It's like something wearing through," she said, slowly. "I suppose it was always there, but it didn't show." "Name your it." "I can't." But she gave a little shudder, which made Meredith look at her with curiosity. "You feel something ghostly unearthly?" She nodded assent, crying out, however, immediately afterwards, as though in compunction, that he was one of the dearest and best of fellows. "Of course he is," said Meredith. "It is only the mystic in him coming out. He is one of the men who have the sixth sense." "Well, all I know is, he has the oddest power over people," said Evelyn, with another shiver. "If Freddie had it, my life wouldn't be worth living. Thank goodness he hasn't a vestige." "At bottom it's the power of the priest," said Meredith. "And you women are far too susceptible towards it. 9 times out of 10 it plays the mischief." The Duchess was silent a moment. Then she bent towards her companion, finger on lip, her charming eyes glancing significantly towards the lower terrace. The figures on it were now 2. Julie and Delafield paced together. "But this is the 10th," she said, in an eager whisper. Meredith smiled at her, then flung her a dubious "Qui ça?" and changed the subject. Delafield, who was a fine oar, had soon taken command of the lake expeditions, and by the help of 2 stalwart youths from Tremezzo, the 4-oar was in use from morning till night. Through the broad lake which lies between Menaggio and Varenna it sped northward to Gravedona, or beneath the shadowy cliffs of the Villa Serbelloni it slipped over deep waters, haunted and dark, into the sunny spaces of Lecco, or it coasted along the steep sides of Monte Primo, so that the travelers in it might catch the blue stain of the gentians on the turf, where it sloped into the lucent wave below, or watch the fishermen on the rocks, spearing their prey in the green or golden shallows. The weather was glorious, a summer before its time. The wild cherries shook down their snow upon the grass, but the pears were now in bridal white, and a warmer glory of apple blossom was just beginning to break upon the blue. The nights were calm and moonlit, the dawns were visions of mysterious and incredible beauty, wherein mountain and forest and lake were but the garments, diaphanous, impalpable, of some delicate, indwelling light and fire spirit, which breathed and pulsed through the solidity of rock no less visibly than through the crystal leagues of air or the sunlit spaces of water. Yet presently, as it were, a hush of waiting, of tension, fell upon their little party. Nature offered her best, but there was only an apparent acceptance of her bounties. Through the outward flow of talk and amusement, of wanderings on lake or hill, ugly hidden forces of pain and strife, regret, misery, resistance, made themselves rarely, yet piercingly felt. Julie drooped again. Her cheeks were paler, even than when Meredith arrived. Delafield, too, began to be more silent, more absent. He was helpful and courteous as ever, but it began to be seen that his gaiety was an effort, and now and then there were sharp or bitter notes, in voice or manner, which jarred, and were not soon forgotten. Presently Meredith and the Duchess found themselves looking on, breathless and astonished, at the struggle of 2 personalities, the wrestle between 2 wills. They little knew that it was a renewed struggle second wrestle. But silently, by a kind of tacit agreement, they drew away from Delafield and Julie. They dimly understood that he pursued and she resisted, and that for him life was becoming gradually absorbed into the 2 facts of her presence and her resistance. On ne s'appuie que sur ce qui résiste. For both of them these words were true. Fundamentally, and beyond all passing causes of grief and anger, each was fascinated by the full strength of nature in the other. Neither could ever forget the other. The hours grew electric, and every tiny incident became charged with spiritual meaning. Often for hours together Julie would try to absorb herself in talk with Meredith, but the poor fellow got little joy from it. Presently, at a word or look of Delafield's, she would let herself be recaptured, as though with a proud reluctance. They wandered away together, and once more Meredith and the Duchess became the merest bystanders. The Duchess shrugged her shoulders over it, and though she laughed, sometimes the tears were in her eyes. She felt the hovering of passion, but it was no passion known to her own blithe nature. And if only this strange state of things might end, one way or other, and set her free to throw her arms round her Duke's neck, and beg his pardon for all these weeks of desertion. She said to herself, ruefully, that her babies would indeed have forgotten her. Yet she stood stoutly to her post, and the weeks passed quickly by. It was the dramatic energy of the situation, so much more dramatic in truth than either she or Meredith suspected, that made it such a strain upon the onlookers. One evening they had left the boat at Tremezzo, that they might walk back along that most winning of paths that skirts the lake between the last houses of Tremezzo and the inn at Cadenabbia. The sunset was nearly over, but the air was still suffused with its rose and pearl, and fragrant with the scent of flowering laurels. Each mountain face, each white village, either couched on the water's edge, or grouped about its slender campanile on some shoulder of the hills, each house and tree and figure seemed still penetrated with light, the glorified creatures of some just revealed and already fading world. The echoes of the evening bell were floating on the lake, and from a boat in front, full of peasant folk, there rose a sound of singing, some litany of saint or virgin, which stole in harmonies, rudely true, across the water. "They have been to the pilgrimage church above Leno," said Julie, pointing to the boat, and in order to listen to the singing, she found a seat on a low wall above the lake. There was no reply, and looking round her, she saw with a start that only Delafield was beside her, that the Duchess and Meredith had already rounded the corner of the Villa Carlotta and were out of sight. Delafield's gaze was fixed upon her. He was very pale, and suddenly Julie's breath seemed to fail her. "I don't think I can bear it any longer," he said as he came close to her. "Bear what?" "That you should look as you do now." Julie made no reply. Her eyes, very sad and bitter, searched the blue dimness of the lake in silence. Delafield sat down on the wall beside her. Not a soul was in sight. At the Cadenabbia Hotel, the table d'hôte had gathered in the visitors. A few boats passed and repassed in the distance, but on land all was still. Suddenly he took her hand with a firm grasp. "Are you never going to forgive me?" he said in a low voice. "I suppose I ought to bless you." Her face seemed to him to express the tremulous misery of a heart deeply, perhaps irrevocably wounded. Emotion rose in a tide, but he crushed it down. He bent over her, speaking with deliberate tenderness. "Julie, do you remember what you promised Lord Lackington when he was dying?" "Oh!" cried Julie. She sprang to her feet, speechless and suffocated. Her eyes expressed a mingled pride and terror. He paused, confronting her with a pale resolution. "You didn't know that I had seen him?" "No!" She turned away fiercely, choking with sobs she could hardly control, as the memory of that bygone moment returned upon her. "I thought as much," said Delafield in a low voice. "You hoped never to hear of your promise again." She made no answer, but she sank again upon the seat beside the lake, and supporting herself on one delicate hand, which clung to the coping of the wall, she turned her pale and tear-stained face to the lake and the evening sky. There was in her gesture an unconscious yearning, a mute and anguished appeal, as though from the oppressions of human character to the broad strength of nature, that was not lost on Delafield. His mind became the center of a swift and fierce debate. One voice said: "Why are you persecuting her? Respect her weakness and her grief." And another replied: "It is because she is weak that she must yield, must allow herself to be guided and adored." He came close to her again. Any passer-by might have supposed that they were both looking at the distant boat and listening to the pilgrimage chant. "Do you think I don't understand why you made that promise?" he said very gently, and the mere self-control of his voice and manner carried a spell with it for the woman beside him. "It was wrung out of you by kindness for a dying man. You thought I should never know, or I should never claim it. Well, I am selfish. I take advantage. I do claim it. I saw Lord Lackington only a few hours before his death. 'She mustn't be alone,' he said to me several times. And then, almost at the last, 'Ask her again. She'll consider it. She promised.'" Julie turned impetuously. "Neither of us is bound by that. Neither of us." Delafield smiled. "Does that mean that I am asking you now because he bade me?" A pause. Julie must needs raise her eyes to his. She flushed red and withdrew them. "No," he said, with a long breath. "You don't mean that, and you don't think it. As for you, yes, you are bound. Julie, once more I bring you my plea, and you must consider it." "How can I be your wife?" she said, her breast heaving. "You know all that has happened. It would be monstrous." "Not at all," was his quiet reply. It would be natural and right. Julie, it is strange that I should be talking to you like this. You're so much cleverer than I, in some ways so much stronger, and yet in others you'll let me say it, won't you? I could help you. I could protect you. It's all I care for in the world." "How can I be your wife?" she repeated, passionately, wringing her hands. "Be what you will at home my friend, comrade, housemate. I ask nothing more nothing." His voice dropped, and there was a pause. Then he resumed. "But, in the eyes of the world, make me your servant and your husband." "I can't condemn you to such a fate!" she cried. "You know where my heart is." Delafield did not waver. "I know where your heart was," he said, with firmness. "You will banish that man from your thoughts in time. He has no right to be there. I take all the risks all." "Well, at least for you I'm no hypocrite," she said, with a quivering lip. "You know what I am." "Yes, I know, and I am at your feet." The tears dropped from Julie's eyes. She turned away and hid her face against one of the piers of the wall. Delafield attempted no caress. He quietly set himself to draw the life that he had to offer her, the comradeship that he proposed to her. Not a word of what the world called his prospects entered in. She knew very well that he could not bring himself to speak of them. Rather, a sort of ascetic and mystical note made itself heard in all he said of the future, a note that before now had fascinated and controlled a woman whose ambition was always strangely tempered with high, poetical imagination. Yet ambitious she was, and her mind inevitably supplied what his voice left unsaid. "He will have to fill his place whether he wishes it or no," she said to herself. "And if, in truth, he desires my help" Then she shrank from her own wavering. Look where she would into her life, it seemed to her that all was monstrous and out of joint. "You don't realize what you ask," she said at last, in despair. "I am not what you would call a good woman. You know it too well. I don't measure things by your standards. I am capable of such a journey as you found me on. I can't find in my own mind that I repented at all. I can tell a lie. You can't. I can have the meanest and most sordid thoughts. You can't. Lady Henry thought me an intriguer. I am one. It is in my blood. And I don't know whether, in the end, I could understand your language and your life. And if I don't, I shall make you miserable." She looked up, her slender frame straightening under what was, in truth, a noble defiance. Delafield bent over her, and took both her hands forcibly in his own. "If all that were true, I would rather risk it 1,000 times over than go out of your life again a stranger. Julie, you have done mad things for love. You should know what love is. Look in my face there, your eyes in mine. Give way. The dead ask it of you, and it is God's will." And as, drawn by the last low-spoken words, Julie looked up into his face, she felt herself enveloped by a mystical and passionate tenderness that paralyzed her resistance. A force, superhuman, laid its grasp upon her will. With a burst of tears, half in despair, half in revolt, she submitted. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Amanda Friday.
Chapter 22 of Lady Rose's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barbara Edelman. Lady Rose's Daughter by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. Chapter 22. In the first week of May, Julie Le Breton married Jacob Delafield in the English church at Florence. The Duchess was there, so was the Duke, a sulky and ill-resigned spectator of something which he believed to be the peculiar and mischievous achievement of his wife. At the church door, Julie and Delafield left for Camaldoli.
"Well, if you imagine that I intend to congratulate you or anybody else upon that performance, you are very much mistaken,"
said the Duke, as he and his wife drove back to the Grande Bretagne together.
"I don't deny it's risky," said the Duchess, her hands on her lap,
her eyes dreamily following the streets.
"Risky," repeated the Duke, shrugging his shoulders. "Well, I don't want to speak harshly of your friends, Evelyn, but Miss Le Breton—"
"Mrs. Delafield," said the Duchess.
"Mrs. Delafield, then.
The name was evidently a difficult mouthful.
Seems to me a most undisciplined and unmanageable woman. Why does she look like a tragedy queen at her marriage? Jacob is twice too good for her, and she'll lead him a life. And how you can reconcile it to your conscience to have misled me so completely as you have in this matter, I really can't imagine."
"Misled you?" said Evelyn. Her innocence was really a little hard to bear, and not even the beauty of her blue eyes, now happily restored to him, could appease the mentor at her side.
"You led me plainly to believe," he repeated with emphasis, "that if I helped her through the crisis of leaving Lady Henry, she would relinquish her designs on Delafield."
"Did I?" said the Duchess, and putting her hands over her face she laughed rather hysterically. "But that wasn't why you lent her the house, Freddie."
"You coaxed me into it, of course," said the Duke.
"No, it was Julie herself got the better of you," said Evelyn triumphantly. "You felt her spell just as we all do, and wanted to do something for her."
"Nothing of the sort,"
said the Duke, determined to admit no recollection to his disadvantage.
"'Twas your doing entirely."
The Duchess thought it discreet to let him at least have the triumph of her silence, smiling and a little sarcastic though it were.
"And of all the undeserved good fortune,"
he resumed, feeling in his irritable disapproval that the moral order of the universe had been somehow trifled with.
"In the first place, she is the daughter of people who flagrantly misconducted themselves. That apparently does her no harm. Then she enters the service of Lady Henry in a confidential position, and uses it to work havoc in Lady Henry's social relations. That, I am glad to say, has done her a little harm, though not nearly as much as she deserves. And finally, she has a most discreditable flirtation with a man already engaged to her own cousin, please observe, and pulls wires for him all over the place in the most objectionable and unwomanly manner."
"As if everybody didn't do that!" cried the Duchess. "You know, Freddie, that your own mother always used to boast that she had made 6 bishops and saved the establishment."
The Duke took no notice. "And yet there she is. Lord Lackington has left her a fortune, a competence anyway. She marries Jacob Delafield. Rather a fool, I consider, but all the same one of the best fellows in the world. And at any time, to judge from what one hears of the health both of Chudley and his boy, she may find herself Duchess of Chudley."
The Duke threw himself back in the carriage with the air of one who waits for Providence to reply. "Oh, well, you see, you can't make the world into a moral tale to please you," said the Duchess absently. Then, after a pause, she asked, "Are you still going to let them have the house, Freddie?"
"I imagine that if Jacob Delafield applies to me to let it to him, that I shall not refuse him," said the Duke stiffly.
The Duchess smiled behind her fan. Yet her tender heart was not in reality very happy about her Julie. She knew well enough that it was a strange marriage of which they had just been witnesses, a marriage containing the seeds of many untoward things, only too likely to develop unless fate were kinder than rash mortals have any right to expect. "I wish to goodness Delafield weren't so religious," murmured the Duchess, fervently pursuing her own thoughts.
"Evelyn!"
"Well, you see, Julie isn't at all," she added hastily.
"You need not have troubled yourself to tell me that," was the Duke's indignant reply.
After a fortnight at Camaldoli and Vallombrosa, the Delafields turned toward Switzerland. Julie, who was a lover of Rousseau and Obermann, had also been busy with the letters of Byron. She wished to see with her own eyes Saint Gingolph and Chillon, Beauvais and Glion. So one day at the end of May they found themselves at Montreux, but Montreux was already hot and crowded, and Julie's eyes turned in longing to the heights. They found an old inn at Charnex, whereof the garden commanded the whole head of the lake, and there they settled themselves for a fortnight, till business, in fact, should recall Delafield to England. The Duke of Chudleigh had shown all possible kindness and cordiality with regard to the marriage, and the letter in which he welcomed his cousin's new wife had both touched Julie's feelings and satisfied her pride.
"You are marrying one of the best of men,"
wrote this melancholy father of a dying son.
"My boy and I owe him more than can be written. I can only tell you that for those he loves he grudges nothing, no labor, no sacrifice of himself. There are no half measures in his affections. He has spent himself too long on sick and sorry creatures like ourselves. It is time he had a little happiness on his own account. You will give it him, and Mervyn and I will be most grateful to you. If joy and health can never be ours, I am not yet so vile as to grudge them to others. God bless you. Jacob will tell you that my house is not a gay one, but if you and he will sometimes visit it, you will do something to lighten its gloom."
Julie wondered, as she wrote her very graceful reply, how much the Duke might know about herself. Jacob had told his cousin, as she knew, the story of her parentage and of Lord Lackington's recognition of his granddaughter. But as soon as the marriage was announced, it was not likely that Lady Henry had been able to hold her tongue. A good many interesting tales of his cousin's bride had indeed reached the melancholy Duke. Lady Henry had done all that she conceived it her duty to do, filling many pages of note-paper with what the Duke regarded as most unnecessary information. At any rate, he had brushed it all aside with the impatience of one for whom nothing on earth had now any savour or value beyond one or two indispensable affections.
"What's good enough for Jacob is good for me," he wrote to Lady Henry, "and if I may offer you some advice, it is that you should not quarrel with Jacob about a matter so vital as his marriage. Into the rights and wrongs of the story you tell me I really cannot enter, but rather than break with Jacob, I would welcome anybody he chose to present to me. And in this case, I understand the lady is very clever, distinguished, and of good blood on both sides. Have you had no trouble in your life, my dear Flora, that you can make quarrels with a light heart? If so, I envy you, but I have neither the energy nor the good spirits wherewith to imitate you."
Julie, of course, knew nothing of this correspondence, though from the Duke's letters to Jacob she divined that something of the kind had taken place. But it was made quite plain to her that she was to be spared all the friction and all the difficulty which may often attend the entrance of a person like herself within the circle of a rich and important family like the Delafields. With Lady Henry, indeed, the fight had still to be fought, but Jacob's mother, influenced on one side by her son and on the other by the head of the family, accepted her daughter-in-law with the facile kindness and good temper that were natural to her. While his sister, the fair-haired and admirable Susan, owed her brother too much and loved him too well to be other than friendly to his wife. No, on the worldly side all was smooth. The marriage had been carried through with ease and quietness. The Duke, in spite of Jacob's remonstrances, had largely increased his cousin's salary, and Julie was already enjoying the income left her by Lord Lackington. She had only to reappear in London as Jacob's wife to resume far more than her old social ascendancy. The winning cards had all passed into her hands, and if now there was to be a struggle with Lady Henry would be worsted. All this was or should have been agreeable to the sensitive nerves of a woman who knew the worth of social advantages. It had no effect, however, on the mortal depression which was constantly Julie's portion during the early weeks of her marriage. As for Delafield, he had entered upon this determining experiment of his life, a marriage which was merely a legalized comradeship with the woman he adored, in the mind of one resolved to pay the price of what he had done. This graceful and stately woman, with her high intelligence and her social gifts, was now his own property. She was to be the companion of his days and the mistress of his house. But although he knew well that he had a certain strong hold upon her, she did not love him, and none of the fusion of true marriage had taken place or could take place. So be it. He set himself to build up a relation between them which should justify the violence offered to natural and spiritual law. His own delicacy of feeling and perception combined with the strength of his passion to make every action of their common day a symbol and sacrament. That her heart regretted Warkworth, that bitterness and longing, and unspent and baffled love must be constantly overshadowing her, these things he not only knew, he was forever reminding himself of them, driving them, as it were, into consciousness as the ascetic drives the spikes into his flesh. His task was to comfort her, to make her forget, to bring her back to common peace and cheerfulness of mind. To this end he began with appealing as much as possible to her intelligence. He warmly encouraged her work for Meredith. From the first days of their marriage he became her listener, scholar, and critic. Himself interested mainly in social, economical, or religious discussion, he humbly put himself to school in matters of belles lettres. His object was to enrich Julie's daily life with new ambitions and new pleasures, which might replace the broodings of her illness and convalescence, and then to make her feel that she had at hand, in the companion of that life, one who felt a natural interest in all her efforts, a natural pride in all her successes. Alack, the calculation was too simple and too visible. It took too little account of the complexities of Julie's nature, of the ravages and the shock of passion. Julie herself might be ready enough to return to the things of the mind, but they were no sooner offered to her, as it were, in exchange for the perilous delights of love, than she grew dumbly restive. She felt herself also too much observed, too much thought over, made too often, if the truth were known, the subject of religious or mystical emotion. More and more also was she conscious of strangeness and eccentricity in the man she had married. It often seemed, to that keen and practical sense which in her mingled so oddly with the capacity for passion, that, as they grew older, and her mind recovered tone and balance, she would probably love the world disastrously more and he disastrously less, and if so, the gulf between them, instead of closing, could but widen. One day, a showery day in early June, she was left alone for an hour, while Delafield went down to Montreux to change some circular notes. Julie took a book from the table and strolled out along the lovely road that slopes gently downward from Charnex to the old field-embowered village of Brent. The rain was just over. It had been a cold rain, and the snow had crept downward on the heights and had even powdered the pines of the Cubley. The clouds were sweeping low in the west. Towards Geneva the lake was mere wide and featureless space, a cold and misty water melting into the fringes of the rain clouds. But to the east, above the Rhone valley, the sky was lifting, and as Julie sat down upon a midway seat and turned herself eastward, she was met by the full and unveiled glory of the higher Alps, the Rochers de Nez, the Velan, the Dent du Midi. On the jagged peaks of the latter a bright shaft of sun was playing, and the great white or rock-ribbed mass raised itself above the mists of the lower world, once more unstained and triumphant. But the cold bise was still blowing, and Julie, shivering, drew her wrap closer round her. Her heart pined for Como and the south, perhaps for the little Duchess, who spoiled and petted in the common womanish ways. The spring, a second spring, was all about her, but in this chilly northern form it spoke to her with none of the ravishment of Italy. In the steep fields above her the narcissuses were bent and bowed with rain. The red browns of the walnuts glistened in the wet gleams of sun. The fading apple blossom beside her wore a melancholy beauty. Only in the rich, pushing grass, with its wealth of flowers and its branching cow parsley, was there the stubborn life and prophecy of summer. Suddenly Julie caught up the book that lay beside her and opened it with a hasty hand. It was one of that set of Saint-Simon which had belonged to her mother and had already played a part in her own destiny. She turned toward the famous character of the Dauphin, of that model prince in whose death Saint-Simon and Fénelon and France herself saw the eclipse of all great hopes. A prince, affable, gentle, humane, patient, modest, full of compunctions, and as much as his position allowed, sometimes beyond it, humble and severe toward himself. Was it not to the life? Affable, doux, humaine, patiente, modeste, humble et austère pour soi, beyond what was expected, beyond almost what was becoming. She read on to the mention of the Dauphin, terrified in her human weakness of so perfect a husband, and trying to beguile or tempt him from the heights, to the picture of Louis XIV, the grandfather, shamed in his worldly old age by the presence beside him of this saintly and high-minded youth, of the court, looking forward with dismay to the time when it should find itself under the rule of a man who despised and condemned both its follies and its passions, until she reached that final rapture where, in a mingled anguish and adoration, Saint-Simon bids eternal farewell to a character and a heart of which France was not worthy. The lines passed before her, and she was conscious, guiltily conscious, of reading them with a double mind. Then she closed the book, held by the thought of her husband, in a somewhat melancholy reverie. There is a Catholic word with which in her convent youth she had been very familiar, the word recueilli, recollected. At no time had it sounded kindly in her ears, for it implied fetters and self-suppressions of the voluntary and spiritual sort, wholly unwelcome to and unvalued by her own temperament. But who that knew him well could avoid applying it to Delafield? A man of recollection, living in the eye of the eternal, keeping a guard over himself in the smallest matters of thought and action, mystically possessed by the passion of a spiritual ideal, in love with charity, purity, simplicity of life. She bowed her head upon her hands in dreariness of spirit. Ultimately, what could such a man want with her? What had she to give him? In what way could she ever be necessary to him? And a woman, even in friendship, must feel herself that to be happy. Already this daily state in which she found herself, of owing everything and giving nothing, produced in her a secret irritation and repulsion. How would it be in the years to come? "He never saw me as I am," she thought to herself, looking fretfully back to their past acquaintance. "I am neither as weak as he thinks me, nor as clever. And how strange it is, this tension in which he lives!" And as she sat there idly plucking at the wet grass, her mind was overrun with a motley host of memories, some absurd, some sweet, some of an austerity that chilled her to the core. She thought of the difficulty she had in persuading Delafield to allow himself even necessary comforts and conveniences. A laugh, involuntary and not without tenderness, crossed her face as she recalled a tale he had told her at Camaldoli of the contempt excited in a young footman of a smart house by the mediocrity and exiguity of his garments and personal appointments generally. "I felt I possessed nothing that he would have taken as a gift," said Delafield with a grin. "It was chastening." Yet though he laughed, he held to it, and Julie was already so much of the wife as to be planning how to coax him presently out of a portmanteau and top-hat that were in truth a disgrace to their species. And all the time she must have the best of everything, a maid, luxurious travelling, dainty food. They had had one or two wrestles on the subject already. "Why are you to have all the high thinking and plain living to yourself?" she had asked him angrily, only to be met by the plea,
Dear, get strong first. Then you shall do what you like."
But it was at La Verna, the mountain height overshadowed by the memories of St. Francis, that she seemed to have come nearest to the ascetic and mystical tendency in Delafield. He went about the mountain paths a transformed being, like one spiritually athirst who has found the springs and sources of life. Julie felt a secret terror. Her impression was much the same as Meredith's, as of something wearing through to the light of day. Looking back, she saw that this temperament, now so plain to view, had always been there, but in the young and capable agent of the Chudleigh property, in the Duchess's cousin, or Lady Henry's nephew, it had passed for the most part unsuspected. How remarkably it had developed! Whither would it carry them both in the future? When thinking about it, she was apt to find herself seized with a sudden craving for Mayfair, little dinners, and good talk. "What a pity you weren't born a Catholic! You might have been a religious," she said to him one night at La Verna, when he had been reading her some of the Fioretti, with occasional comments of his own. But he had shaken his head with a smile. "You see, I have no creed, or next to none." The answer startled her, and in the depths of his blue eyes there seemed to her to be hovering a swarm of thoughts that would not let themselves loose in her presence, but were none the less the true companions of his mind. She saw herself a moment as Elsa, and her husband as a modern Lohengrin, coming spiritually she knew not whence, bound on some quest mysterious and unthinkable. "What will you do," she said suddenly, "when the dukedom comes to you?" Delafield's aspect darkened in an instant. If he could have shown anger to her, anger there would have been.
"That is a subject I never think of or discuss if I can help it,"
he said abruptly, and rising to his feet he pointed out that the sun was declining fast towards the plain of the Casentino, and they were far, far from their hotel. "Inhuman! Unreasonable!" was the cry of the critical sense in her, as she followed him in silence. Innumerable memories of this kind beat on Julie's mind as she sat dreamily on her bench among the Swiss meadows. How natural that in the end they should sweep her by reaction into imaginations wholly indifferent, of a drum and trumpet history in the actual fighting world. Far, far in the African desert she followed the march of Warkworth's little troop. Ah, the blinding light! The African scrub and sand, the long single line, the native porters with their loads, the handful of English officers with that slender figure at their head, the endless waterless path with its palms and mangoes and mimosas. The scene rushed upon the inward eye and held it. She felt the heat, the thirst, the weariness of bone and brain, all the spell and mystery of the unmapped, unconquered land. Did he think of her sometimes at night under the stars, or in the blaze and mirage of noon? Yes, yes, he thought of her. Each to the other their thoughts must travel while they lived. In Delafield's eyes she knew his love for her had been mere outrage and offense. Ah, well, he, at least, had needed her. He had desired only very simple, earthy things. Money, position, success. Things it was possible for a woman to give him or get for him. And, at the last, though it were only as a traitor to his word and his fiancée, he had asked for love, asked commonly, hungrily, recklessly, because he could not help it, and then for pardon. And those are things the memory of which lies deep, deep in the pulsing, throbbing heart. At this point she hurriedly checked and scourged herself as she did 100 times a day. No, no, no! It was all over, and she and Jacob would still make a fine thing of their life together. Why not? And all the time there were burning hot tears in her eyes,
and as the leaves of Saint-Simon passed idly through her fingers, the tears blotted out the meadows and the flowers, and blurred the figure of a young girl who was slowly mounting the long slope of road that led from the village of Brent towards the seat on which Julie was sitting.
Gradually the figure approached. The mist cleared from Julie's eyes. Suddenly she found herself giving a close and passionate attention to the girl upon the road. Her form was slight and small. Under her shady hat there was a gleam of fair hair arranged in smooth, shining masses about her neck and temples. As she approached Julie, she raised her eyes absently, and Julie saw a face of singular and delicate beauty, marred, however, by the suggestion of physical fragility, even sickliness, which is carried with it. One might have thought it a face blanched by a tropical climate, and for the moment touched into faint colour by the keen alpine air. The eyes, indeed, were full of life. They were no sooner seen but they defined and enforced a personality. Eager, intent, a little fretful, they expressed a nervous energy out of all proportion to their owner's slender physique. In this other bodily signs concurred. As she perceived Julie on the bench, for instance, the girl's slight habitual frown sharply deepened. She looked at the stranger with keen observation, both glance and gesture betraying a quick and restless sensibility. As for Julie, she half rose as the girl neared her. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips parted. She had the air of one about to speak. The girl looked at her in a little surprise and passed on. She carried a book under her arm, into which were thrust a few just-opened letters. She had scarcely passed the bench when an envelope fell out of the book and lay unnoticed on the road. Julie drew in a long breath. She picked up the envelope. It lay in her hand, and the name she had expected to see was written upon it. For a moment she hesitated. Then she ran after the owner of the letter. "You dropped this on the road." The girl turned hastily. "Thank you very much. I am sorry to have given you the trouble." Then she paused, arrested evidently by the manner in which Julie stood regarding her. Did you wish to speak to me?" she said uncertainly. "You are Miss Moffat?" "Yes, that is my name, but, excuse me, I'm afraid I don't remember you." The words were spoken with a charming sweetness and timidity. "I am Mrs. Delafield." The girl started violently. "Are you? I beg your pardon." She stood in a flushed bewilderment, staring at the lady who had addressed her, a troubled consciousness possessing itself of her face and manner more and more plainly with every moment. Julie asked herself hurriedly, "How much does she know? What has she heard?" But aloud she gently said, "I thought you must have heard of me. Lord Uredale told me he had written. His father wished it to Lady Blanche. Your mother and mine were sisters." The girl shyly withdrew her eyes. "Yes, mother told me." There was a moment's silence. The mingled fear and recklessness which had accompanied Julie's action disappeared from her mind. In the girl's manner there was neither jealousy nor hatred, only a young shrinking and reserve. "May I walk with you a little?" "Please do. Are you staying at Montreux?" "No, we are at Charnex. And you?" "We came up 2 days ago to a little pension at Brent. I wanted to be among the fields now that the narcissuses are out. If it were warm weather we should stay, but mother is afraid of the cold for me. I have been ill." "I heard that," said Julie, in a voice gravely kind and winning. "That was why your mother could not come home." The girl's eyes suddenly filled with tears. "No, poor mother. I wanted her to go. We had a good nurse, but she would not leave me, though she was devoted to my grandfather. She is always anxious about you." "Yes. My health has been a trouble lately, and since father died—" "She has only you." They walked on a few paces in silence. Then the girl looked up eagerly. "You saw grandfather at the last? Do tell me about it, please. My uncles write so little." Julie obeyed with difficulty. She had not realized how hard it would be for her to talk of Lord Lackington, but she described the old man's gallant dying as best she could, while Eileen Moffatt listened with that manner at once timid and rich in feeling, which seemed to be her characteristic. As they neared the top of the hill where the road begins to incline towards Charnex, Julie noticed signs of fatigue in her companion. "You have been an invalid," she said. "You ought not to go farther. May I take you home? Would your mother dislike to see me?" The girl paused perceptibly. "There she is." They had turned towards Brent, and Julie saw coming towards them, and with somewhat rapid steps, a small elderly lady, grey-haired, her features partly hidden by her country hat. A thrill passed through Julie. This was the sister whose name her mother had mentioned in her last hour. It was as though something of her mother, something that must throw light upon that mother's life and being, were approaching her along this Swiss road. But the lady in question, as she neared them, looked with surprise, not unmingled with hauteur, upon her daughter and the stranger beside her.
"Eileen, why did you go so far? You promised me only to be a quarter of an hour."
"I am not tired, Mother. Mother, this is Mrs. Delafield. You remember Uncle Uredale wrote—" Lady Blanche Moffatt stood still. Once more a fear swept through Julie's mind, and this time it stayed. After an evident hesitation, a hand was coldly extended.
"How do you do? I heard from my brothers of your marriage, but they said you were in Italy."
"We have just come from there."
"And your husband?"
"He has gone down to Montreux, but he should be home very soon now. We are only a few steps from our little inn. Would you not rest there? Miss Moffatt looks very tired." There was a pause. Lady Blanche was considering her daughter. Julie saw the trembling of her wide, irregular mouth, of which the lips were slightly turned outward. Finally she drew her daughter's hand into her arm and bent anxiously towards her, scrutinizing her face.
"Thank you. We will rest a quarter of an hour. Can we get a carriage at Charnex?"
"Yes, I think so, if you will wait a little on our balcony." They walked on towards Charnex. Lady Blanche began to talk resolutely of the weather, which was indeed atrocious. She spoke as she would have done to the merest acquaintance. There was not a word of her father, not a word either of her brother's letter or of Julie's relationship to herself. Julie accepted the situation with perfect composure, and the three kept up some sort of a conversation till they reached the paved street of Charnex and the old inn at its lower end. Julie guided her companions through its dark passages till they reached an outer terrace where there were a few scattered seats, and among them a deck chair with cushions. "Please," said Julie, as she kindly drew the girl towards it. Eileen smiled and yielded. Julie placed her among the cushions, then brought out a shawl and covered her warmly from the sharp, damp air. Eileen thanked her and lightly touched her hand. A secret sympathy seemed to have suddenly sprung up between them. Lady Blanche sat stiffly beside her daughter, watching her face. The warm touch of friendliness in Eileen's manner towards Mrs. Delafield seemed only to increase the distance and embarrassment of her own. Julie appeared to be quite unconscious. She ordered tea and made no further allusion of any kind to the kindred they had in common. She and Lady Blanche talked as strangers. Julie said to herself that she understood. She remembered the evening at Crowborough House, the spinster lady who had been the Moffats' friend, her own talk with Evelyn. In that way, or in some other, the current gossip about herself and Warkworth, gossip they had been too mad and miserable to take much account of, had reached Lady Blanche. Lady Blanche probably abhorred her, though because of her marriage there was to be an outer civility. Meanwhile, no sign whatever of any angry or resentful knowledge betrayed itself in the girl's manner. Clearly the mother had shielded her. Julie felt the flutter of an exquisite relief. She stole many a look at Eileen, comparing the reality with that old ugly notion her jealousy had found so welcome, of the silly or insolent little creature possessing all that her betters desired by the mere brute force of money or birth. And all the time the reality was this, so soft, suppliant, ethereal. Here indeed was the child of Warkworth's picture, the innocent, unknowing child whom their passion had sacrificed and betrayed. She could see the face now as it lay piteous in Warkworth's hand. Then she raised her eyes to the original, and as it looked at her with timidity and nascent love, her own heart beat wildly, now in remorse, now in a reviving jealousy. Secretly, behind this mask of convention, were they both thinking of him? A girl's thoughts are never far from her lover, and Julie was conscious this afternoon of a strange and mysterious preoccupation whereof Warkworth was the centre. Gradually the great mountains at the head of the lake freed themselves from the last wandering cloud wreaths. On the rock faces of the Rocher du Nez, the hanging pine woods, brushed with snow, came into sight. The white walls of Glion shone faintly out, and a pearly gold, which was but a pallid reflection of the Italian glory, diffused itself over mountain and lake. The sun was grudging. There was no caress in the air. Eileen shivered a little in her shawls, and when Julie spoke of Italy, the girl's enthusiasm and longing sprang, as it were, to meet her, and both were conscious of another slight link between them. Suddenly a sound of steps came to them from below. "My husband," said Julie, rising, and, going to the balustrade, she waved to Delafield, who had come up from Montreux by one of the steep vineyard paths. "I will tell him you are here," she added, with what might have been taken for the shyness of the young wife. She ran down the steps leading from the terrace to the lower garden. Eileen looked at her mother. "Isn't she wonderful?" she said in an ardent whisper. "I could watch her forever. She's the most graceful person I ever saw. Mother, is she like Aunt Rose?" Lady Blanche shook her head. "Not in the least," she said shortly. "She has too much manner for me." "Oh, mother!" And the girl caught her mother's hand in caressing remonstrance, as though to say, "Dear little mother, you must like her because I do, and you mustn't think of Aunt Rose and all those terrible things except for pity." "Hush," said Lady Blanche, smiling at her a little excitedly. "Hush, they're coming." Delafield and Julie emerged from the iron staircase. Lady Blanche turned and looked at the tall, distinguished pair, her ugly lower lip hardening ungraciously. But she and Delafield had a slight previous acquaintance, and she noticed instantly the charming and solicitous kindness with which he greeted her daughter. "Julie tells me Miss Moffatt is still far from strong," he said, returning to the mother. Lady Blanche only sighed for an answer. He drew a chair beside her, and they fell into the natural talk of people who belong to the same social world and are travelling in the same scenes. Meanwhile, Julie was sitting beside the heiress. Not much was said, but each was conscious of a lively interest in the other, and every now and then Julie would put out a careful hand and draw the shawls closer about the girl's frail form. The strain of guilty compunction that entered into Julie's feeling did but make it the more sensitive. She said to herself in a vague haste that now she would make amends, if only Lady Blanche were willing. But she should be willing. Julie felt the stirrings of the old self-confidence, the old trust in a social ingenuity which had, in truth, rarely failed her. Her intriguing, managing instinct made itself felt, the mood of Lady Henry's companion. Presently, as they were talking, Eileen caught sight of an English newspaper which Delafield had brought up from Montreux. It lay still unopened on one of the tables of the terrace. "Please give it me," said the girl, stretching out an eager hand. "It will have Tiny's marriage, Mamma, a cousin of mine," she explained to Julie, who rose to hand it to her. "A very favourite cousin. Oh, thank you." She opened the paper. Julie turned away that she might relieve Lady Blanche of her teacup. Suddenly a cry rang out, a cry of mortal anguish. Two ladies who had just stepped out upon the terrace from the hotel drawing-room turned in terror. The gardener, who was watering the flower-boxes at the farther end, stood arrested.
"Aileen!"
shrieked Lady Blanche, running to her.
What is it?"
The paper had dropped to the floor, but the child still pointed to it, gasping.
"Mother! Mother!"
Some intuition woke in Julie. She stood dead white and dumb, while Lady Blanche threw herself on her daughter.
"Aileen, darling, what is it?"
The girl, in her agony, threw her arms frantically round her mother and dragged herself to her feet. She stood tottering, her hand over her eyes.
"He's dead, mother! He's dead!"
The last word sank into a sound more horrible even than the first cry. Then she swayed out of her mother's arms. It was Julie who caught her, who laid her once more on the deck-chair, a broken, shrunken form in whom all the threads and connections of life had suddenly, as it were, fallen to ruin. Lady Blanche hung over her, pushing Julie away, gathering the unconscious girl madly in her arms. Delafield rushed for water and brandy. Julie snatched the paper and looked at the telegrams. High up in the first column was the one she sought. Cairo, June 12th. Great regret is felt here at the sudden and tragic news of Major Warkworth's death from fever, which seems to have occurred at a spot some 3 weeks' distance from the coast on or about May 25th. Letters from the officer who has succeeded him in the command of the Mokem expedition have now reached Denga. A fortnight after leaving the coast, Major Warkworth was attacked with fever. He made a brave struggle against it, but it was of a deadly type, and in less than a week he succumbed. The messenger brought also his private papers and diaries, which have been forwarded to his representatives in England. Major Warkworth was a most promising and able officer, and his loss will be keenly felt. Julie fell on her knees beside her swooning cousin. Lady Blanche, meanwhile, was loosening her daughter's dress, chafing her icy hands, or moaning over her in a delirium of terror.
My darling, oh my God, why did I allow it? Why did I ever let him come near her? It was my fault, and it's killed her."
And clinging to her child's irresponsive hands, she looked down upon her in a convulsion of grief which included not a shadow of regret, not a gleam of pity for anything or anyone else in the world, but this, bone of her bone and flesh of her flesh, which lay stricken there. But Julie's mind had ceased to be conscious of the tragedy beside her. It had passed for the second time into the grasp of an illusion which possessed itself of the whole being and all its perceptive powers. Before her wide, terror-stricken gaze there rose once more the same piteous vision which had tortured her in the crisis of her love for Warkworth. Against the eternal snows which close in the lake the phantom hovered in a ghastly relief, emaciated, with matted hair and purple cheeks and eyes not to be borne, expressing the dumb anger of a man still young, who parts unwillingly from life in a last lonely spasm of uncomforted pain. End of chapter 22. Recording by Barbara Edelman, Los Angeles. BarbaraEdelmanVoice.com.
Chapter 23 of Lady Rose's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Friday. Lady Rose's Daughter by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. Chapter 23. It was midnight in the little inn at Charnex. The rain which for so many nights in this miserable June had been beating down upon the village had at last passed away. The night was clear and still, a night when the voice of mountain torrents, far distant, might reach the ear suddenly, sharply pure, from the very depths of silence. Julie was in bed. She had been scarcely aware of her maid's help in undressing. The ordinary life was, as it were, suspended. Two scenes floated alternately before her, one the creation of memory, the other of imagination. And the second was, if possible, the more vivid, the more real of the two. Now she saw herself in Lady Henry's drawing-room. Sir Wilfrid Bury and a white-haired general were beside her. The door opened and Warkworth entered, young, handsome, soldierly, with that boyish, conquering air which some admired and others disliked. His eyes met hers, and a glow of happiness passed through her. Then, at a stroke, the London drawing-room melted away. She was in a low bell tent. The sun burned through its sides, the air was stifling. She stood with two other men and the doctor beside the low camp bed. Her heart was wrung by every movement, every sound. She heard the clicking of the fan in the doctor's hands; she saw the flies on the poor damp brow. And still she had no tears. Only, existence seemed to have ended in a gulf of horror, where youth and courage, repentance and high resolve, love and pleasure were all buried and annihilated together. That poor girl up stairs! It had not been possible to take her home. She was there with nurse and doctor, her mother hanging upon every difficult breath. The attack of diphtheria had left a weakened heart and nervous system. The shock had been cruel, and the doctor could promise nothing for the future. "Mother! Mother! Dead!" The cry echoed in Julie's ears. It seemed to fill the old, low-ceiled room in which she lay. Her fancy, preternaturally alive, heard it thrown back from the mountains outside, returned to her in wailing from the infinite depths of the lake. She was conscious of the vast forms and abysses of nature, there in the darkness, beyond the walls of her room, as something hostile, implacable. And while he lay there dead, under the tropical sand, she was still living and breathing here, in this old Swiss inn, Jacob Delafield's wife, at least in name. There was a knock at her door. At first she did not answer it. It seemed to be only one of the many dream sounds which tormented her nerves. Then it was repeated. Mechanically she said, "Come in." The door opened, and Delafield, carrying a light, which he shaded with his hand, stood on the threshold. "May I come and talk to you?" he said, in a low voice. "I know you are not sleeping." It was the first time he had entered his wife's room. Through all her misery, Julie felt a strange thrill as her husband's face was thus revealed to her, brightly illumined, in the loneliness of the night. Then the thrill passed into pain, the pain of a new and sharp perception. Delafield, in truth, was some 2 or 3 years younger than Warkworth, but the sudden impression on Julie's mind, as she saw him thus, was of a man worn and prematurely aged, markedly older and graver, even since their marriage, since that memorable evening by the side of Como, when, by that moral power of which he seemed often to be the mere channel and organ, he had overcome her own will, and linked her life with his. She looked at him in a kind of terror. Why was he so pale? An embodied grief? Warkworth's death was not a mortal stroke for him. He came closer, and still Julie's eyes held him. Was it her fault, this shadowed countenance, these suggestions of a dumb strain and conflict, which not even his strong youth could bear without betrayal? Her heart cried out, first in a tragic impatience, then it melted within her strangely, she knew not how. She sat up in bed and held out her hands. He thought of that evening in Heribert Street, after Warkworth had left her, when she had been so sad and yet so docile. The same yearning, the same piteous agitation was in her attitude now. He knelt down beside the bed, and put his arms round her. She clasped her hands about his neck, and hid her face on his shoulder. There ran through her the first long shudder of weeping. "He was so young," he heard her say through sobs. "So young!" He raised his hand and touched her hair tenderly. "He died serving his country," he said, commanding his voice with difficulty. "And you grieve for him like this. I can't pity him so much." "You thought ill of him. I know you did." She spoke between deep, sobbing breaths. "But he wasn't a bad man." She fell back on her pillow, and the tears rained down her cheeks. Delafield kissed her hand in silence. "Some day I'll tell you," she said, brokenly. "Yes, you shall tell me. It would help us both." "I'll prove to you he wasn't vile. When he proposed that to me he was distracted. So was I. How could he break off his engagement? Now you see how she loved him. But we couldn't part. We couldn't say good-bye. It had all come on us unawares. We wanted to belong to each other, just for 2 days, and then part forever. Oh, I'll tell you." "You shall tell me all here," he said firmly, crushing her delicate hands in his own against his breast, so that she felt the beating of his heart. "Give me my hand. I'll show you his letter, his last letter to me." And trembling, she drew from under her pillow that last scrawled letter, written from the squalid hotel near the Gare de Sceaux. No sooner, however, had she placed it in Delafield's hands than she was conscious of new forces of feeling in herself which robbed the act of its simplicity. She had meant to plead her lover's cause, and her own, with the friend who was nominally her husband. Her action had been a cry for sympathy, as from one soul to another. But as Delafield took the letter and began to read, her pulses began to flutter strangely. She recalled the phrases of passion which the letter contained. She became conscious of new fears, new compunctions. For Delafield, too, the moment was one of almost intolerable complexity. This tender intimacy of night, the natural intimacy of husband and wife, this sense, which would not be denied, however sternly he might hold it in check, of her dear form beside him, the little refinements and self-revelations of a woman's room, his half-rights towards her, appealing at once to love, and to the memory of that solemn pledge by which he had won her. What man who deserved the name but must be conscious, tempestuously conscious, of such thoughts and facts? And then, wrestling with these smarts, these impulses, belonging to the natural, physical life, the powers of the moral being, compassion, self-mastery, generosity, while strengthening and directing all, the man of faith was poignantly aware of the austere and tender voices of religion. Amid this play of influences he read the letter, still kneeling beside her and holding her fingers clasped in his. She had closed her eyes and lay still, save for the occasional tremulous movement of her free hand, which dried the tears on her cheek. "Thank you," he said at last, with a voice that wavered as he put the letter down. "Thank you. It was good of you to let me see it. It changes all my thoughts of him henceforward. If he had lived—" "But he's dead! He's dead!" cried Julie, in a sudden agony, wrenching her hand from his, and burying her face in the pillow. "Just when he wanted to live! Oh, my God! My God! No, there's no God! Nothing that cares, that takes any notice!" She was shaken by deep convulsive weeping. Delafield soothed her as best he could, and presently she stretched out her hand with a quick, piteous gesture, and touched his face. "You, too! What have I done to you? How you looked just now! I bring a curse! Why did you want to marry me? I can't tear this out of my heart. I can't!" And again she hid herself from him. Delafield bent over her. "Do you imagine that I should be poor souled enough to ask you?" Suddenly a wild feeling of revolt ran through Julie's mind. The loftiness of his mood chilled her. An attitude more weakly, passionately human, a more selfish pity for himself would, in truth, have served him better. Had the pain of the living man escaped his control, avenging itself on the supremacy that death had now given to the lover, Delafield might have found another Julie in his arms. As it was, her husband seemed to her perhaps less than man, in being more. She admired unwillingly, and her stormy heart withdrew itself. And when at last she controlled her weeping, and it became evident to him that she wished once more to be alone, his sensitiveness perfectly divined the secret reaction in her. He rose from his place beside her with a deep involuntary sigh. She heard it, but only to shrink away. "You will sleep a little," he said, looking down upon her. "I will try, mon ami." "If you don't sleep, and would like me to read to you, call me. I am in the next room." She thanked him faintly, and he went away. At the door he paused and came back again. "To-night," he hesitated, "while the doctors were here, I ran down to Montreux by the short path and telegraphed. The consul at Zanzibar is an old friend of mine. I asked him for more particulars at once, by wire. But the letters can't be here for a fortnight." "I know. You're very, very good." Hour after hour Delafield sat motionless in his room, till high in the Valais depths profound he saw the morning break. There was a little balcony at his command, and as he noiselessly stepped out upon it, between 3 and 4 o'clock, he felt himself the solitary comrade of the mist-veiled lake, of those high, rosy mountains on the eastern verge, the first throne and harbor of the light, of the lower forest-covered hills that took the morning, one by one, in a glorious and golden succession. All was fresh, austere, and vast: the spaces of the lake, the distant hollows of high glaciers filled with purple shadows, the precipices of the Rocher du Nail, where the new snow was sparkling in the sun, the cool wind that blew towards him from the gates of Italy, down the winding recesses of that superb valley which had been a thoroughfare of nations from the beginning of time. Not a boat on the wide reaches of the lake, not a voice or other sound of human toil, either from the vineyards below or the meadows above. Meanwhile, some instinct, perhaps also some faint movements in her room, told him that Julie was no less wakeful than himself. And was not that a low voice in the room above him, the trained voice and footsteps of a nurse? Ah, poor little heiress, she too watched with sorrow. A curious feeling of shame, of self-depreciation crept into his heart. Surely he himself of late had been lying down with fear and rising up with bitterness. Never a day had passed since they had reached Switzerland but he, a man of strong natural passions, had bade himself face the probable truth that by a kind of violence he had married a woman who would never love him, had taken irrevocably a false step, only too likely to be fatal to himself, intolerable to her. Nevertheless, steeped as he had been in sadness, in foreboding, and during this bygone night, in passionate envy of the dead yet beloved Warkworth, he had never been altogether unhappy. That mysterious It, that other divine self of the mystic, God, the enwrapping, sheltering force, had been with him always. It was with him now; it spoke from the mysterious color and light of the dawn. How, then, could he ever equal Julie in experience, in the true and poignant feeling of any grief whatever? His mind was in a strange double state. It was like one who feels himself unfairly protected by a magic armor. He would almost throw it aside in a remorseful eagerness to be with his brethren, and as his brethren, in the sore weakness and darkness of the human combat. And then he thinks of the hand that gave the shield, and his heart melts in awe. Friend of my soul and of the world, make me thy tool, thy instrument. Thou art love. Speak through me. Draw her heart to mine. At last, knowing that there was no sleep in him, and realizing that he had brooded enough, he made his way out of the hotel, and up through the fresh and dew-drenched meadows, where the haymakers were just appearing, to the Les Avants stream. A plunge into one of its cool basins retempered the whole man. He walked back through the scented field paths, resolutely restraining his mind from the thoughts of the night, hammering out, indeed, in his head a scheme for the establishment of small holdings on certain derelict land in Wiltshire belonging to his cousin. As he was descending on Charnex, he met the postman and took his letters. One among them, from the Duke of Chudleigh, contained a most lamentable account of Lord Elmira. The father and son had returned to England, and an angry, inclement May had brought a touch of pneumonia to add to all the lad's other woes. In itself it was not much, was, indeed, passing away. "But it has used up most of his strength," said the Duke, "and you know whether he had any to waste. Don't forget him. He constantly thinks and talks of you." Delafield restlessly wondered when he could get home. But he realized that Julie would now feel herself tragically linked to the Moffats, and how could he leave her? He piteously told himself that here and now was his chance with her. As he bore himself now towards her, in this hour of her grief for Warkworth, so, perhaps, would their future be. Yet the claims of kindred were strong. He suffered much inward distress as he thought of the father and son, and their old touching dependence upon him. Chudleigh, as Jacob knew well, was himself incurably ill. Could he long survive his poor boy? And so that other thought, which Jacob spent so much ingenuity in avoiding, rushed upon him unawares. The near, inevitable expectation of the famous dukedom, which, in the case of almost any other man in England, must at least have quickened the blood with a natural excitement, produced in Delafield's mind a mere dull sense of approaching torment. Perhaps there was something non-sane in his repulsion, something that linked itself with his father's queerness, or the bigotry and fanaticism of his grandmother, the evangelical Duchess, with her swarm of parsons, as Sir Wilfrid remembered her. The oddity, which had been violent or brutal in earlier generations, showed itself in him, one might have said, in a radical transposition of values, a singularity of criterion, which the ordinary robust Englishman might very well dismiss with impatience as folly or cant. Yet it was neither, and the feeling had, in truth, its own logic and history. He had lived from his youth up among the pageants of rank and possession. They had no glamour for him. He realized their burdens, their ineffectiveness for all the more precious kinds of happiness. How could he not, with these two forlorn figures of Chudleigh and his boy always before him? As for imagination and poetry, Delafield, with a mind that was either positive or mystical, the mind, one might say, of the land agent or the saint, failed to see where they came in. Family tradition, no doubt, carries a thrill. But what thrill is there in the mere possession of a vast number of acres of land, of more houses, new and old, than any human being can possibly live in, of more money than any reasonable man can ever spend, and more responsibilities than he can ever meet? Such things often seemed to Delafield pure calamity, mere burdens upon life and breath. That he could and must be forced some time by law and custom to take them up, was nothing but a social barbarity. mingled with all which, of course, was his passionate sense of spiritual democracy. To be throned apart, like a divine being, surrounded by the bought homage of one's fellows, and possessed of more power than a man can decently use, was a condition which excited in Delafield the same kind of contemptuous revolt that it would have excited in St. Francis. "Be not ye called master." A Christian even of his transcendental and heterodox sort, if he were a Christian, must surely hold these words in awe, at least so far as concerned any mastery of the external or secular kind. To masteries of another order the saint has never been disinclined. As he once more struck the village street, this familiar whirl of thoughts was buzzing in Delafield's mind, pierced, however, by one sharper and newer. Julie. Did he know, had he ever dared to find out, how she regarded this future which was overtaking them? She had tried to sound him, she had never revealed herself. In Lady Henry's house he had often noticed in Julie that she had an imaginative tenderness for rank or great fortune. At first it had seemed to him a woman's natural romanticism; then he explained it to himself as closely connected with her efforts to serve Warkworth. But suppose he were made to feel that there, after all, lay her compensation? She had submitted to a loveless marriage and lost her lover, but the dukedom was to make amends. He knew well that it would be so with 9 women out of 10. But the bare thought that it might be so with Julie maddened him. He then was to be for her, in the future, the mere symbol of the vulgarer pleasures and opportunities, while Warkworth held her heart? Nay! He stood still, strengthening in himself the glad and sufficient answer. She had refused him twice, knowing all his circumstances. At this moment he adored her doubly for those old rebuffs. Within 24 hours Delafield had received a telegram from his friend at Zanzibar. For the most part it recapitulated the news already sent to Cairo, and thence transmitted to the English papers. But it added the information that Warkworth had been buried in the neighborhood of a certain village on a caravan route to Mokembe, and that special pains had been taken to mark the spot. And the message concluded: "Fine fellow. Hard luck. Everybody awfully sorry here." These words brought Delafield a sudden look of passionate gratitude from Julie's dark and sunken eyes. She rested her face against his sleeve and pressed his hand. Lady Blanche also wept over the telegram, exclaiming that she had always believed in Henry Warkworth, and now perhaps those busybodies who at Simla had been pleased to concern themselves with her affairs and Aileen's would see cause to be ashamed of themselves. To Delafield's discomfort, indeed, she poured out upon him a stream of confidences he would have gladly avoided. He had brought the telegram to her sitting room. In the room adjoining it was Aileen, still, according to her mother's account, very ill, and almost speechless. Under the shadow of such a tragedy it seemed to him amazing that a mother could find words in which to tell her daughter's story to a comparative stranger. Lady Blanche appeared to him an ill-balanced and foolish woman, a prey on the one hand to various obscure jealousies and antagonisms, and on the other to a romantic and sentimental temper which, once roused, gloried in despising the world, by which she generally meant a very ordinary degree of prudence. She was in chronic disagreement, it seemed, with her daughter's guardians, and had been so from the first moment of her widowhood, the truth being that she was jealous of their legal powers over Aileen's fortune and destiny, and determined, notwithstanding, to have her own way with her own child. The wilfulness and caprice of the father, which had taken such strange and desperate forms in Rose Delaney, appeared shorn of all its attraction and romance in the smaller, more conventional, and meaner egotisms of Lady Blanche. And yet, in her own way, she was full of heart. She lost her head over a love affair. She could deny Aileen nothing. That was what her casual Indian acquaintances meant by calling her sweet. When Warkworth's attentions, pushed with an ardor which would have driven any prudent mother to an instant departure from India, had made a timid and charming child of 18 the talk of Simla, Lady Blanche, excited and dishevelled, was it her personal untidiness which accounted for the other epithet of quaint, which had floated to the Duchess's ear, and been by her reported to Julie, refused to break her daughter's heart. Warkworth, indeed, had begun long before by flattering the mother's vanity and sense of possession, and she now threw herself hotly into his cause as against Aileen's odious trustees. They, of course, always believed the worst of everybody. As for her, all she wanted for the child was a good husband. Was it not better, in a world of fortune hunters, that Aileen, with her $500,000, should marry early? Of money she had, one would think, enough. It was only the greed of certain persons which could possibly desire more. Birth? The young man was honorably born, good looking, well mannered. What did you want more? She accepted a democratic age, and the obstacles thrown by Aileen's guardians in the way of an immediate engagement between the young people appeared to her, so she declared, either vulgar or ridiculous. Well, poor lady, she had suffered for her whims. First of all, her levity had perceived, with surprise and terror, the hold that passion was taking on the delicate and sensitive nature of Aileen. This young girl, so innocent and spotless in thought, so virginally sweet in manner, so guileless in action, developed a power of loving, an absorption of the whole being in the beloved, such as our modern world but rarely sees. She lived, she breathed for Warkworth. Her health, always frail, suffered from their separation. She became a thin and frail vision, a gossamer girl, indeed. The ordinary life of travel and society lost all hold upon her. She passed through it in a mood of weariness and distaste that was in itself a danger to vital force. The mother became desperately alarmed, and made a number of flurried concessions. Letters, at any rate, should be allowed, in spite of the guardians, and without their knowledge. Yet each letter caused emotions which ran like a storm wind through the child's fragile being, and seemed to exhaust the young life at its source. Then came the diphtheria, acting with poisonous effect on a nervous system already overstrained. And in the midst of the mother's anxieties, there burst upon her the sudden, incredible tale that Warkworth, to whom she herself was writing regularly, and to whom Aileen, from her bed, was sending little penciled notes, sweetly meant to comfort a sighing lover, had been entangling himself in London with another, a Miss Le Breton, positively a nobody, as far as birth and position were concerned, the paid companion of Lady Henry Delafield, and yet, as it appeared, a handsome, intriguing, unscrupulous hussy, just the kind of hawk to snatch a morsel from a dove's mouth. A woman, in fact, with whom a little bread-and-butter girl like Aileen might very well have no chance. Emily Lawrence's letter, in the tone of the candid friend, written after her evening at Crowborough House, had roused a mingled anguish and fury in the mother's breast. She lifted her eyes from it to look at Aileen, propped up in bed, her head thrown back against the pillow, and her little hands closed happily over Warkworth's letters, and she went straight from that vision to write to the traitor. The traitor defended and excused himself by return of post. He implored her to pay no attention to the calumnious distortion of a friendship, which had already served Aileen's interests no less than his own. It was largely to Miss Le Breton's influence that he owed the appointment which was to advance him so materially in his career. At the same time he thought it would be wise if Lady Blanche kept not only the silly gossip that was going about, but even this true and innocent fact, from Aileen's knowledge. One never knew how a girl would take such things, and he would rather explain it himself at his own time. Lady Blanche had to be content. And meanwhile the glory of the Mokembe appointment was a strong factor in Aileen's recovery. She exulted over it by day and night, and she wrote the letters of an angel. The mother watched her writing them with mixed feelings. As to Warkworth's replies, which she was sometimes allowed to see, Lady Blanche, who had been a susceptible girl, and the heroine of several affairs, was secretly and strongly of the opinion that men's love letters, at any rate, were poor things nowadays compared with what they had been. But Aileen was more than satisfied with him. How busy he must be, and with such important business! Poor harassed darling, how good of him to write her a word, to give her a thought! And now Lady Blanche beheld her child crushed and broken, a nervous wreck before her life had truly begun. The agonies which the mother endured were very real, and should have been touching. But she was not a touching person. All her personal traits, her red-rimmed eyes, her straggling hair, the slight, disagreeable twist in her nose and mouth, combined, with her signal lack of dignity and reticence, to stir the impatience rather than the sympathy of the bystander. "And mamma was so fond of her," Julie would say to herself sometimes, in wonder, proudly contrasting the wild grace and originality of her disgraced mother with the awkward, slipshod ways of the sister who had remained a great lady. Meanwhile, Lady Blanche was, indeed, perpetually conscious of her strange niece, perpetually thinking of the story her brothers had told her, perpetually trying to recall the sister she had lost so young, and then turning from all such things to brood angrily over the Lawrence letter, and the various other rumors which had reached her of Warkworth's relations to Miss Le Breton. What was in the woman's mind now? She looked pale and tragic enough, but what right had she to grieve, or if she did grieve, to be pitied? Jacob Delafield had been fool enough to marry her, and fate would make her a duchess. So true it is that they who have no business to flourish, do flourish, like green bay trees. As to poor Rose, Sometimes there would rise on Lady Blanche's mind the sudden picture of herself and the lost, dark-eyed sister, scampering on their ponies through the country lanes of their childhood; of her lessons with Rose, her worship of Rose; and then of that black curtain of mystery and reprobation which for the younger child of 16 had suddenly descended upon Rose in all that concerned her. But Rose's daughter! All one could say was that she had turned out as the child of such proceedings might be expected to turn out, a minx. The aunt's conviction as to that stood firm. And while Rose's face and fate had sunk into the shadows of the past, even for her sister, Aileen was here, struggling for her delicate, threatened life, her hand always in the hand of this woman, who had tried to steal her lover from her, her soft, hopeless eyes, so tragically unconscious, bent upon the bold intriguer. What possessed the child? Warkworth's letters, Julie's company? Those seemed to be all she desired. And at last, in the June beauty and brilliance, when a triumphant summer had banished the pitiful spring, when the meadows were all perfume and color, and the clear mountains, in a clear sky, upheld the ever new and never ending pomp of dawn and noon and night, the little wasted creature looked up into Julie's face, and without tears, gasped out her story.
"These are his letters. Some day I'll read you some of them. And this is his picture. I know you saw him at Lady Henry's. He mentioned your name. Will you please tell me everything? All the times you saw him, and what he talked of? You see I am much stronger. I can bear it all now."
Meanwhile, for Delafield, this fortnight of waiting for the African letters, waiting for the revival of life in Aileen, was a period of extraordinary tension, when all the powers of nerve and brain seemed to be tested and tried to the utmost. He himself was absorbed in watching Julie, and in dealing with her. In the first place, as he saw, she could give no free course to grief. The tragic yearning, the agonized tenderness and pity which consumed her, must be crushed out of sight as far as possible. They would have been an offense to Lady Blanche, a bewilderment to Aileen. And it was on her relation to her new found cousin that, as Delafield perceived, her moral life for the moment turned. This frail girl was on the brink of perishing because death had taken Warkworth from her. And Julie knew well that Warkworth had neither loved her nor deserved her, that he had gone to Africa and to death with another image in his heart. There was a perpetual and irreparable cruelty in the situation, and from the remorse of it Julie could not escape. Day by day she was more profoundly touched by the clinging, tender creature, more sharply scourged by the knowledge that the affection developing between them could never be without its barrier and its mystery, that something must always remain undisclosed, lest Aileen cast her off in horror. It was a new moral suffering, in one whose life had been based hitherto on intellect or passion. In a sense it held at bay even her grief for Warkworth, her intolerable compassion for his fate. In sheer dread lest the girl should find her out and hate her, she lost insensibly the first poignancy of sorrow. These secrets of feeling left her constantly pale and silent, yet her grace had never been more evident. All the inmates of the little pension, the landlord's family, the servants, the visitors, as the days passed, felt the romance and thrill of her presence. Lady Blanche evoked impatience of ennui. She was inconsiderate, she was meddlesome, she soon ceased even to be pathetic. But for Julie every foot ran, every eye smiled. Then, when the day was over, Delafield's opportunity began. Julie could not sleep. He gradually established the right to read with her and talk with her. It was a relation very singular and very intimate. She would admit him at his knock, and he would find her on her sofa, very sad, often in tears, her black hair loose upon her shoulders. Outwardly there was often much ceremony, even distance between them. Inwardly each was exploring the other, and Julie's attitude towards Delafield was becoming more uncertain, more touched with emotion. What was perhaps most noticeable in it was a new timidity, a touch of anxious respect towards him. In the old days, what with her literary cultivation and her social success, she had always been the flattered and admired one of their little group. Delafield felt himself clumsy and tongue-tied beside her. It was a superiority on her part very natural, and never ungraceful, and it was his chief delight to bring it forward, to insist upon it, to take it for granted. But the relation between them had silently shifted. "You judge. You are always judging," she had said once, impatiently, to Delafield. And now it was round these judgments, these inward verdicts of his, on life or character, that she was perpetually hovering. She was infinitely curious about them. She would wrench them from him, and then would often shiver away from him, in resentment. He, meanwhile, as he advanced further in the knowledge of her strange nature, was more and more bewildered by her perversities and caprices, her brilliancies and powers, her utter lack of any standard or scheme of life. She had been for a long time, as it seemed to him, the creature of her exquisite social instincts, then the creature of passion. But what a woman through it all, and how adorable, with those poetic gestures and looks, those melancholy, gracious airs that ravished him perpetually! And now this new attitude, as of a child leaning, wistfully looking in your face, asking to be led, to be wrestled and reasoned with. The days, as they passed, produced in him a secret and mounting intoxication. Then, perhaps for a day or two, there would be a reaction, both foreseeing that a kind of spiritual tyranny might arise from their relation, and both recoiling from it. One night she was very restless and silent. There seemed to be no means of approach to her true mind. Suddenly he took her hand. It was some days since they had spoken of Warkworth, and almost roughly reminded her of her promise to tell him all. She rebelled, but his look and manner held her, and the inner misery sought an outlet. Submissively she began to speak, in her low, murmuring voice. She went back over the past, the winter in Bruton Street, the first news of the Moffatt engagement, her efforts for Warkworth's promotion, the history of the evening party which had led to her banishment, the struggle in her own mind and Warkworth's, the sudden mad schemes of their last interview, the rush of the Paris journey. The mingled exaltation and anguish, the comparative absence of regret with which she told the story, produced an astonishing effect on Delafield; and in both minds, as the story proceeded, there emerged ever more clearly the consciousness of that imperious act by which he had saved her. Suddenly she stopped.
"I know you can find no excuse for it all," she said in excitement.
"Yes, for all, but for one thing," was his low reply. She shrank, her eyes on his face. "That poor child!" he said, under his breath. She looked at him piteously. "Did you ever realize what you were doing?" he asked her, raising her hand to his lips.
"No, no! How could I? I thought of some one so different. I had never seen her."
She paused, her wide seeking gaze fixed upon him through tears, as though she pleaded with him to find explanations, palliatives. But he gently shook his head. Suddenly, shaken with weeping, she bowed her face upon the hands that held her own. It was like one who relinquishes all pleading, all defense, and throws herself on the mercy of the judge. He tenderly asked her pardon if he had wounded her, but he shrank from offering any caress. The outward signs of life's most poignant and most beautiful moments are generally very simple and austere. Chapter 23. Recording by Amanda Friday. Chapter 24 of Lady Rose's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Friday. Lady Rose's Daughter, by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. Chapter 24. "You have had a disquieting letter?" The voice was Julie's. Delafield was standing, apparently in thought, at the farther corner of the little raised terrace of the hotel. She approached him with an affectionate anxiety, of which he was instantly conscious. "I am afraid I may have to leave you to-night," he said, turning towards her, and holding out the letter in his hand. It contained a few agitated lines from the Duke of Chudleigh. "They tell me my lad can't get over this. He's made a gallant fight, but this beats us. A week or two, no more. Ask Mrs. Delafield to let you come. She will, I know. She wrote to me very kindly. Mervyn keeps talking of you. You'd come if you heard him. It's ghastly, the cruelty of it all. Whether I can live without him, that's the point." "You'll go, of course," said Julie, returning it. "To-night, if you will allow it." "Of course, you ought." "I hate leaving you alone, with this trouble on your hands," said Jacob, in some agitation. "What are your plans?" "I could follow you next week. Eileen comes down to-day. I should like to wait here for the mail." "In 5 days about it should be here," said Delafield. There was a silence. She dropped into a chair beside the balustrade of the terrace, which was wreathed in wistaria, and looked out upon the vast landscape of the lake. His thought was, "How can the mail matter to her? She cannot suppose that he had written." Aloud he said, in some embarrassment, "You expect letters yourself?" "I expect nothing." she said after a pause. "But Eileen is living on the chance of letters." "There may be nothing for her, except, indeed, her letters to him, poor child." "She knows that, but the hope keeps her alive." "And you," thought Delafield, with an inward groan, as he looked down upon her pale profile. He had a moment's hateful vision of himself as the elder brother in the parable. Was Julie's mind to be the home of an eternal antithesis between the living husband and the dead lover, in which the latter had forever the beau rôle? Then impatiently Jacob wrenched himself from mean thoughts. It was as though he bared his head remorsefully before the dead man. "I will go to the Foreign Office," he said in her ear, "as I pass through town. They will have letters. All the information I can get you shall have at once." "Thank you, mon ami," she said, almost inaudibly. Then she looked up, and he was startled by her eyes. Where he had expected grief, he saw a shrinking animation. "Write to me often," she said imperiously. "Of course. But don't trouble to answer much. Your hands are so full here." She frowned. "Trouble? Why do you spoil me so? Demand, insist that I should write." "Very well," he said, smiling. "I demand. I insist." She drew a long breath and went slowly away from him into the house. Certainly the antagonism of her secret thoughts, though it persisted, was no longer merely cold or critical, for it concerned one who was not only the master of his own life, but threatened unexpectedly to become the master of hers. She had begun indeed to please her imagination with the idea of a relation between them, which, while it ignored the ordinary relations of marriage, should yet include many of the intimacies and refinements of love. More and more did the surprises of his character arrest and occupy her mind. She found, indeed, no plaster saint. Her cool intelligence soon detected the traces of a peevish or stubborn temper, and of a natural inertia, perpetually combated, however, by the spiritual energy of a new and other self exfoliating from the old, a self whose acts and ways she watched, sometimes with the held breath of fascination, sometimes with a return of shrinking or fear. That a man should not only appear, but be, so good, was still in her eyes a little absurd. Perhaps her feeling was at bottom the common feeling of the skeptical nature. We should listen to the higher voices, but in such a way that if another hypothesis were true, we should not have been too completely duped. She was ready also to convict him of certain prejudices and superstitions which roused in her an intellectual impatience. But when all was said, Delafield, unconsciously, was drawing her towards him, as the fowler draws a fluttering bird. It was the exquisite refinement of those spiritual insights and powers he possessed, which constantly appealed, not only to her heart, but, a very important matter in Julie's case, to her taste, to her own carefully tempered instinct for the rare and beautiful. He was the master, then, she admitted, of a certain vein of spiritual genius. Well, here should he lead, and even if he pleased, command her. She would sit at his feet, and he should open to her ranges of feeling, delights, and subtleties of moral sensation hitherto unknown to her. Thus the feeling of ennui and reaction which had marked the first weeks of her married life had now wholly disappeared. Delafield was no longer dull or pedantic in her eyes. She passed alternately from moments of intolerable smart and pity for the dead, to moments of agitation and expectancy connected with her husband. She thought over their meeting of the night before; she looked forward to similar hours to come. Meanwhile his relation towards her in many matters was still naively ignorant and humble, determined by the simplicity of a man of some real greatness, who never dreamed of claiming tastes or knowledge he did not possess, whether in small things or large. This phase, however, only gave the more value to one which frequently succeeded it. For suddenly the conversation would enter regions where he felt himself peculiarly at home, and with the same unconsciousness on his part, she would be made to feel the dignity and authority which surrounded his ethical and spiritual life. And these contrasts, this weakness and this strength, combined with the man and woman element which is always present in any situation of the kind, gave rise to a very varied and gradually intensifying play of feeling between them. Feeling only possible, no doubt, for the raffin of this world, but for them full of strange charm, and even of excitement. Delafield left the little inn for Montreux, Lausanne, and London that afternoon. He bent to kiss his wife at the moment of his departure, in the bare sitting room that had been improvised for them on the ground floor of the hotel. And as she let her face linger ever so little against his, she felt strong arms flung round her, and was crushed against his breast in a hungry embrace. When he released her with a flush and a murmured word of apology, she shook her head, smiling sadly but saying nothing. The door closed on him, and at the sound she made a hasty step forward. "Jacob, take me with you." But her voice died in the rattle and bustle of the diligence outside, and she was left trembling from head to foot, under a conflict of emotions that seemed now to exalt, now to degrade her. Half an hour after Delafield's departure, there appeared on the terrace of the hotel a tottering, emaciated form, Aileen Moffatt, in a black dress and hat, clinging to her mother's arm. But she refused the deck chair, which they had spread with cushions and shawls. "No, let me sit up." And she took an ordinary chair, looking round upon the lake, and the little flowery terrace with a slow, absorbed look, like one trying to remember. Suddenly she bowed her head on her hands. "Aileen!" cried Lady Blanche, in an agony. But the girl motioned her away. "Don't, mummy. I'm all right." And restraining any further emotion, she laid her arms on the balustrade, and gazed long and calmly into the purple depths and gleaming snows of the Rhone valley. Her hat oppressed her, and she took it off, revealing the abundance of her delicately golden hair, which, in its lack of luster and spring, seemed to share in the physical distress and loss of the whole personality. The face was that of a doomed creature, incapable now of making any successful struggle for the right to live. What had been sensibility had become melancholy. The slight chronic frown was deeper, the pale lips more pinched. Yet intermittently there was still great sweetness, the last effort of a beautiful soul meant for happiness, and withered before its time. As Julie stood beside her, while Lady Blanche had gone to fetch a book from the salon, the poor child put out her hand and grasped that of Julie. "It is quite possible I may get the letter to-night," she said, in a hurried whisper. "My maid went down to Montreux. There is a clever man at the post office who tried to make it out for us. He thinks it'll be to-night." "Don't be too disappointed if nothing comes," said Julie, caressing the hand. Its thinness, its icy and lifeless touch, dismayed her. Ah, how easily might this physical wreck have been her doing! The bells of Montreux struck 6:30. A restless and agonized expectation began to show itself in all the movements of the invalid. She left her chair and began to pace the little terrace on Julie's arm. Her dragging step, the mournful black of her dress, the struggle between youth and death in her sharpened face, made her a tragic presence. Julie could hardly bear it, while all the time she too was secretly and breathlessly waiting for Warkworth's last words. Lady Blanche returned, and Julie hurried away. She passed through the hotel and walked down the Montreux road. The post had already reached the first houses of the village, and the postman, who knew her, willingly gave her the letters. Yes, a packet for Aileen, addressed in an unknown hand to a London address, and forwarded thence. It bore the Denga postmark. And another for herself, readdressed from London by Madame Bornier. She tore off the outer envelope. Beneath was a letter of which the address was feebly written in Warkworth's hand. Mademoiselle Le Breton, 3 Heribert Street, London. She had the strength to carry her own letter to her room, to call Aileen's maid, and send her with the other packet to Lady Blanche. Then she locked herself in. Oh, the poor crumpled page, and the labored handwriting! "Julie, I am dying. They are such good fellows, but they can't save me. It's horrible. I saw the news of your engagement in a paper the day before I left Denga. You're right. He'll make you happy. Tell him I said so. Oh, my God, I shall never trouble you again. I bless you for the letter you wrote me. Here it is. No, I can't read it. Drowsy. No pain." And here the pen had dropped from his hand. Searching for something more, she drew from the envelope the wild and passionate letter she had written him at Heribert Street, in the early morning after her return from Paris, while she was waiting for Delafield to bring her the news of Lord Lackington's state. The small table d'hôte of the Hotel Michel was still further diminished that night. Lady Blanche was with her daughter, and Mrs. Delafield did not appear. But the moon was hanging in glory over the lake when Julie, unable to bear her room and her thoughts any longer, threw a lace scarf about her head and neck, and went blindly climbing through the upward paths leading to Les Avants. The roads were silver in the moonlight, so was the lake, save where the great mountain shadows lay across the eastern end, and suddenly white, through pine trees, jaman, delicately tall. The air cooled her brow, and from the deep enveloping night her torn heart drew balm, and a first soothing of the pulse of pain. Every now and then, as she sat down to rest, a waking dream overshadowed her. She seemed to be supporting Warkworth in her arms, his dying head lay upon her breast, and she murmured courage and love into his ear. But not as Julie Le Breton. Through all the anguish of what was almost an illusion of the senses, she still felt herself Delafield's wife, and in that flood of silent speech she poured out on Warkworth, it was as though she offered him also Jacob's compassion, Jacob's homage, mingled with her own. Once she found herself sitting at the edge of a meadow, environed by the heavy scents of flowers. Some apple trees with whitened trunks rose between her and the lake 1,000 feet below. The walls of Chillon, the houses of Montreux, caught the light. Opposite, the deep forests of Bouveret and Saint Gingolph lay black upon the lake; above them rode the moon; and to the east the high Alps, their pure lines a little effaced and withdrawn as when a light veil hangs over a sanctuary. Julie looked out upon a vast freedom of space, and by a natural connection she seemed to be also surveying her own world of life and feeling, her past and her future. She thought of her childhood and her parents, of her harsh, combative youth, of the years with Lady Henry, of Warkworth, of her husband, and the life into which his strong hand had so suddenly and rashly drawn her. Her thoughts took none of the religious paths so familiar to his, and yet her reverie was so far religious that her mind seemed to herself to be quivering under the onset of affections, emotions, awes, till now unknown, and that looking back she was conscious of a groping sense of significance, of purpose, in all that had befallen her. Yet to this sense she could put no words. Only, in the end, through the constant action of her visualizing imagination, it connected itself with Delafield's face, and with the memory of many of his recent acts and sayings. It was one of those hours which determine the history of a man or woman. And the august Alpine beauty entered in, so that Julie, in this sad and thrilling act of self-probing, felt herself in the presence of powers and dominations divine. Her face, stained with tears, took gradually some of the calm, the loftiness of the night. Yet the close-shut, brooding mouth would slip sometimes into a smile exquisitely soft and gentle, as though the heart remembered something which seemed to the intelligence at once folly and sweetness. What was going on within her was, to her own consciousness, a strange thing. It appeared to her as a kind of simplification, a return to childhood, or rather, was it the emergence in the grown mind, tired with the clamor of its own egotistical or passionate life, of some instincts, natural to the child, which she, nevertheless, as a child, had never known; instincts of trust, of self-abandonment, steeped perhaps in those tears which are themselves only another happiness? But hush! What are our poor words in the presence of these nobler secrets of the wrestling and mounting spirit? On the way down she saw another figure emerge from the dark. "Lady Blanche!" Lady Blanche stood still. "The hotel was stifling," she said, in a voice that vainly tried for steadiness. Julie perceived that she had been weeping. "Aileen is asleep." "Perhaps. They have given her something to make her sleep." They walked on towards the hotel. Julie hesitated. "She was not disappointed?" she said at last in a low voice. "No," said the mother sharply. "But one knew, of course, there must be letters for her. Thank God, she can feel that his very last thought was for her. The letters which have reached her are dated the day before the fatal attack began, giving a complete account of his march, most interesting, showing how he trusted her already, though she is such a child. It will tranquilize her to feel how completely she possessed his heart, poor fellow." Julie said nothing, and Lady Blanche, with bitter satisfaction, felt rather than saw what seemed to her the just humiliation expressed in the drooping and black-veiled figure beside her. Next day there was once more a tinge of color in Aileen's cheeks. Her beautiful hair fell round her once more in a soft life and confusion, and the roses which her mother had placed beside her on the bed were not in too pitiful contrast with her frail loveliness. "Read it, please," she said, as soon as she found herself alone with Julie, pushing her letter tenderly towards her. "He tells me everything, everything. All he was doing and hoping, consults me in everything. Isn't it an honor, when I'm so ignorant and childish? I'll try to be brave, try to be worthy." And while her whole frame was shaken with deep silent sobs, she greedily watched Julie read the letter. "Oughtn't I to try and live?" she said, dashing away her tears as Julie returned it. "When he loved me so?" Julie kissed her with a passionate and guilty pity. The letter might have been written to any friend, to any charming child for whom a much older man had a kindness. It gave a businesslike account of their march, dilated on one or two points of policy, drew some humorous sketches of his companions, and concluded with a few affectionate and playful sentences. But when the wrestle with death began, Warkworth wrote but one last letter, uttered but one cry of the heart, and it lay now in Julie's bosom. A few days passed. Delafield's letters were short and full of sadness. Almira still lived, but any day or hour might see the end. As for the father, but the subject was too tragic to be written of, even to her. Not to feel, not to realize, there lay the only chance of keeping one's own courage, and so of being any help whatever to two of the most miserable of human beings. At last, rather more than a week after Delafield's departure, came two telegrams. One was from Delafield. "Mervyn died this morning. Duke's condition causes great anxiety." The other from Evelyn Crowborough. "Elmira died this morning, going down to Shropshire to help Jacob." Julie threw down the telegrams. A rush of proud tears came to her eyes. She swept to the door of her room, opened it, and called her maid. The maid came, and when she saw the sparkling looks and strained bearing of her mistress, wondered what crime she was to be rebuked for. Julie merely bade her pack at once, as it was her intention to catch the 8 o'clock through train at Luzon that night for England. 20 hours later the train carrying Julie to London entered Victoria Station. On the platform stood the little Duchess, impatiently expectant. Julie was clasped in her arms, and had no time to wonder at the pallor and distraction of her friend, before she was hurried into the brougham waiting beyond the train. "Oh, Julie!" cried the Duchess, catching the traveller's hands as they drove away. "Julie, darling!" Julie turned to her in amazement. The blue eyes fixed upon her had no tears, but in them, and in the Duchess's whole aspect, was expressed a vivid horror and agitation which struck at Julie's heart. "What is it?" she said, catching her breath. "What is it?" "Julie, I was going to Faircourt this morning. First your telegram stopped me. I thought I'd wait and go with you. Then came another, from Delafield. The Duke! The poor Duke!" Julie's attitude changed unconsciously, instantly. "Yes, tell me." "It's in all the papers to-night, on the placards. Don't look out!" And the Duchess lifted her hand and drew down the blinds of the brougham. "He was in a most anxious state yesterday, but they thought him calmer at night, and he insisted on being left alone. The doctors still kept a watch, but he managed in some mysterious way to evade them all, and this morning he was missed. After 2 hours they found him, in the river that runs below the house." There was a silence. "And Jacob?" said Julie, hoarsely. "That's what I'm so anxious about!" exclaimed the Duchess. "Oh, I am thankful you've come. You know how Jacob's always felt about the Duke and Mervyn, how he's hated the notion of succeeding. And Susan, who went down yesterday, telegraphed to me last night, before this horror, that he was terribly strained and overwrought." "Succeeding?" said Julie, vaguely. Mechanically she had drawn up the blind again, and her eyes followed the dingy lines of the Vauxhall Bridge Road, till suddenly they turned away from the placards outside a small stationer's shop which announced, "Tragic death of the Duke of Chudleigh and his son." The Duchess looked at her curiously without replying. Julie seemed to be grappling with some idea which escaped her, or rather was presently expelled by one more urgent. "Is Jacob ill?" she said abruptly, looking her companion full in the face. "I only know what I've told you. Susan says strained and overwrought. Oh, it'll be all right when he gets you." Julie made no reply. She sat motionless, and the Duchess, stealing another glance at her, must needs, even in this tragic turmoil, allow herself the reflection that she was a more delicate study, in black and white, a more refined and accented personality than ever. "You won't mind?" said Evelyn timidly, after a pause. "But Lady Henry is staying with me, and also Sir Wilfrid Bury, who had such a bad cold in his lodgings that I went down there a week ago, got the doctor's leave, and carried him off there and then. And Mr. Montresor's coming in. He particularly wanted, he said, just to press your hand. But they shan't bother you if you're tired. Our train goes at 10:10, and Freddie has got the express stopped for us at Westonport, about 3 in the morning." The carriage rolled into Grosvenor Square, and presently stopped before Crowborough House. Julie alighted, looking round her at the July green of the square, at the brightness of the window boxes, and then at the groom of the chambers who was taking her wraps from her, the same man who, in the old days, used to feed Lady Henry's dogs with sweet biscuit. It struck her that he was showing her a very particular and eager attention. Meanwhile, in the Duchess's drawing room, a little knot of people were gathered: Lady Henry, Sir Wilfrid Bury, and Dr. Meredith. Their demeanor illustrated both the subduing and the exciting influence of great events. Lady Henry was more talkative than usual, Sir Wilfrid more silent. Lady Henry seemed to have profited by her stay at Torquay. As she sat upright in a stiff chair, her hands resting on her stick, She presented her characteristic aspect of English solidity, crossed by a certain free and foreign animation. She had been already wrangling with Sir Wilfrid, and giving her opinion freely on the socialistic views on rank and property attributed to Jacob Delafield. "If he can't digest the cake, that doesn't mean it isn't good," had been her last impatient remark, when Sir Wilfrid interrupted her. "Only a few minutes more," he said, looking at his watch. "Now then, what line do we take? How much is our friend likely to know?" "Unless she has lost her eyesight, which Evelyn has not reported, she will know most of what matters before she's gone 100 yards from this station," said Lady Henry, dryly. "Oh, the streets! Yes. But persons are often curiously dazed by such a gallop of events." "Not Julie Le Breton?" "I should like to be informed as to the part you are about to play," said Sir Wilfrid, in a lower voice, "that I may play up to it. Where are you?" Both looked at Meredith, who had walked to a distant window, and was standing there looking out upon the square. Lady Henry was well aware that he had not forgiven her, and to tell the truth, was rather anxious that he should. So she, too, dropped her voice. "I bow to the institutions of my country," she said, a little sparkle in the strong gray eye. "In other words, you forgive a duchess?" "I acknowledge the head of the family, and the greater carries the less." "Suppose Jacob should be unforgiving?" "He hasn't the spirit." "And she?" "Her conscience will be on my side." "I thought it was your theory that she had none." "Jacob, let us hope, will have developed some. He has a good deal to spare." Sir Wilfrid laughed. "So it is you who will do the pardoning?" "I shall offer an armed and honourable peace. The Duchess of Chudleigh may intrigue and tell lies if she pleases. I am not giving her 100 a year." There was a pause. "Why, if I may ask," said Sir Wilfrid at the end of it, "did you quarrel with Jacob? I understand there was a separate cause." Lady Henry hesitated. "He paid me a debt," she said, at last, and a sudden flush rose in her old blanched cheek. "And that annoyed you? You have the oddest code." Lady Henry bit her lip. "One does not like one's money thrown in one's face." "Most unreasonable of women! Never mind, Wilfrid. We all have our feelings." "Precisely. Well, no doubt Jacob will make peace. As for Ah, here comes Montresor." A visible tremor passed through Lady Henry. The door was thrown open, and the footman announced the Minister for War. "Her Grace, sir, is not yet returned." Montresor stumbled into the room, and even with his eyeglasses carefully adjusted, did not at once perceive who was in it. Sir Wilfrid went towards him. "Ah, Bury! Convalescent, I hope?" "Quite. The Duchess has gone to meet Mrs. Delafield." "Mrs. Montresor's mouth opened. "But of course you know?" "Oh yes, I know. But one's tongue has to get oiled. You see Lady Henry?" Montresor started. "I am glad to see Lady Henry," he replied, stiffly. Lady Henry slowly rose and advanced 2 steps. She quietly held out her hand to him, and, smiling, looked him in the face. "Take it. There is no longer any cause of quarrel between us. I raise the embargo." The Minister took the hand and shook his head. "Ah, but you had no right to impose it," he said, with energy. "Oh, for goodness' sake, meet me half-way," cried Lady Henry, "or I shall never hold out." Sir Wilfrid, whose half-embarrassed gaze was bent on the ground, looked up, and was certain that he saw a gleam of moisture in those wrinkled eyes. "Why have you held out for so long? What does it matter to me whether Miss Julie be a duchess or no? That doesn't make up to me for all the months you've shut your door on me. And I was always given to understand, by the way, that it wouldn't matter to you." "I've had 3 months at Torquay," said Lady Henry, raising her shoulders. "I hope it was dull to distraction." "It was, and my doctor tells me the more I fret the more gout I may expect." "So all this is not generosity, but health." "Kiss my hand, sir, and have done with it. You are all avenged. At Torquay I had 4 companions in 7 weeks." "More power to them," said Montresor. "Meredith, come here. Shall we accept the pleas?" Meredith came slowly from the window, his hands behind his back. "Lady Henry commands, and we obey," he said slowly. "But to day begins a new world, founded in ruin, like the rest of them." He raised his fine eyes, in which there was no laughter, rather a dreamy intensity. Lady Henry shrank. "If you're thinking of Chudleigh," she said uncertainly, "be glad for him. It was release. As for Henry Warkworth—" "Ah, poor fellow!" said Montresor, perfunctorily. "Poor fellow!" He had dropped Lady Henry's hand, but he now recaptured it, enclosing the thin, jeweled fingers in his own. "Well, well, then it's peace, with all my heart." He stooped and lightly kissed the fingers. "And now, when do you expect our friend?" "At any moment," said Lady Henry. She seated herself and Montresor beside her. "I am told," said Montresor, "that this horror will not only affect Delafield personally, but that he will regard the dukedom as a calamity." "And you believe it?" said Lady Henry. "I try to," was the minister's laughing reply. "Ah, surely, here they are." Meredith turned from the window, to which he had gone back. "The carriage has just arrived," he announced, and he stood fidgeting, standing first on one foot, then on the other, and running his hand through his mane of gray hair. His large features were pale, and any close observer would have detected the quiver of emotion. A sound of voices from the anteroom, the Duchess's light tones floating to the top. At the same time a door on the other side of the drawing room opened, and the Duke of Crowborough appeared. "I think I hear my wife," he said, as he greeted Montresor and hurriedly crossed the room. There was a rustle of quick steps, and the little Duchess entered. "Freddie, here is Julie!" Behind appeared a tall figure in black. Everybody in the room advanced, including Lady Henry, who, however, after a few steps, stood still behind the others, leaning on her stick. Julie looked round the little circle, then at the Duke of Crowborough, who had gravely given her his hand. The suppressed excitement already in the room clearly communicated itself to her. She did not lose her self-command for an instant, but her face pleaded. "Is it really true? Perhaps there is some mistake." "I fear there can be none," said the Duke sadly. "Poor Chudleigh had been long dead when they found him." "Freddie," said the Duchess, interrupting, "I have told Greswell we shall want the carriage at 9:30 for Euston. Will that do?" "Perfectly." Greswell, the handsome groom of the chambers, approached Julie. "Your Grace's maid wishes to know whether it is your Grace's wish that she should go round to Heribert Street before taking the luggage to Euston." Julie looked at the man bewildered. Then a stormy color rushed into her cheeks. "Does he mean my maid?" she said to the Duke, piteously. "Certainly. Will you give your orders?" She gave them, and then, turning again to the Duke, she covered her eyes with her hands a moment. "What does it all mean?" she said, faltering. "It seems as though we were all mad." "You understand, of course, that Jacob succeeds?" said the Duke, not without coldness, and he stood still in an instant, gazing at this woman, who must now, he supposed, feel herself at the very summit of her ambitions. Julie drew a long breath. Then she perceived Lady Henry. Instantly, impetuously, she crossed the room. But as she reached that composed and formidable figure, the old timidity, the old fear, seized her. She paused abruptly, but she held out her hand. Lady Henry took it. The two women stood regarding each other, while the other persons in the room instinctively turned away from their meeting. Lady Henry's first look was one of curiosity. Then, before the indefinable, ennobling change in Julie's face, now full of the pale agitation of memory, the eyes of the older woman wavered and dropped. But she soon recovered herself. "We meet again under very strange circumstances," she said quietly, "though I have long foreseen them. As for our former experience, we were in a false relation, and it made fools of us both. You and Jacob are now heads of the family, and if you like to make friends with me on this new footing, I am ready. As to my behavior, I think it was natural, but if it rankles in your mind, I apologize." The personal pride of the owner, curbed in its turn by the pride of tradition and family, spoke strangely from these words. Julie stood trembling, her chest heaving. "I, too, regret and apologize," she said, in a low voice. "Then we begin again. But now you must let Evelyn take you to rest for an hour or two. I am sorry you have this hurried journey to night." Julie pressed her hands to her breast with one of those dramatic movements that were natural to her. "Oh, I must see Jacob," she said under her breath. "I must see Jacob." And she turned away, looking vaguely round her. Meredith approached. "Comfort yourself," he said, very gently, pressing her hand in both of his. "It has been a great shock. But when you get there, he'll be all right." "Jacob?" Her expression, the piteous note in her voice, awoke in him an answering sense of pain. He wondered how it might be between the husband and wife. Yet it was borne in upon him, as upon Lady Henry, that her marriage, however interpreted, had brought with it profound and intimate transformation. A different woman stood before him. and when, after a few more words, the Duchess swept down upon them, insisting that Julie must rest awhile, Meredith stood looking after the retreating figures, filled with the old, bitter sense of human separateness, and the fragmentariness of all human affections. Then he made his farewells to the Duke and Lady Henry, and slipped away. He had turned a page in the book of life, and as he walked through Grosvenor Square, he applied his mind resolutely to one of the political causes with which, as a powerful and fighting journalist, he was at that moment occupied. Lady Henry, too, watched Julie's exit from the room. "So now she supposes herself in love with Jacob," she thought with amusement, as she resumed her seat. "What if Delafield refuses to be made a duke?" said Sir Wilfrid in her ear. "It would be a situation new to the constitution," said Lady Henry, composedly. "I advise you, however, to wait till it occurs." The Northern Express rushed onward through the night. Rugby, Stafford, Crewe, had been left behind. The Yorkshire valleys and moors began to show themselves in pale ridges and folds under the moon. Julie, wakeful in her corner opposite the little sleeping Duchess, was conscious of an interminable rush of images through a brain that longed for a few unconscious and forgetful moments. She thought of the differential station master at Euston, of the fuss attending their arrival on the platform, of the arrangements made for stopping the express at the Yorkshire station where they were to alight. Faircourt! Was it the great early Georgian house of which she had heard Jacob speak, the vast pile, half barrack, half palace, in which, according to him, no human being could be either happy or at home? And this was now his and hers? Again the whirl of thoughts swept and danced round her. A wild hill country. In the valleys the blackness of thick trees, the gleam of rivers, the huge, lifeless factories, and beyond, the high silver edges, the sharp shadows of the moors. The train slackened, and the little Duchess woke at once. 10 minutes to 3. Oh, Julie, here we are!" The dawn was just coldly showing as they alighted. Carriages and servants were waiting, and various persons whose identity and function it was not easy to grasp. One of them, however, at once approached Julie with a privileged air, and she perceived that he was a doctor. "I am very glad that your Grace has come," he said as he raised his hat. "The trouble with the Duke is shock and want of sleep." Julie looked at him, still bewildered. "How long has my husband been ill?" He walked on beside her, describing in as few words as possible the harrowing days preceding the death of the boy, Delafield's attempts to soothe and control the father, the stratagem by which the poor Duke had outwitted them all, and the weary hours of search through the night, under a drizzling rain, which had resulted, about dawn, in the discovery of the Duke's body in one of the deeper holes of the river. "When the procession returned to the house, your husband," the speaker framed the words uncertainly, "had a long fainting fit. It was probably caused by the exhaustion of the search, many hours without food, and many sleepless nights. We kept him in his room all day, but towards evening he insisted on getting up. The restlessness he shows is itself a sign of shock. I trust, now you are here, you may be able to persuade him to spare himself. Otherwise the consequences might be grave." The drive to the house lay mainly through a vast park, dotted with stiff and melancholy woods. The morning was cloudy. Even the wild roses and the hedges and the daisies in the grass had neither gaiety nor color. Soon the house appeared, an immense pile of stone, with a pillared center, and wings to east and west, built in a hollow, gray and sunless. The mournful blinds drawn closely down made of it rather a mausoleum for the dead than a home for the living. At the approach of the carriage, however, doors were thrown open, servants appeared, and on the steps, trembling and heavy-eyed, stood Susan Delafield. She looked timidly at Julie, and then as they passed into the great central hall, the two kissed each other with tears. "He is in his room waiting for you. The doctors persuaded him not to come down, but he is dressed, and reading and writing. We don't believe he has slept at all for a week." "Through there," said Susan Delafield, stepping back. "That is the door." Julie softly opened it and closed it behind her. Delafield had heard her approach, and was standing by the table, supporting himself upon it. His aspect filled Julie with horror. She ran to him and threw her arms round him. He sank back into his chair, and she found herself kneeling beside him, murmuring to him, while his head rested upon her shoulder. "Jacob, I am here. Oh, I ought to have been here all through. It's terrible, terrible. But, Jacob, you won't suffer so, now I'm here, now we're together, now I love you, Jacob." Her voice broke in tears. She put back the hair from his brow, kissing him with a tenderness in which there was a yearning and lovely humility. Then she drew a little away, waiting for him to speak, in an agony. But for a time he seemed unable to speak. He feebly released himself, as though he could not bear the emotion she offered him, and his eyes closed. "Jacob, come and lie down," she said in terror. "Let me call the doctors." He shook his head, and a faint pressure from his hand bade her sit beside him. "I shall be better soon. Give me time. I'll tell you." Then silence again. She sat holding his hand, her eyes fixed upon him. Time passed, she knew not how. Susan came into the room, a small sitting room in the east wing, to tell her that the neighboring bedroom had been prepared for herself. Julie only looked up for an instant with a dumb sign of refusal. A doctor came in, and Delafield made a painful effort to take the few spoonfuls of food and stimulant pressed upon him. Then he buried his face in the side of the armchair. "Please let us be alone," he said, with a touch of his old peremptoriness, and both Susan and the doctor obeyed. But it was long before he could collect energy enough to talk. When he did, he made an effort to tell her the story of the boy's death and the father's self-destruction. He told it leaning forward in his chair, his eyes on the ground, his hands loosely joined, his voice broken and labored. Julie listened, gathering from his report an impression of horror, tragic and irremediable, similar to that which had shaken the balance of his own mind. And when he suddenly looked up with the words, "And now I am expected to take their place, to profit by their deaths! What rightful law of God or man binds me to accept a life and a responsibility that I loathe?" Julie drew back, as though he had struck her. His face, his tone were not his own. There was a violence, a threat in them, addressed, as it were, specially to her. "If it were not for you," his eyes seemed to say, "I could refuse this thing, which will destroy me, soul and body." She was silent, her pulses fluttering, and he resumed, speaking like one groping his way. "I could have done the work, of course. I have done it for 5 years. I could have looked after the estate and the people. But the money, the paraphernalia, the hordes of servants, the mummery of the life! Why, Julie, should we be forced into it? What happiness, I ask you, what happiness can it bring to either of us?" And again he looked up, and again it seemed to Julie that his expression was one of animated hostility and antagonism. Antagonism to her, as embodying for the moment all the arguments, of advantage, custom, law, he was, in his own mind, fighting and denying. With a failing heart she felt herself very far from him. Was there not also something in his attitude, unconsciously, of that old primal antagonism of the man to the woman, of the stronger to the weaker, the more spiritual to the more earthy? "You think, no doubt," he said, after a pause, "that it is my duty to take this thing, even if I could lay it down." "I don't know what I think," she said hurriedly. "It is very strange, of course, what you say. We ought to discuss it thoroughly. Let me have a little time." He gave an impatient sigh, then suddenly rose. "Will you come and look at them?" She too rose and put her hand in his. "Take me where you will." "It is not horrible," he said, shading his eyes a moment. "They are at peace." With a feeble step, leaning on her arm, he guided her through the great darkened house. Julie was dimly aware of wide staircases, of galleries and high halls, of the pictures of past Delafields looking down upon them. The morning was now far advanced. Many persons were at work in the house, but Julie was conscious of them only as distant figures that vanished at their approach. They walked alone, guarded from all intrusion by the awe and sympathy of the unseen human beings around them. Delafield opened the closed door. The father and son lay together, side by side, the boy's face in a very winning repose, which at first sight concealed the traces of his long suffering. The father's also, closed eyes and sternly shut mouth, suggesting not the despair which had driven him to his death, but rather, as in somber triumph, the all-forgetting, all-effacing sleep which he had won from death. They stood a moment, till Delafield fell on his knees. Julie knelt beside him. She prayed for a while. Then she wearied, being indeed worn out with her journey. But Delafield was motionless, and it seemed to Julie that he hardly breathed. She rose to her feet, and found her eyes for the first time flooded with tears. Never for many weeks had she felt so lonely or so utterly unhappy. She would have given anything to forget herself in comforting Jacob. But he seemed to have no need of her, no thought of her. As she vaguely looked round her, she saw that beside the dead man was a table holding some violets, the only flowers in the room, some photographs, and a few well-worn books. Softly she took up one. It was a copy of the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, much noted and underlined. It would have seemed to her sacrilege to look too close. But she presently perceived a letter between its pages, and in the morning light, which now came strongly into the room through a window looking on the garden, She saw plainly that it was written on thin foreign paper, that it was closed and addressed to her husband. "Jacob!" She touched him softly on the shoulder, alarmed by his long immobility. He looked up, and it appeared to Julie as though he were shaking off with difficulty some abnormal and trance-like state, but he rose, looking at her strangely. "Jacob, this is yours." He took the book abruptly, almost as if she had no right to be holding it. Then, as he saw the letter, the color rushed into his face. He took it, and after a moment's hesitation walked to the window and opened it. She saw him waver and ran to his support, but he put out a hand which checked her. "It was the last thing he wrote," he said, and then, uncertainly, and without reading any but the first words of the letter, he put it into his pocket. Julie drew back, humiliated. His gesture said that to a secret so intimate and sacred he did not propose to admit his wife. They went back silently to the room from which they had come. Sentence after sentence came to Julie's lips, but it seemed useless to say them, and once more, but in a totally new way, she was afraid of the man beside her. She left him shortly after, by his own wish. "I will lie down, and you must rest," he said, with decision. So she bathed and dressed, and presently she allowed the kind, fair-haired Susan to give her food, and pour out her own history of the death week which she and Jacob had passed through. But in all that was said, Julie noticed that Susan spoke of her brother very little, and of his inheritance and present position not at all. And once or twice she noticed a wondering or meditative expression in the girl's charming eyes as they rested on herself, and realized that the sense of mystery, of hushed expectancy, was not confined to her own mind. When Susan left her at 9 o'clock, it was to give a number of necessary orders in the house. The inquest was to be held in the morning, and the whole day would be filled with arrangements for the double funeral. The house would be thronged with officials of all sorts. "Poor Jacob!" said the sister, sighing, as she went away. But the tragic tumult had not yet begun. The house was still quiet, and Julie was for the first time alone. She drew up the blinds, and stood gazing out upon the park, now flooded with light; at the famous Italian garden beneath the windows, with its fountains and statues; at the wide lake which filled the middle distance, and the hills beyond it, with the plantations and avenues which showed the extension of the park as far as the eye could see. Julie knew very well what it all implied. Her years with Lady Henry, in connection with her own hidden sense of birth and family, had shown her with sufficient plainness the conditions under which the English noble lives. She was actually, at that moment, Duchess of Chudleigh. Her strong intelligence faced and appreciated the fact. The social scope and power implied in those 3 words were all the more vivid to her imagination because of her history and upbringing. She had not grown to maturity inside, like Delafield, but as an exile from a life which was yet naturally hers, an exile full sometimes of envy and the passions of envy. It had no terrors for her, quite the contrary, this high social state. Rather, there were moments when her whole nature reached out to it in a proud and confident ambition. Nor had she any mystical demurrer to make. The originality which in some ways she richly possessed was not concerned in the least with the upsetting of class distinctions, and as a Catholic she had been taught loyally to accept them. The minutes passed away. Julie sank deeper and deeper into reverie, her head leaning against the side of the window, her hands clasped before her on her black dress. Once or twice she found the tears dropping from her eyes, and once or twice she smiled. She was not thinking of the tragic circumstances amid which she stood. From that short trance of feeling even the piteous figures of the dead father and son faded away. Warkworth entered into it, but already invested with the passionless and sexless beauty of a world where, whether it be to us poetry or reality, they neither marry nor are given in marriage. Her warm and living thoughts spent themselves on one theme only, the redressing of a spiritual balance. She was no longer a beggar to her husband. She had the wherewithal to give. She had been the mere recipient, burdened with debts beyond her paying. Now And then it was that her smiles came, tremulous, fugitive, exultant. A bell rang in the long corridor, and the slight sound recalled her to life and action. She walked towards the door which separated her from the sitting room where she had left her husband, and opened it without knocking. Delafield was sitting at a writing table in the window. He had apparently been writing, but she found him in a moment of pause, playing absently with the pen he still held. As she entered he looked up, and it seemed to her that his aspect and his mood had changed. Her sudden and indefinable sense of this made it easier for her to hasten to him, and to hold out her hands to him. "Jacob, you asked me a question just now, and I begged you to give me time. But I am here to answer it. If it would be to your happiness to refuse the dukedom,
Refuse it. I will not stand in your way, and I will never reproach you. I suppose," she made herself smile upon him, "there are ways of doing such a strange thing. You will be much criticized, perhaps much blamed. But if it seems to you right, do it. I'll just stand by you and help you. Whatever makes you happy shall make me happy, if only—" Delafield had risen impetuously, and held her by both hands. His breast heaved, and the hurrying of her own breath would now hardly let her speak. "If only what?" he said, hoarsely. She raised her eyes. "If only, mon ami." She disengaged one hand and laid it gently on his shoulder. "You will give me your trust and—" her voice dropped, "your love." They gazed at each other. Between them, around them, hovered thoughts of the past, of Warkworth, of the gray Channel waves, of the spiritual relation which had grown up between them in Switzerland, mingled with the consciousness of this new, incalculable present, and of the growth and change in themselves. "You'd give it all up?" said Delafield, gently, still holding her at arm's length. "Yes," she nodded to him, with a smile. "For me? For my sake?" She smiled again. He drew a long breath, and turning to the table behind him, took up a letter which was lying there. "I want you to read that," he said, holding it out to her. She drew back with a little involuntary frown. He understood. "Dearest," he cried, pressing her hand passionately, "I have been in the grip of all the powers of death. Read it. Be good to me." Standing beside him, with his arm round her, she read the melancholy Duke's last words. "My dear Jacob, I leave you a heavy task, which I know well is, in your eyes, a mere burden. But, for my sake, accept it. The man who runs away has small right to counsel courage. But you know what my struggle has been. You'll judge me mercifully, if no one else does. There is in you, too, the little bitter drop that spoils us all. But you won't be alone. You have your wife, and you love her. Take my place here, care for our people, speak of us sometimes to your children, and pray for us. I bless you, dear fellow. The only moments of comfort I have ever known this last year have come from you. I would live on if I could, but I must have sleep." Julie dropped the paper. She turned to look at her husband. "Since I read that," he said, in a low voice, "I have been sitting here alone. Or rather, it is my belief that I have not been alone. But," he hesitated, "it is very difficult for me to speak of that, even to you. At any rate, I have felt the touch of discipline, of command. My poor cousin deserted. I, it seems," he drew a long and painful breath, "must keep to the ranks." "Let us discuss it," said Julie, and sitting down, hand in hand, they talked quietly and gravely. Suddenly Delafield turned to her with renewed emotion. "I feel already the energy, the honorable ambition you will bring to it. But still, you'd have given it up, Julie. You'd have given it up." Julie chose her words. "Yes. But now that we are to keep it, will you hate me if some day, when we are less sad, I get pleasure from it? I shan't be able to help it. When we were at Laverna I felt that you ought to have been born in the 13th century, that you were really meant to wed poverty and follow St. Francis. But now you have got to be horribly, hopelessly rich. And I, all the time, am a worldling and a modern. What you'll suffer from I shall perhaps enjoy." The word fell harshly on the darkened room. Delafield shivered, as though he felt the overshadowing dead. Julie impetuously took his hand. "It will be my part to be a worldling, for your sake," she said, her breath wavering. Their eyes met. From her face shone a revelation, a beauty that enwrapped them both. Delafield fell on his knees beside her, and laid his head upon her breast. The exquisite gesture with which she folded her arms about him told her innermost thought. At last he needed her, and the dear knowledge filled and tamed her heart. End of Chapter 24. Recording by Amanda Friday. End of Lady Rose's Daughter by Mrs. Humphry Ward.